got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once small calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, SOUQ News.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
It is often expected that the success of a good West African Examination Council WAEC result is crowned with admission into a university. University admission for any school leaver is a dream come true. Sadly, this news comes with a bittersweet pill to every struggling parent. not because they do not desire higher education for their children, but because the cost of education in Nigeria is very expensive. You see, most families in the country are barely surviving on the meager income the parents make. So, with the addition of university tuition, hostel fees, feeding allowance, transportation, and other miscellaneous needed to fund university education, parents are thrown into a state of worry and confusion as much as they are happy. This is so because the economy in the last 1 decade has been going from bad to worse with inflation on a constant rise. There is insecurity, food scarcity, and economic challenges, among other problems. Noting these challenges, the administration of President Bola Tinubu, after announcing the removal of fuel subsidy, launched the Nigerian Education Loan Fund (NEL Fund) student loan program on July 17, 2024, to give tertiary students access to education. The loans are intended to help students pay for tuition fees and other costs while studying at approved institutions. Loan schemes such as this for tertiary education students already operate in about 13 African countries, countries like Tanzania, Kenya, Rwanda, Burkina Faso, Ghana, Ethiopia, Malawi, Zambia, Lesotho, Namibia, Swaziland, Botswana, and South Africa. However, the reception towards the NEL Fund program from Nigerian students has been something of a concern. The students have shown skepticism towards the program for the following reasons. Many Nigerian students have a deep-seated distrust in government policies, largely due to previous programs that were either mismanaged or failed to deliver on promises. Past education-related initiatives, such as scholarship schemes or bursaries, have not always been sustained, leading to doubts about the continuity of this loan program. While the loan is touted as interest-free and repayment starts after gaining employment, students are concerned about the vagueness of the repayment process, meaning that there is no clarity on repayment terms. Among other reasons, the prospect of starting adulthood with debt in a country with an unpredictable economic climate is a significant concern. Eligibility concerns, job market and unemployment concerns are other reasons why Nigerian students are skeptical about this scheme. These concerns depict the need for better communication from the government, addressing these fears and ensuring that the program is implemented transparently to gain the confidence of Nigerian students. Chike Okulu, reporting for SOUQ News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Project, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had phoned to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and one, train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. It was one slight excuse, error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it would not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of them. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that, I don't want to create a war between professions, but the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have, you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector. And, you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks. Okay. But you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, But you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni wosaleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we're not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. You know, because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or you know, whereas this is a sector that is, I mean, you need long-term fund. You know, you need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. I mean, we're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that there is the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Uderinije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of the, but they are doing a good work. because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And you know, one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kVA substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above neck, that is linked only to the president, that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10-15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially NDPAC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPAC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the networks. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPAC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPAC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPAC. I'm really hoping that we'll and adopt the NLLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPAC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPAC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector, producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like, what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are." The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, I mean, you know how wide that sector, I mean, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, I mean, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure this discourse. We need to support the discourse to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. I mean, for specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, they exactly from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things, you need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, I mean, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, you know, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Yes. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. Okay. I mean, not only intelligent meters. Okay. so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds.
What was the intelligent network? What will you do?
Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Tourism and fashion are more interconnected than many realize. For a country like Nigeria, with its rich history of textiles, fashion and culture, tourism presents an enormous opportunity to showcase and promote local arts while stimulating economic growth. Nigeria, a treasure trove of local textiles and traditional apparel, could leverage its relatively untapped tourism industry to market local destinations, attract tourists, and create a thriving ecosystem for fashion and textile exports. Tourism at its core is about experiencing the culture of a place, and what better way to express culture than through the local fashion. Nigeria's fashion industry, with its globally recognized textiles such as Ashoke, Adire and Ankara, have already started gaining international recognition. In today's news talk, I will be examining ways of fully harnessing the potential in Nigeria to merge these elements in a way that boosts both sectors. I am Bayo Olaoye. Fashion is often one of the most immediate ways for tourists to engage with the culture of the countries they visit. For example, in countries like Morocco and India, tourism and fashion are intertwined. Morocco's bustling souks are filled with traditional rugs, kaftan and jewelry, attracting millions of tourists who want to take a piece of the culture home. In 2019 alone, Morocco hosted over 12.93 million tourists, with a significant portion contributing to the fashion and craft sectors. Similarly, India's rich textile industry is a significant draw for tourists, where silk saris and handcrafted block-printed fabrics are sold globally. Nigeria's fashion scene, with designers such as Deola Sego and Lisa Folawiyo making waves internationally, presents an untapped reservoir of potential. Lagos Fashion Week, for example, attracts international buyers and fashion enthusiasts, showing that the local fashion industry already has global appeal. Nigeria can do more to blend this momentum with its tourism sector to promote local destinations as fashion hubs. Nigeria, with its vibrant cultural heritage, is in a unique position to follow in the footsteps of other nations that have successfully integrated fashion into their tourism strategies. The global success stories of Rwanda, Ghana, and Kenya illustrate how cultural fashion tourism can drive not just international attention but also local economic empowerment. Nigeria already has cultural festivals like the Durbar Festival, the Osun Festival, the Eyo Festival, and the Ojude-Oba festivals and others that attract local and international visitors. By integrating fashion showcases into these events, Nigeria can highlight the beauty of the traditional garments like Ashoke and Adire, while offering tourists a first-hand experience on how these fabrics are woven and dyed. This could be similar to Ghana's Chale Wote festival, which blends street art, music, and fashion to engage thousands of tourists and drive local sales of crafts and garments. Nigeria could introduce fashion tourism tours, offering visitors curated experiences where they can visit textile markets, witness the craftsmanship of traditional weavers, and purchase unique handmade fashion items. A model for this can be found in Rwanda, where tourists are guided through cooperatives producing Umusambi silk, adding value to their travel experiences while promoting local business. African countries like South Africa have successfully used destination marketing to promote its cultural sectors, including fashion. Nigeria could market cities like Lagos, Abeokuta, Ibadan, Shagamu, Kano, Zaria, Sokoto as fashion capitals in their own right, celebrating local crafts and textiles through dedicated campaigns aimed at international visitors. Tourism's potential to boost Nigeria's fashion industries go beyond cultural appreciation. It will create jobs and drive export growth. The Nigerian fashion industry currently is worth an estimated $4.7 billion, still has untapped supply chain opportunities that can benefit from the integration of tourism. If Nigeria were to promote local textiles and fashion through tourism, it will create jobs in sectors such as textile production, garments design, and retail, helping to reduce unemployment and strengthen local economics. Countries like Ethiopia has shown that textile production can be both a job creator and an export booster. The SOUQ Tex initiative, which promotes sustainable, eco-friendly fashion, has led to increased global demand for Ethiopian garments. Nigeria could emulate this model by highlighting its sustainable practices such as the eco-conscious dyeing process used in Adire textile production and marketing them to an international audience. Countries that have successfully integrated tourism into fashion provide a clear blueprint for Nigeria. Kenya transformed its Maasai Suka cloth to an internationally recognized symbol of Kenya culture, drawing tourists who purchase Maasai-inspired fashion items that contribute directly to local economics. Peru has a thriving tourism industry around its traditional Andean textiles, with tourists visiting local villages to see firsthand how alpaca wool is woven into intricate patterns, creating jobs for thousands of women. These success stories show that fashion and tourism can coexist and flourish, creating cultural appreciation and economic growth. Nigeria's path to leveraging tourism to its fashion industry is clear. By integrating fashion into its tourism strategy, Nigeria can attract international tourists through cultural festivals, fashion weeks, and market tours, create thousands of jobs in textile, fashion, design, and retail, boost exports of locally made garments, attracting global market for authentic handmade fashion, and drive foreign exchange and strengthen local economics. Tourism can be a gateway to unlocking the potential of Nigeria's fashion industry, and in doing so, showcase the vibrant culture and creativity that defines the nation. With the right policies, Nigeria can transform its textiles, fashion and apparel industries into globally recognized symbols of African innovation while creating a sustainable future for its people. I am Bayo Olaoye.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Hello and welcome to another episode on SOUQ Exclusive. My name is Shadi Uwe, and with me today on the show is Dr. Abel Mina. He is the registrar of the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management. It's a pleasure having you today, sir.
You're welcome.
The Institute, sir. Can we know the origin of the Institute?
Okay, thank you very much for having me on this program. Yeah, Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management is a professional institute that came into being as a result of God's revelation. Yes, I have few people know about it. I have told people how the institute came into being. But I think I will elaborate it on this program.
Yes, please do.
I was driving, it's going to be a story. I was driving from, I normally park in a church. Of course, I'm not a pastor, so take note of that. I was driving from the church because I normally park in a church. So as I was driving out of the church, something said to me, Human Resource and Strategic Management.
What year was this?
That was 2013.
2013.
And when he said that, I didn't really. He repeated it twice. It was around that kind of 6:30 o'clock. 6:30 in the morning. So I called my friend around 7 o'clock, who is in CAC, and I told him. I said, "Look." He said, "I should come." I went to him, and that's the beginning. He made a search, and he found out that the search was positive. The name was not there, so we started. And then the process of the registration, we went through Federal Minister of Justice, Federal Minister of Education, and CAC. And that is the beginning of the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management.
That's a nice one.
You're welcome.
So how does it contribute to the development of human capital in Nigeria?
Yes, the Chartered Institute of Human Resources and Strategic Management have contributed in so many areas as regards to professionalism and certifications, as regards to our training, and as regards to policy formulations and all that, and as in order to also regulate the professionals in the fields. Such trainings revolve around attitude and character management in workplace, because most of the things that we really find we had issues with is about personal relationship with the boss and the boss and the subordinates. So So we're looking at the character of people who work in an organization. How do they really relate? So that also takes us to management of subordinate and subordination, which of course one of the causes that we also treat. I don't want to mention some government establishments where you have the hierarchy, the boss, but the subordinates, do not really want to, want to listen to the advice or obey the superior. So in this training, we have been able to train some government established staffs in order for them to be able to, obey their superior. So that's some areas where we have contributed. We have also contributed in terms of policy formulation. Like the last induction that we did, the topic was strategic management in human resources management in public formulations. And you can see that that's public formulations is revolved around what we have today. Because there's no government or organization that will formulate a policy that will be detrimental to itself. So what we do, we advise governments and public sector, private sector, in public policy formulations in order to have a smooth running of the system.
What role does the institute play in promoting strategic management practices in the corporate world?
Yes, the role we play is we play advisory roles to organizations and to organizations, both public and private organizations. We play advisory roles because nobody has the monopoly of knowledge. So most of organizations comes in either during our induction, during our training and all that, and they seek our advice, and we advise them that these policies this policies that you are formulating is not going to go well. Like for instance, the present minimum wage. I have kicked against minimum wage.
Why?
Because it is not the driving force of any economy. It will not impact positively to the life of people. The driving force is price regulation, productivity. Because if you increase price, for instance, the salary has been increased. But the ordinary woman in the market does not know that the percentage of how much it has been increased to. So they will increase their price alongside that. So the things that they are selling for 1 naira before they might sell for 5 naira, but which does not commensurate with the level of the the increment of salary. So increment of salary, I have over time kicked against it, and I'm still kicking against it.
You're saying that the government needs to do more.
They do more than increasing of salary. Now let us look at in the 60s and the 70s and the late 80s and all that. How much was the salary? People were able to build houses. Now the thing that contributes to this factor is our exchange rates, because 95% of the things that we eat in this country are imported. So the government need to do more on that than to increase salary. So they need to do more on that, on productivity. There are farmlands. The government can, because of the insecurity, before now there was no shortage of food, and the price of food were not as high as they, but because of the insecurity, people can no longer go to farm.
But we make it feel like it's only in the northern part where the insecurity is high.
No. I want you to know about on that. This is not. Even I'm from Delta State. There are my people who have gone, who have been kidnapped, have been raped in the villages, even in the bush. When they went to farm, they raped them and all that. So fear has even come. They don't even go to farm anymore.
So that means that still there is positive security level in Nigeria. It means
it is a known fact. It is a known fact all over. Before now, in the early 60s, I grew up in the village, in a small town, in a small village. I went to the farm. After school, we go to the farm. We call our friends together, and then we go to his mother's farm. The next week or so, we go to our mother's farm. That's what we do. We're doing that.
But now that you're in Lagos, do you farm here?
I don't farm here, but of course I have a farm in the village. But people no longer, they can't go there because of the security. And of course, when you talk about Lagos, where's a farmland that you can farm apart from Ikorodu and all that, and some part of Ekpe and all that, Alagbado and all that. That's where you can farm. But how many people are ready? Because the facility for the farming is not also there. So the problem is the issue of productivity, once we get it right, it's the system of demand and supply. When the demand is higher than the supply, there's no way that the price will not go high. Let us look at the bus conductors. When people are in the bus stop, they see a crowd of people. They will apply the law of supply and demand. But they won't understand that is what they are applying. They will just a fare that was 10 naira before, they can increase it to 20 naira, 30 naira. Because they have seen that there's so much crowd in that. Yes. So they will increase it. But of course, they don't know that they are applying the principle of demand and supply. So the thing is that once there is sufficient food, there's going to be, drastic reduction of price of goods. Coupled with the increase of fuel presently, what do you think about? That's a whole lot. So now, when we talk about the policy, it is giving somebody 10 naira and you're giving somebody 10 naira with your left hand, and you are collecting it with 30 naira from your right hand. That is what it is.
So the situation gets worse.
It gets worse. That is what it is presently.
Okay, so you've talked about the trainings that you do at the institute. Those for both organizations and then the private sector. So, what is the impact in the revenue generation in the economy in Nigeria of the institute?
Yes, it has a lot of impacts. So many impacts, a lot of impacts. Now you have time factor, which of course is one of the major things. Time. The richest people in the world are people who manage their time properly, not an idle person. So our training has been able to revolve around, time, management of time, management of resources, management of human capital developments. So it has positive impact on every organization as a result of our training.
Can you tell us about the specific skills that you provide here?
Yes, like I said, the skills we provide, training for certifications and professional membership. Now, we have different categories of professional membership. We have the graduate membership, we have the associate membership, we have the full membership, we have the fellow membership, we also have the doctorate fellowship. So these are the specific training that we train for different categories of membership. Now we also do training for leadership role, those who are aspiring for leadership role. We also do training for those who are wants to become a consultant. We do training for those who wants to become a consultant, and so many trainings like that.
Okay, so you talked about graduate membership. Now, in this digital age where people would say that you do not need to be in the four walls to get knowledge. Do I have to be a graduate to have a certification?
No, now the graduate membership, yes. Let me give you the different as I've mentioned, the different categories of membership. There are different categories of different categories of qualifications that one needs to have before you can apply. Now, the graduate membership, with school SOUQ, we don't have a program for any school SOUQ. For now. We don't have a program for our membership. Is not for school SOUQ. But we can also consider a school SOUQ holder who has worked in an HR department or who has worked in an organization for over a period of time. We can consider that. Do you know what? Somebody that have a BSc or a master's degree in a particular field and is employed in an organization where a school SOUQ has been working for 10-20 years, that person that has a school SOUQ would train the person that have a BSc or a master's degree on that field, in spite of the fact he has a master's or a BSc degree on that field. The person that has experience, so experience is, so we consider experience as part of the fact that he does not have a degree, it can be considered. But that depends on the numbers of years that he has worked as an HR person or he has worked in administrative capacity. Because what we do is all about administrative factor.
Like you said earlier, you said that you provide specific training for certain. So as a business person, you have some certain businessmen that I've never seen the four walls of a school, but in their business sector they have the experience. Do you offer training for people like that?
Yes, we do training for such people. Now, in the intro, I remember in the beginning, I mentioned of training, some courses that we do, like attitude and character management. Now, someone who have not gone to school, he might not have the ability to manage his staff. Then we train such person in attitude and character management. He has also his own personal attitude, and his employees also have a character. So in that training, he will be able to manage the staff that he has, in spite of the fact, of course, university does not even teach some of these courses, because the courses we are teaching are practical and professional courses. So university does not teach that. So what we do for such people who do not go to universities or have the knowledge of 4 walls of education, we train them on that specific. We also train them on skill and career development. They need to move from one level of life to another. So we also teach them on how they can manage their business. One of the problems we have in this world is about management. Knowing what they want, knowing the staff, how they can employ the staff, which is recruitment and selection process, knowing what training is fit for a particular person, what salary structure should they apply. These are some of the things that we train those who do not go to the force of, or even those who even went, because they even have a master's, even PhD. Some of them are not knowledgeable about these areas of recruitment and selection, training and development, what again now, and motivation and compensations and all that. So we train them on that.
Okay, so how would you, this is a personal question, so how would others, describe your management style?
We have our management styles. There's no organization that have a specific, because management style, revolve around is dynamic. Is dynamic.
Okay, so how do you foster a positive work culture, in the institute?
Interpersonal relationship, listening. A good leader must listen. That is one of the attributes of a good leader. You must listen to your subordinates, listen to suggestions and all that, and then have interpersonal relationship. You know why I said the other time, I said salary is not really the issue of people. There are people that are going to pay 5,000 naira and they'll be happy to come to the office every day. Do you know why? Because they have interpersonal relationship with the boss. Not that aspect of when those negative aspects, the positive aspect, when they come, they have issues, they speak with the boss will be able to tell them, oh, no, do it this way. Their personal issues, they discuss. Like one of my staff came in this morning and I saw her face and I asked, are you okay? If there's anything that you want us to discuss, and of course that's what I've been doing.
And that's one of the things that most bosses
don't do. Yes.
They feel like, because they pay you a salary,
they are servants. Yes. And once a boss begins to look at their subordinate as a servant, that's where the issue is. I have talked about it over time in some areas too, in some fora too. I have discussed that. The modern day word as HR is the modern day of managing people. We no longer see human being as tools. We no longer see human being as what again now? How do I call it? Okay, we see human being as an asset, not a tool, not a machine. It was in the eras of those colonial masters and all that, and of course some people are still practicing that medieval method of managing people. But the present HR, which of course we practice, is seeing people as an asset, because if you see person as an asset, now he add value. And then the person you also see, you has the projection that I have a stake. When your staff does not have a stake in your organization, the tendency for him to do a lot of things and go away is there.
In fact, there's the saying that the HR is not your friend. You heard about that?
The HR?
Yes.
Yes. No, yes. Do you know why? Yes, it is not your friend, but it is your friend. Because we want to put the right peg in the right hole. And in our system, this favoritism, criticism, is my brother, is my friend, please can
we, this is Nigeria. Our culture plays a lot.
Yes.
In whatever we do, even in the corporate world.
Yeah.
So when we talk about, favoritism, nepotism, is this something that we can eradicate totally?
Even in the advanced world, it cannot be eradicated outrightly. The only thing that it can be minimized It can't be minimized. I don't want to mention names of companies. You see some companies like the banks, they employ anybody from any organization, from any academic, any whether whether you read accounting, you read finance, you read geography, you read Yoruba, you read Igbo, they will employ you because they have a culture of training people to fit into their fit into their system of operation. So that is their culture. Now, in that process, because they know that if they train this person, it will also be better off. Now, a little bit of favoritism comes in. A little bit of I know him, I know you. Please give the person no. But in that situation, that does not mean that yes, if the person is employed in that area capacity, he will be trained, and based on that, it can be. But in a situation where the management organized, because I know some of organizations, they don't train their staff. They normally get people who have been trained for somewhere, and then So in such cases, they are employed based on recommendation. So it cannot be totally eradicated, but it can be minimized. Minimized in the sense that putting the right peg in the right hole, and then giving some incentive and all that.
I'm talking about career advancements. How those certification in this institute guarantee that?
Thank you very much for that question. I don't want to. Like I always said, I don't want to. Yes, yes, because presently the federal government came in to say that every human resource person in the category of level should be certified. The federal government, okay, and every administrative staff for a particular level, they should be certified in order for them to be promoted and all that. And of course, that has helped a lot of our members through our certification to get promoted, even apart from the what's it called, the public sector, the private sector. We have top managers, directors who are members, who have elevated, who has our certifications have elevated, even in Canada, even in US, across the world. People come do our program and travel out, and then they come. This morning I just got an email from US that our the certification should be verified, whether it emanated from us, because the person want to get a job, want to be employed, and they want to find out that the certification that is presented, is it genuine, does it emanate from us? So you can see that it has helped thousands of people in getting promotion, getting job, and all that.
So this means that you're saying that with the certification here in Nigeria,
it is,
you can use it is universal.
Yeah, you can. Yes, global. You can use it global. And then and then the certificate is verifiable online.
Okay. So in this age where it's digital, is it compulsory to come to? Yes.
Of course, we don't have physical class. We have this office for those who want to come to your office to make physical verification and findings. Ordinarily, we don't really need office.
Your classes online.
Our classes are online. Registrations are online. We have what we call self-examine assessment questions. Is online. So our registration is online. Our training is online.
Has this always been the case?
No. Yes, I will tell you. It manifests. It was during the COVID era. And let me also tell you that when you have interpersonal relationship with your staff, they bring viable suggestions. It was one of my staff. Yes, she's no longer with us. That suggested that we've been doing physical class, and now that there's no physical class, there's everybody's there. Why don't we look at? Yes. So why don't we look at this online training? And we started. Do you know that when we started it, as at that time, people were bored at home, and they were looking for something to keep them busy, and we keyed into that, and of course it was marvelous. And since that time we don't have physical class. Now why we don't also have physical class? Because some people are in Kano. We could have 1 or 2 people who register in Kano, for instance, and then 5 in Kaduna, 6 in Port Harcourt. We cannot bring those people into one fold. Though we have coordinators across the nation, we have coordinators who does registration and all that. But for the class, it is online. As I speak to you, they are online. They are in class. And then the uniqueness of this class is that you can access your class once you have the code. Once you make your payment, you have your code. You can access the class at any given time. It is not everybody will be in this. If you want to access your class by 1 a.m., you can wake up and start, enjoying the class. If you have a question, you put it on the web, you put it on that question, the person in charge will respond to you.
So it's more like a 24 hours.
Yes, 24 hours.
Is it time bound?
It is not, they're not really time bound, because even after the induction, you can continuously enjoy the class. But the only thing that differ is that once you feel, you can only access the next class when you have finished the first class. And then after the first mode of that class, you take 2 days for you to digest the first one, because we won't give you the privilege of going on through the classes at once and then you will lose track. So after 2 days, you now go to the next module, so that 2 days interval will enable you to digest and review what you have done before you go to the next module. So that is how it works.
Okay, so you have the difference within your institute and then another institute that is similar to yours. I want to know. What's the difference?
Yes, the difference. One, let me categorically say here that there are two factors or two principles, or two disciplines that drives every organizational success, which is human resources and strategic management. I will want to use what you have in your hand, your phone, as a case study. How many SIM does your phone have?
One.
Is it one SIM?
How many assets that have two?
Yes, 95% of assets today they have two, particularly the Android, but your phone has a provision for 2. You choose to have one.
Yes, on one of the apps. WhatsApp, you can have 2 WhatsApp messages.
On one phone. So what am I saying is that it's a professional body one, but with two disciplines that drives organizational success. Like I said, human resources and strategic management are the 2 factors that drives any organizational success.
It goes beyond human resources.
It goes beyond human resources. So it's about human resources and strategic management. That's one of the uniqueness and then the driving force of the institute. Then the second part is that professional institutes are registered by, body established by government, which is the Federal Ministry of Justice, Federal Ministry of Education, and CAC. Now, these are verifiable online. I have not seen any professional institute that even the CIPM, our father, we respect them because they have been there since 1962 or thereabouts. They also do the registration. Name Nigerian Institute of Management Chartered. The same thing. So if you go online and check, go to CAC website to check, you will see all their names there. So those who don't have their names and registration on CAC website, I think I wouldn't go there, but it is left for the CAC to look into that. Okay, now so that is one of the uniqueness, and then that's the second uniqueness. Then the second uniqueness is that the kind of things we offer, the kind of training that we offer is second to none. Yes, because in our training, during our induction, people confess that they have not seen induction like this. When they come for our induction, the things that we give, they get a plaque very big for the fellows, different things and quality things. So that is another uniqueness on our part. But the most important thing is value added. You cannot just give. We don't just give certificates. You must be able to defend the certificate we are issued to you. So you must be properly trained, get certified, and that's it.
So one of the things that you say that your institute, one of the factors that your institute promotes is networking.
Yes.
With professionals.
Yes, we have. As I speak, there are some even people, the last induction there, we have added them to we have what we call the board of fellows. Now, this board of fellows are people who think for the institute, they also think for the institutes. And then the networking aspect is that in the group, some people have issues in their place of work. They put it in the platform and say that, I have problem with my boss. How do I resolve it? 3 weeks ago, one of our members sent a message to the group and said that her boss sent a letter for review, that he should review something that somebody has written, that promotion and incentive, and the HR, her name was not included, and she has worked for 5 years. The condition is that they must have worked for 5 years before they can get a car loan and other incentive. So she now put it in the platform, and somebody responded that it was saying that she was not going to reply the boss. Somebody now told, no, reply your boss. Yes, reply your boss. It's your boss. And then he has confidence. That's what she did. And by the time the boss saw that clause, the man changed his mind. So you can see that there's network. And then also, there are some who don't have a job, who are our members. So when there's a job vacancy, they send to us, we put it in the platform, and then they also interact. Like that, there are some who have a job and they need a better place. They communicate within themselves, and then
So if I get it correctly, you don't have to have a job.
No, you don't need, even the thing, it is even more, it is better off when you don't have a job.
So you get a certification.
You get it, yes. If you look at today's adverts, you will see that your BSc, Masters, PhD, and professional membership certificate added advantage. Let me give you a scenario. We have coppers that serve in our office. Now, one of our coppers went to serve in a particular company, and after the 1 year service, they wanted to retain some of the coppers, about 5 of them, and then they said they should present the certificate. And they presented all their certificate, and one of them had our graduate membership, because we normally give them 2 certificates, and we'll talk about that. We give them 2 certificates. We give them graduate membership certificate and proficiency certificate. The proficiency certificate contained the courses that we trained them on. So he presented those certificates, and the man said, "So when did you do this?" He said, "While I was here, I was doing the training online." Do you know that she was the only person that was employed? And we have so many cases like that. So even you have a job, you don't have a job, it's a win for you. Yes.
So upon your inauguration in July, induction.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon. Congratulations once again. Is there anything different that you're doing now?
Yes, there are so many things that we are doing differently now. Now we're looking at publication of our journals, which we have not done before. So we're working on that. And then we're also looking at our members being a factor. When I mean factor, contributing factor to the institute. Of course, we have not been given them the privilege to advise before, like as it is now. Though they normally are, but now we have make it a little bit broad for those who have one ideas, to add to the institute and all that. And that has worked marvelously. And also, we were not giving room for recommendation. We didn't really give them for recommendation, but now they make recommendation. They recommend people and all that. So a lot of things have changed positively for us and positively for them.
So your fees, are they the fees?
Yeah, there are fees. Yes, it's pocket friendly. Our fees are pocket.
I'm asking this because like we said, if you don't have a job, the certification actually propels you.
Yeah.
It gives you an edge.
Yeah.
For people like that, is there any sort of waiver?
No. We don't have waivers, but they are discounted. And then possible payment installment, so that it could give them a leverage for payments. They can pay 2-3 times and all that. But payments must be completed before they get their certificates. So that's but of course the fees is very, very pocket friendly, considering what we offer. You see, what we pay for in university, the university all of us went for, we pay for ignorance. The school that charges the highest school fees, they are paying for ignorance, and that's what we are paying for, and that's what people also pay for in the institute. Ignorance. The people reading accounting, they are paying for ignorance because they don't know anything about accounting. So what they are going there, they learn it because they are ignorant of it. They pay for it, so they also pay for it here. So that's what but we allow them, we give them flexible mode of payment and flexible pattern of lectures as well.
So we're about to round off the show.
Okay.
Please tell us, what's your 5-year plan?
Yes, a 5 years plan. From now, we want to see the institutes across the world. Not just seeing the institute, having strategic offices across the world. Yes, presently the institute is known globally, but we don't have that
physical
presence in country. Yes, so we are looking to that. By God's grace, I'm going to Ghana in the by next month as regard to the institute. Okay, so we're going to look for how we're going to establish. We have also went to Rwanda and some other countries to see that we have a physical presence in some of the African countries before the Western world and all that. And in the next 5 years, we see ourselves dominating in Nigeria, in Africa, and the world in general.
Okay, in this aspect, you say think that the government has a role to play?
Yes, the government have a role to play in the sense that enabling policies. The policies that will favor professional institutes. I will talk more of the finance. The government should look at financing some of their staffs, because they also find it, because somebody receiving that amount of money, for instance, I don't want to mention, and he has family to plan for, school fees and all that, and at the end of the day you are asking the person to come and pay or a particular fee for indoor for certification, even if it's necessary, even if it's something that will promote. He want to say, I beg, so he want, but so if government can really fund, yes, and of course I understand that government do funding of training, yes, but for the certification aspect, that I don't. Yes, that's so the government should also look at it, and then the government should look at the salary structure, which I have said that it is not the best. That they should look at how prices of things can come down. Probably because the way what we are charging presently, it could be as
about coming down or permanently. Is one thing, but for it to be stabilized.
Yes, no. You see, no. No nation gets it right. United States, their economy was worse than this in the past. If you read the history of our U.S. economy. Okay, so the thing is that the government should look at take drastic action as regard to productivity, farming, drastic one. And once those things, start materializing positively, the price of things will come down, and that will also have a repose effect on us. That our prices will, our fees will also come down. Even schools can also come down. Even rent can also come. Like this place, we pay a lot of money. There's no offices in Ikeja that is less than 2 million naira. Yes. Fairly, you can get 1.2, 1.5, 1.3, fair, but nothing less than 2 million and all that. So if things can come down, this will also affect our charging. We'll also reduce our fees as well. So,
like people say that Nigeria seems to have systematic growth because the government is in a position today, another comes in the next 4 years or in 8 years, and then they change policies.
I would have even mentioned that about I do a training for succession planning. We do training for those who are retired. We call it retirement psychology. We also do training for work-life balance. We do training on what again? Okay, let me talk about the succession plan, which of course I've talked and written about it. Now we have issues even in our organization, apart from the Fed, apart from the government, even in the public sector, in the private sector. Your immediate boss will not want you to move from where you are to another place. So when he wants to leave, he will look for somebody. Before he leave, he will look for somebody to come and replace it. Except the father, the son, the daughter business, like what just happened in one of the banks. I don't want to mention. Like what also happened in one of the churches that we know, that the son took over from the mother to the father, from the father to the son.
When people say that,
so those are succession plan, which of course they have. But of course, how are they truly prepared for that? Succession plan require prepared. There's one article I wrote. How prepared are you for the future? If somebody has contested 4 times, then he should be able to know that when I step into this position, these are the things I want to do. But it took him more than 6 to 7 months to appoint the ministers.
So you said something about life being dynamic.
Yes.
Government style being dynamic.
Yes.
Now, if you say because someone has contested 4 or 5 times, you know that the people he meets there, policies would have changed in those 5 years, 4 years, tenure that has passed.
Yes.
So he might get there and then it's a whole.
No, governance is a continuum. Okay. The major crisis that we have is infrastructure, electricity, what's it called? Education, insecurity. These are the key factors. So any government, look at what happened in the US, for instance. Look at Britain, for instance. Germany, another part of the world. When they come, they don't stop the project that somebody has done before. So government is a continuum. It's a continuous thing. So when you are coming in, not because it's not from one particular party, and then this person is because it's not from the party, you want to, no. So when I said that somebody who has okay, let's look at somebody, you have been preparing to go to university. And you have written your JAM 4 times. And at the 4th time you got admission. What is expected of you? The expectation is that you should do well. You will not go there and gallivant. Because you took a while, but you have also planned for it. That is why succession plan does not hold in this part of the country. Look at the succession plan they have. Rivers State, for instance. It's a tug of war between the former governor and the I'm sorry that we're talking politics. It's a tug of war. So how does that, that second, how would it affect the people? It's going to affect the people negatively. It's going to affect the people, the state negatively. Because the man will be thinking of how to survive in the governance. Then he will be thinking of how to, and all that. Look at what also happened in Edo. So these are some of the things that succession plan in Africa.
Like you said, I want to agree with what you said about policies. So the policies is what drives
every economy.
And then before we go, you talked about books.
Books.
Right? Yes.
Yes.
You write. How many books have you written?
Yes, I have written some, but they are not published. But I have written, apart from books, I'm a poet. Yes. I will mention some of the poems that I have written. I wrote for Fela.
Really?
Yes.
Where can we find these things?
Yes, I will send them. I wrote for Fela. I wrote for late Fela. I wrote for this man, one elderly man. I call him the grey hair of wisdom from the east. No, not Chinachebe. No, I forgot him. So I wrote for Fela. I also wrote for my father, my late father. I call him. I titled it Mina and the Ivory Horn. Okay. I also wrote for Africa. Come Back Home Africa. Rejoice Africa. Arise Africa. During the Liberian War, let's not talk about that. During the Liberian War, because I was in Liberia during the Liberian War, so I wrote what is called Arise Africa, because we are looking at the Western world manipulating Africa, to our own detriment, using Africa to fight against ourselves. So I wrote about it. I wrote about Come Back Home Africa. I look at people in diaspora. They should come back, because if you go to US, just take the statistics of Nigerians, Africans in US doing well. You see they are more doing well in health, in education, all that. Why not come back home? But of course, presently they cannot come home because of the insecurity. One man came from Benin. He came from US or UK. So rich, he was kidnapped and killed. So when people hear of these ones, they don't want to come back home. Of course, we still encourage them to come back home. So I wrote about come back home. I wrote the Evo Birds. I also wrote the theater of war during the Abacha time. I wrote the theater of war because they were killing and all that. So I wrote theater of war. I have so many of them like that.
So we have a program where we say that good Nigeria must be good. Any last words?
Yes, Nigeria must be good. Nigeria must be good. But for Nigeria to be good, it must start from the head. What is killing this nation is corruption. For Nigeria to be good, it must start from the head. If you see fish that is rotten, fish starts rotting from the head and not from the tail. We are the tail. So if Nigeria to be good, one of the APC shifter recently said. He said the people that will change this nation they are not born yet. That gives a very, very great impression of the system, because you understand the system. So for Nigeria to be great, our mindsets, the quick rich syndrome, because we all have it. Government should look into them, that if we have to tighten our bed, they should also tighten their bed first. Nigerians are the most enduring people, most patient people in the world, because most of the things that are happening here, if it happen in another nation, they won't take it. One, it is a self-sustaining economy. If I believe that tomorrow if I go to market I will sell and get food, I won't bother what happened next to, I don't know whether the government is existing or not. Nigerian people does not look at whether government is existing. Just give them the right thing. They go to the market, they sell their food, they eat. That's what they want. So the government should look at that for Nigeria to be great. Then for Nigeria to be great, our educational level, our educational sector should be looked into properly.
Do you think what they're doing is not enough?
It is not enough.
We're churning out. Someone said
I said we partner with NYC. We partner with NYC, and you turn up a lot of people every year. Every 2, 3, 6, 4 months, you turn up people and there's no job. They should look at how they can introduce technical skill into it. It is not this theory. I read finance. I taught in LASO, and as external system, but I never taught finance.
It's actually funny that people with technical skills are making more money than those in office.
Yes. So the technical aspect, forget the federal government does not need to build technical universities, technical schools. No. The structures are already there. All you need, convert some classes, some facilities you have there to technical school. What is happening in Japan? It is China and Japan and India. They are taking over. They don't talk about book. They talk about practical. So let them talk about practical. Everybody want to work in an office. It is because the federal made provision for an office. Federal government made provision for everybody to work in an office.
No, but even the culture itself. If you back in the day when you said, oh, you were a plumber, or you were a descent, or you were someone who sells food by the roadside, people look down on you. But we have now seen that the post-COVID pandemic, things have changed.
Yes, I watched a video this morning.
It seems that we're learning from those things.
Yes, I watched a video this morning. That brings me to let me answer that question. Through this video I watched. A lady in Germany, and Facebook thing is universal.
Yes.
She drives bus. She's a commercial bus driver. But people in Nigeria are mocking her than a bus driver.
And they earn a lot of money.
She now begins to explain the process of her becoming a bus driver, the license. And then she said that her license is equivalent to license of a pilot. Yes, because of the process that she would have paid almost 30-something million naira, but she got it on a scholarship for a bus driver. You understand it? So, like you said, that our mentality, our belief, data some people from going to skills. I'll use myself as an example. When I was not educated, I went to university very late. Even my secondary school, I went to secondary school very late. But when I started, people began to look at what this man want to do now. But today, because I sum up the courage that this is what I want to do.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Thank you very much, Temi Tokbe Omole. We'll take a moment now. When we return, the conversation will ensue, so stay tuned.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when our participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
West has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Still tuned into SOUQ News Television, and of course I told you that the delectable Blessing H.A. will be joining me on the program. Oh, well, not necessarily joining me, we're doing this together. partners in development. Blessing, good to see you today. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Partner in progress. Partner in
Yes,
shaping policy,
indeed.
advancing developments.
Of course it is. And talking about development, for a while now, the alternative payment system to SWIFT, talking about the BRICS Pay, which was developed by some countries as an alternative to the US dollar as a form of payment, has been making the rounds on news. And some persons have been, going back and forth with it. School of thoughts with different opinions. Is this here to stay? Can the BRICS payment, developed, of course, by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, be an alternative form of payment system to the US dollar, which has held sway, which has made the United States of America world power? And you hear, a lot of people say no, the US dollar. I mean, I was sitting at a place, I think it was a pub, and people were arguing seriously about this. At some point in this program, we've also talked about the Nigerian federal government trying to see if they could, become a part of the BRICS payment system as an alternative, to what we operate in now. I don't know what you make out of it, but then, of course, we do have, a seasoned development expert and someone who is very well versed with this conversation to contribute on the show. But then first, your thoughts though.
Okay, my thought is it's something that has been in the pipeline for long.
Yeah.
The BRICS have been trying one way or the other to replace the dollar. It seems to be a de-dollarization move. So how that will pan out at the end of the day, we'll wait to see. But with the BRICS pay, it seemed like they're getting somewhere close to having that happen. But for it being an alternative to the dollar, it's going to take a long long and hard work for that to happen, because the dollar is payment for a lot of things, apart from it being the currency for which you pay for commodities at the international global markets. It's still like the standard of measurement for currencies across the globe. So somebody tells you this thing costs like 5,000 naira in Nigerian currency. So for you to understand it, tell you, okay, maybe like $5 or $2, so you understand. So it's going to take a lot to happen, but what it will do is provide some form of alternative, but not the alternative. So it's going to be like, it's an option, but the dollar is still going to hold sway until a lot of countries accept it and it becomes payment for many transactions. So basically, it's about volume of transaction. If they can achieve that, then I think it would have been a dream come true for the BRICS.
Well, we'll open our eyes and dream these dreams open. I wonder what will happen to people who trade in Forex or who do Forex trading.
It may just bring a new dynamics to the market and make it maybe more interesting.
Dynamics. Anyway, let's have the perspective of Ambassador Wallace Williams, who is the chairman, African International Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a development expert and a regular on the program. Good morning to you, Ambassador Wallace.
Good morning to you, and good morning to our dear sister there, and your new set there, which looks absolutely wonderful. I hope to come there when I'm back to Lagos and sit with you on that new set. The perspective.
Right. Thank you very much. We'll just start off the conversation. Of course, the system in place, the Western system in place, the SWIFT payment system has, held sway for a couple of years now. And there's been this back and forth about the BRICS payment system. At this point, I'd want to, pick your herd first and foremost. With some other world powers rearing up, trying to see if they can come up with the BRICS pay. Of course, there's a Russia, there's a China, and the political undertone as to world domination. First and foremost, let's lay the basics. Does BRICS payment system have what it takes to completely, take over what we have already on ground with the SWIFT payment system?
It's about an alternative. You all just made the point, which was a very key point, about volume of trade. But when you look at volume of trade, look at the heavyweights behind an alternative system. Brazil, India, China, Russia, South Africa, and 159 countries. I think we need to do a calculation on what volume of trade that represents. And I think when you do your calculation and research, you will see that it is over 60% of world trade and to the normal SWIFT and dollar payment. And what will happen now, which is what I had referred to before, you will now have an alternative. No one is saying that it's going to take over. You have an alternative to trade in a new payment system, in a new currency that has evolved, that makes trading between countries much easier for them and their exchange rates, because their currencies are weak, extremely weak, and they have been weaponized by the dollar and feel that this is against their throat. They have no other alternative, and they are going to keep struggling. Their economies are going to be bashed about, and they are going to feel that, you know, what sense does it make? Everything they make and they try to trade with, they are at a disadvantage. What this gives now is a level playing field, and that is Mr. Dollar, Mr. SWIFT, you are no longer going to be the dominant factor in exchange and trade in the world. We now, as a group of countries with enough trade volume between ourselves, will have an alternative payment system and an alternative currency. Yes, we will trade with you on your currency, but it's no longer that your currency is dominant. What will happen is that we have a trading system, we have a trading platform, we have an alternative currency, and we have an alternative payment system among ourselves. And if we don't have to rely totally again on your payment system to our disadvantage, we are going to be in a situation where we will be, it's a win-win for us, and you will have to compromise to work with us if you want to trade with us. So I think the trade matter, the volume of trade, and the payment system alternative is now going to create a basket of trade currencies now for the world to trade in. And that is more important than having a currency that dominates, totally dominates, and decides, you know, what the value of your currency is, the volume of trade you can have, because don't forget, many people, if they cannot get the dollar, cannot trade. And therefore, they are at a disadvantage. So everybody should welcome this. And just to mention the fact that they might be a long way off, they're not. They're weeks away. They're weeks away. We are talking about October. We are actually weeks away before that payment system comes into force.
All right. The US dollar actually has its significance stemming from it being a reserve currency. So several countries have their reserve in the US dollar. Even if we talk about volume of trade, and that can be achieved by the BRIC nations, being that they are more like the manufacturing hub and the commercial countries of the world. But when we talk about reserve currency, would that still mean that some countries who were not part of the BRICS at this point, but may have indicated interest to be part of the BRICS, would be able to have that as an alternative for their reserve?
Well, you have to quickly follow what is happening. A lot of them have started to move away from having the dollar as their reserve currency. And, you know, take, for instance, Saudi Arabia. They've already made the indication. China, you know, most of those who are in BRICS are already looking seriously at moving away from having the US dollar as their reserve currency. And it will have to happen because to ensure that their BRIC system moves away from the dollar, they will have to also look at having their reserve currency in the system that they are supporting. I mean, it does make sense because the reserve currency is also going to be the mainstay, the blood of their currency reserves. And why would you want to maintain your currency reserves in the dollar if what you're using for ensuring that you can move away from a payment system that is disadvantaged to you? Why would you also keep your reserve currency in dollar unless some people want to hedge and they hedge by having a basket of currencies, including the dollar, as part of their hedging. And if part of the hedging is to keep some, I would not see them keeping all into the reserve banks of the West, whilst they are moving swiftly away, to use a terminology, swiftly away from the SWIFT system. So I do not see that as being the be-all and end-all of the system of reserve currency for these countries. No, China and all the other major big players have said that they're moving their reserve currencies, and they have the biggest reserve currencies vested in the dollar. And if they're moving out, you can bet that the others who have now got the confidence to be in BRICS will also do the same. They will follow suit.
Sir Wallace, I'd like to, find out what you think about the BRICS payment system and the SWIFT. If you place them side by side, how do they compare? There's been talks about a currency for the BRICS payments in the works, and there's been talks about, blockchain, going that direction of blockchain and all. But then, if you had to compare them, how would you put them side by side?
Well, we haven't seen the launch as yet, but you can bet that they will be going towards adoption of a lot of digital technology. And don't forget, the US themselves are already moving because they fear what is going to happen with BRICS. They're moving towards a digital dollar. I don't know if you're aware of that they have already talked with the Federal Reserve Bank, and the US have talked about having a digital dollar. So even they have started to look at embracing the technology of blockchain and digital exchange of currency, goods, and services. So if you are to guess or second guess what surprise element the BRICS will have, I would say it's technology. I would say is digital applications, and certainly among them would be blockchain for transactions, because now the world has moved away from paper fiat in most transactions, from mobile money to digital transfers. You are now having the adoption of technology. And of course, the dollar are already moving towards a digital dollar, so they themselves have seen the light and will move towards the adoption of technology for their currency. And if the comparison will have to be, and you have to bet on it, you can bet that the BRICS currency would have adopted a lot of digital technology, a lot of security with regards to digital technology and digital payment systems. And I would dare say they would probably be an edge ahead of the dollar in comparison. So if I had to make a bet, I would say that the BRICS would have welcomed and looked at all the payment systems that are evolving in the world, whether it's Kenya, whether it's Europe, whether it's anywhere in the world, that everyone is adopting digital technology as a means of trade and payment. I would say that they would have looked at that very carefully. Their scientists, their designers, their IT people would have looked at that. Their financial and fintech teams would have looked at all that and perhaps absorbed all of that and also initiate and evolve new cutting edge technology. So if I was to bet on comparison, I would say that they will be a step ahead of the dollar. That's my bet.
All right. Earlier when Temple and I were talking, he mentioned the forex market. So this is where the currencies of the world are traded. What do you think would be the role, or how key is the forex market to the acceptance and adoption of the BRICS Pay? What dynamics do you think it's going to bring to the forex market? Ambassador Wallace, I'm not sure you heard me, but I'm going to repeat my question. So the forex market, it's where currencies are traded, and the most traded currency there is the dollar. Now, if the BRICS Pay is launching, all right, I just heard now that Ambassador Wallace is having some network glitch from his end. We hope that he rejoins us shortly. Before that time, TC, we're talking about the forex market and how the BRICS Pay might change things there, or how it might affect the forex markets. Currently, the dollar is the widely traded, the most common currency traded in the forex market. Now, with all of the digital advantage that the BRICS Pay seem to be building to have, how do you think it's going to affect its acceptance? What role will the forex market play in the acceptance of the BRICS Pay beyond just countries who are members of BRICS?
Well, I feel that, a lot of people opt for the US dollar because of its stability and what the foreign reserve has done to ensure that it continues to manage. So you don't have some of those inflations rise and fall experience with other currencies. Also, despite the fact that the pound sterling is way higher, in comparison to the dollar and the euros as well. But then the exit of Britain from, Brexit hasn't really helped the pound. Yeah. And the pounds as an alternative source or alternative form of payment or funding. The US have been able to consolidate its market hold and ensure that the dollar is the go-to, right? Countries all over the world have also used the dollar as for, so it's more like he was talking about volume of trade. And so you have how many countries in the world now, and then probably 80% of all those countries use the US dollar, not the pounds, not the euros, not the yen, but the dollar. And so that's the struggle. And the US has fortified this by having bilateral relations, has increased trade relations, economic ties, strengthened economic ties with all of these countries, providing aid, providing support. And these aids and support and even missions are done in dollars. And then you also have a penetration of remote jobs now into the African continent. You have US employers seeking more African employees, and then you're being paid in dollars. And so payment systems are now fine-tuned for you to receive dollar pay. And then you're earning this foreign currency. You now get to have like a conversion to the naira. And I mean, so it's just a whole lot that's been perfected by the United States to ensure that they continue to hold sway and dominate. So if you pick all of these and you put it into Forex, I mean, and anybody who does forex trade would want to continue to do dollar, because you want to also buy a car and you had dollar equivalent. It's easier for you to pay. And so you're in Nigeria, you have a dollar account.
But don't you think that if the BRICS Pay comes on the forex market, it gives them some form of exposure to people who ordinarily would not maybe have need to make transactions using the BRICS Pay. And so they're quite used to it. They're
Yeah.
exposed to it. And so little transactions are being done. It also gives them some room to use the currency and see where there are imperfections, where it has challenges, as opposed to the US dollar that has universality. So you can trade from anywhere with the US dollar. So that seemed to be like some place to experiment. And also, and you know that in the Forex market, you have lots of young people who are quite adventurous. When you see a new currency that
You
provides
wanna
them
try
more
it.
value, then maybe it's even cheaper, the transaction. And then they can also do business, is also effective. They may just be buying into it.
Okay, so I'm going to come at it from this angle, and that's the fact that you mentioned young people. So how many persons actually trade in Bitcoin and blockchain right now? How many persons are abreast with the workings of the blockchain industry? Not the workings, sir, the terminology, the concept, the ideology, before you now talk about the workings.
But I don't think that the BRICS Pay will be as complex as cryptocurrency.
Well, from what I've read and what I've researched, I mean, it's going to go towards that direction. It's not going to be like a currency note.
Yes, but
right?
maybe not as complex as that.
Well, in as much as it might not be that complex in your own word, because you don't know what it's going to be just yet. It's definitely not going to be a form of exchange that you can appreciate with the eye. So it's something that has to be technologically driven. It's going to be soft, in quote, right? How many persons, especially in the African continent, which is the main focus of most of these world powers, the trade relations, the economic relations are with African continents or countries in the African continent. The last time Ambassador Wallace was on the program, while I was on the show, he mentioned something. He said, why will one country have a relation, like an arrangement with the whole continent? One country, I think it was Indonesia or something, that
Yes,
signed that
Indonesia
agreement.
and Africa.
So you can imagine Indonesia, Africa, not Indonesia to Nigeria, not Indonesia to Ghana, and then what are you giving back? I don't know if you get
I get what you're saying.
So
but
it's
if you
the
look
people
at
in Africa who are going to be the in broadcasting, we say the target audience. These are going to be the target market. These are the persons who are going to make that arrangement come alive.
Okay, if you talk about people in Africa, I would say that if they could trade crypto, in spite of how much the central bank has not really been flowing along that line, there have been restrictions. If they could trade crypto, I don't think that if the BRICS Pay was to launch and it's in the Forex market, that traders in Africa would have issues with that. So I think it's going to be a learning curve, but eventually it's something that they would be able to handle. But what I do see happening here is that for Africans who trade with China, who trade with Russia, because Russia seems to be getting lots of welcome in Africa. So that might just be a very good way of them transacting. And if you get onto the Forex market, maybe the excitement of what's this BRICS Pay? What does it do? How can we transact with it? Are there benefits? Are there advantages? Might just make people want to explore and see how it goes, in my thinking. But hey, we need to wait for the BRICS Pay to launch in the Forex market and see if it would be able to cause any disruption or it's going to be a failed project. But I think that with all that has been put into it and how much of success the dollar has had, which they've studied, we might just be looking at something new that will change things. Let's take a break. On a return, we continue the conversation looking at the BRICS Pay. Is it going to be the swift killer or not?
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
It's good to know you're still with us on Early Exchange this morning, and the conversation is still about the BRICS Pay. Would it be the SWIFT killer, the system that has been in place using the dollar as the international currency for trade? Will it be or not? And Ambassador Williams Wallace, who is the chairman of African Chamber of Commerce, is still a guest as he joins virtually this morning. Before the interruption with your network connection, the question I asked is the forex market. Would the BRICS Pay be a disruption in the forex market? How significant is the forex market to the acceptance of the BRICS Pay?
Right. As I said, and sorry for the technical hitch we had, they will have no choice because you have a powerful trading volume of countries. And I like the fact that you made the point about the youth and Africa. The youth, on the African continent is 75% of the continent, and they are moving towards fintech and digital education and digital involvement in already trade, like Kenya is with M-Pesa and others. I was yesterday at the National Identity Management Day, and already AfriGo is making leaps and bounds in that direction as well. So evolving on the continent is quite a lot of fintech digitally going in the direction of trade. And then the point that you made, which is quite good, but you missed it a little bit, is that the continent of Africa, yes, is the new bride. And who are there? China, Russia, Brazil has volume trade, India. And these are people who will pioneer the BRICS. And having the continent as a continent where 26 out of the countries on the continent have very weak currencies, what is going to happen? They will want to adopt something new and alternative that will ease their trading exchange on the world market. And therefore, it's a very clever move from the point of view of even the African continent, who will be willing to not be weaponized against by the dollar. So the forex market, they will have no choice but to accept the new alternative currency among their basket of currencies. And I think we are looking at an evolution, a revolution that is going to shake the world quite soon, more than people think. I mean, quietly, this is moving, like a quiet storm. And I think it's going to break in a very, very big way. And I am saying to my friends and those who have volumes of dollar, start hedging, because you are going to get a hit on the dollar when the BRICS comes into play. That is my vision and foresight on what's going to happen.
So are you there?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, so let's take this conversation to the continent of Africa because you know we've talked about it, and yes, at some point there were talks about a regional currency for ECOWAS and all. I mean, would that have been an alternative for Africa? Yes, Africa is the new bride. All the world powers, are courting, wanting to, get Africa to, do business and to tie with them. But then, how about if we, as Africa, have our own regional
Currency.
currency? Would that be better for us?
Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And there is work going on it at the moment as we speak. There is work going on regional currency, or rather continental currency. But already, Niger, Mali, and Burkina Faso has taken a leap, quantum leap, in that they have already developed and moved away from the CFA, the French currency, in Africa, because it's not a currency in Europe, but it's a currency that they've used as also a weapon in Africa. And they've moved away from that and are adopting their own currency. So it's happening. The African continent has recognized that we need to move and have our own standard currency. And we are working on SUDAC, Standard United Digital African Currency Contract, at the moment. And we will keep you informed where that is concerned, because as the African Chamber, we have recognized that the continent need to evolve their own platforms, their own payment system, and their own standard currency. It's an essential.
Now, for even the currencies that have been developed, the advantage to any country is the balance of trade. One of the reasons why the African countries in Africa have had weak currencies is the deficit in balance of trade. It's more like there's a higher demand for the dollar every time that there is a trade between African countries and countries outside of Africa. How can this be managed? With the introduction of the BRICS pay, change anything about this?
Yes, it will, because already some countries are being allowed to trade in their currency on a unilateral basis with some of the other countries. India has already started, China has already started, and I must tell you that already Nigeria has a unilateral arrangement with China. Do you know that you can go to China and use your naira unilaterally to pay for goods and services? Now that is already happening and taking place, because the advantage that the BRICS countries want is to be able to give African countries the ability to trade with what they have in exchange for what they will get. And it's a win-win in that respect. Traders leave Nigeria, go to Guangzhou, and they buy and pay for goods and services in naira. Now, that is just to tell you that the revolution has already started quietly. And so a lot of these BRICS countries would be giving unilateral relationships with the African countries whose currencies they know are very weak, but give them the ability to breathe and to trade. And that's an advantage for us until we have developed our own currency, our own platform, our own exchange.
All right, so still talking about the balance of trade. So report shows that when it comes to the US and China, part of the reason they've always had a balanced trade is due to domestic macro forces. What can Africa learn from them?
ACFTA, the African Free Trade Area, we have to now start trading among ourselves that China has done, because what China did is use the advantage of numbers. They have a captive market, and therefore that, as you said, has given them a balance of trade with the United States. Africa now has to adopt the same policy and use the African continental free trade as their means of balancing up. Start trading within, buy local, trade local, and use the advantage that the African free trade area will give the continent look inwards before looking outwards, because they were forced to look outwards because of the dollar and the trade with the rest of the world. But we have a captive market too. The African continent, we are 1.3 billion. So let's have the same, and let's do the very same. Use the same model. There's nothing to say, well, your surplus cannot be traded outside to the rest of the world. But first, use the advantage of captive market, and then the surplus you trade outside. So if 70% of your manufactured goods and your products can be traded within the market, and the rest you depend on, you've reduced your risk by trading internally, and just not relying totally on trading with the rest of the world where you are at a disadvantage.
So considering these macroeconomic forces, what's the trade outlook in the long term for China and the US?
Well, China will maintain their position because they have already committed themselves to one, having a new payment system. Two, they know they have the strength of numbers of their own market, captive market. Three, they know that they have joined with other major markets and traders like Russia, India, Brazil, and they're sitting pretty. They're quite happy that they've got support now. That is what it is. In other words, whereas before America could have singly targeted them and they had no support, this idea of BRICS have given them, it's like a pack of wolves now. They are moving together and they are supporting each other. So therefore, they are not singled out again strategically by the US to be hit as a lone wolf. They are now with a pack, and the pack is BRICS, and therefore they have support. So when it comes now to the macroeconomic forces, they have created an extra macroeconomic force among themselves. And that is the advantage now of BRICS having evolved into a major force to be reckoned with. And I dare say it will be a major force.
That has given China trade surplus is the export-oriented economic model it has. And then when you look at the US, it has consumer spending. In spite of how much these two countries seem to have trade war, they're still like the tongue and the feet. They still live together and somehow depend on each other. So with China being a significant player in the BRICS and with the development of the BRICS Pay, will it in any way affect this trade between them?
No, I think what will happen is that they will have mutual respect. And what I'm saying again is that this move was clever by China to have pioneered together with the others this trading advantage space. In other words, we have to trade. We must trade because we are large exporters and we are major producers and manufacturers. And now it's just a chess game. And they will be playing that chess game very, very carefully among themselves. And it will be a question of who blinks first. I dare say that America will now have to stay on its side of the fence and watch how China is maneuvering with BRICS.
Just talking about the relationship, no love lost between China and United States. In his words, I dare say, of course, they have to depend on each other. I mean, no man is an island.
At all.
In as much as we are on the island.
Oh, yeah.
We cannot survive without, those on the other side, on the mainland. I mean, this is just me being putting in pawn into perspective. But
That's
then
right.
there's a perspective to it. And that's the fact that there are reports that China is also, transiting into a consumer-driven economy. I would have wanted to find out what Ambassador Wallace makes out of it. For a while now, they've consumed only what they produce. Trying to limit it, but then
encourage domestic consumption.
Exactly. So, how would that impact on world trade, and how can Nigeria, Africa, take a leap or to borrow a leaf from that scenario? Because you say down here we have enormous resources, and above all, I think one of the things that's helped China is the human resource, the fact that they're able to put hands to work. Yes, they have the numbers, and we also do have that here, but we're unable to create an enabling environment for these hands to get the work done.
Yeah, another thing that has helped China, apart from the numbers, they moved from being dependent on manpower to machine power to develop that. So it gives them more advantage, and that's why they are able to produce and produce more, not just to satisfy their population, but to be major exporters of different products. For domestic consumption, the reason that thrives in China is because they're producing a lot of items, a lot of products that they consume.
Yeah.
If you come down to Nigeria, the reverse is the case. Now, when you talk about technology, you would think the US, you would think China. Do you think Nigeria when you talk about technology? Even the technology that Nigeria has, it's more like playing catch up or work on the back of things that have already been created. Just use tools, use applications that have already been created to maybe make other things or carry out some services. And if Nigeria is to make headway, or Africa is to make headway with the resources that the continent and the country has, it means that Africa needs to move away from being dependent on the primary nature of those resources and create value chain that will, at the end of the day, result in value addition, because that's where more of the money is. That's where the wealth will come from. But if we're dependent on the natural resources and all we do is to extract them and export, sell them cheaply, and then import them again because we need the product that's been created out of them, it means that it's going to be the same story at the end of the day. But good news for you, Ambassador Wallace is back, and so he can attend to some of those issues. Nice to know you're back with us, Ambassador Wallace. You're a fighter, so the internet cannot stop you from being fully part of the show today.
And you're making a very significant point there. I have spoken in the past about transfer of technology, and we need to have a continental policy of local content. Bringing people into our space, we need to, we are not always there yet with the innovation, but let's have transfer of skills. Let's have factories come in and transfer skills, knowledge base to help us with our quantum leap. We do have the scientists. We do have the innovators. What we need to do is to empower them. And that is what Nigeria needs to do as the leading country on the continent. And the others need to follow that model. We need to have a situation where the transfer of knowledge, the impediment that has kept us back as a continent is removed. And that has to do with being able to develop, as you said, like China did. They moved away from just being total consumers and dependent on consumption to being a total country of manufacturing. And their policy was every home should become a manufacturing room, base, and a manufacturing outlet. So everybody is doing some form of manufacturing or service. And that's why most of the American companies and all other European companies moved to China to take advantage of that. But what they were doing cleverly is making you come to their country, take that quantum leap by transferring your knowledge there, because you had to use locals, train them to get the advantage of the low cost of labor. And it was a very clever trick. Once they've done that, they started reverse engineering. They started moving and developing what they learned from those who came to their continent to manufacture in their continent. So we need to do the very same thing. We need to have people come, bring their knowledge base, bring their skills, and trade it among our people. Give it to them so that they can develop. But most people want to come, exploit, and not give us part of the value chain. Exploit the resources, take it out, and then they take advantage of the value chain. No, we want to be able to have control of the value chain in the continent, on the continent, so that we can also be among the Chinas of this world, the Russias of this world, the United States of this world, and it can be done. It takes leadership and it takes policy and strategy.
Well, we'll be wrapping things up. I'd like to thank you so much, Ambassador Wallace, for finding time to join us on the program today, despite all of the internet brouhaha that we've experienced. I dare say, in your words, you're a fighter. And
we need to get our own backbone. We need
contribute.
to get our own technology backbone. So dependent also on others is disruptive. And who knows if they're not disrupting us.
Thank you so much. We appreciate and look forward to speaking with you some other time.
Thank you.
Well, Ambassador Wallace, who is the chairman, African Chamber of Commerce and Industry, contributing. Of course, we've looked at the BRICS as an alternative to SWIFT payment, and a question about if it will be the killer of the SWIFT payment right now is still very much a rhetoric question. We might not have the answers today, but that will monitor the development, and of course, you'll be the first to know, up to speed right here on the program. And we'll take a moment.
Yes, and on the return, many persons, many Nigerians actually have been asking, what is the way forward? Where are we going to with petrol pricing in Nigeria? Stay. That's the next conversation.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
Well, there's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Well, over the weekend and of course filtering into yesterday, debates ensued on social medias and pubs and people's private homes, and I might add even right here in the office, about petrol pricing. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited did put out a communique about the price of premium motor spirit, landing cost, and what it's expected to sell at its filling station. Dangote Group also did put out a communique, describing the communique by the NNPCL as malicious, one of the words I remember there, and of course went on to, well, not give us the right price. I mean, if you're refuting the amount the NNPCL had put in its communique, you would have told Nigerians who are willing and begging to know how much the NNPCL is lifting petrol from your refineries. Well, the conversation would ensue, but something we're certain is by the 1st of October, I mean something both Dangote and NNPCL will agree on, is that the 1st of October we will be knowing, or Nigerians will know, how much they will be buying petrol, because both parties at least agree that the raw product, which is the crude oil, was sold in dollars, and we've been talking about this dollarization thing for a very long time. And so if Dangote begins to buy crude oil in Naira, would it affect the price of PMS in the long run? I mean, that will form the basis of our conversation. Blessing is with me here, and I'm sure what is important for her is the price of petrol to come down. What are you expecting?
Well, you see that statement you just made, or what you said is my hope, hoping that the price of petrol will come down. It seemed like a prayer.
It wishes for horses.
Yeah, it seemed like a prayer that may never be answered, because that was the hope of many Nigerians when news of the Dangote refinery being built circulated, and Nigerians hoped that, oh, at last, perhaps an end would come to the importation of fuel in Nigeria. But so far, that hope seems to have been dashed, because before the commencement of refining of petroleum products at the Dangote refinery started, the price of petrol at fuel stations was somewhere around 600 naira. Depending on the parts of the country you live, 600 to 700 naira. So after the scarcity that lasted for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we saw a jump to maybe 800 naira, 850 naira. So people thought it was occasioned by the scarcity. And so when NNPCL released that statement on Monday, saying that it's going to be the sole off-taker of petrol from the Dangote refinery, it didn't sit well with many Nigerians, because the thinking is that the role of the NNPCL? Why not allow some form of competition? Why not allow marketers, just do their business, go to the Dangote refinery and be distributors of the product, rather than you being the sole off-taker, and so the marketers have to buy from you. When it released a pricing template to reflect, according to them, the current price of petrol, so for September, and then Lagos seemed to be the only beneficiary in terms of the price list, 915 naira for Lagos and its environs, maybe owing to the fact that the refinery itself is sited in Lagos. And then for the northern states, as high as 1,000 naira or more than 1,000 naira. I don't see how that hope is coming alive. The hope that the price of petrol will be reduced. I don't know.
They paid in dollars.
For the crude.
So if they pay in naira.
If they pay in naira, we should expect some form of reduction because the conversion, except if what would happen is that how much did you pay in dollars? So convert it to naira and then give us the naira equivalent if that's what's going to happen. But if yes, but if NNPCL is going to sell to Dangote in naira, this is Nigeria. But at the end of the day,
there's always like some form of arrangement.
There should be some drop in the cost. You know, this thing that is always paraded by petrol importers when they say the landing cost. No. So there isn't going to be any landing cost at the end of the day because everything is going to be in Nigeria. NNPCL sells crude to Dangote in Nigeria. Dangote refines the crude in Nigeria and distributes to marketers in Nigeria.
Blessing, you made a very salient
point.
Taking
out landing costs.
You made a salient point, and the point is, will the NNPCL sell? Not the value of dollar.
Okay.
Because of course, Nigeria's budget is hinged on, the sale of crude, and that pricing is done in dollar.
Okay.
So there's just a whole lot of that.
So it's going to go according to the international benchmark, or it's going to be a thing of your own. Let's have
I don't know.
Confession.
There's this saying that in a special arrangement, devil go see God in their local.
Let's see this question.
We'll be able to scratch the surface, but then we do have Emmanuel. Good morning to you. Glad to have you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, good morning to you.
Welcome. All right, so I'm sure you were following our banter. Let's lay the foundation. What did you make out of the communique by NNPCL and the refutal by Dangote Group?
Well, it's very, very unfortunate that we have Nigerians, we have been exposed to this kind of ridicule. The whole world is laughing at us. And really, it's sad. It's a sad one for us in this country, a country that is so blessed with petroleum, one of the leading exporter of the sweet crude in the world. And when I read even the statement put up by Dangote management, I felt so pained. The choice of words, some words used by the spokesperson of Dangote shows that they have no single regard for this country. We should have done that better. And they went to the fact, reading that press statement shows that even the Dangote management is into politics. They don't need to do that. If you want to refuse, just say, no, this is not, we didn't determine anything, we did not have any agreement, full stop. And not to go the way they went using words and it's unfortunate. But who do you blame? Again, I say, blame the National Assembly that gave us this document called PIA, then which gave power to the President of Nigeria to appoint whoever he likes, for whatever reason, to run this critical petroleum sector in our country. If the management of the NNPCL, the so-called NNPCL, had, complied with Section 64, subsection 1 of the PIA, which says that the main objective of the NNPCL, they added L to the NNPC we had before. They say it's a limited company, all those trash, the dollar to us. And they say the main objective is to carry out petroleum operations on a commercial basis, comparable to private companies in Nigeria carrying out similar activities in the sector. And then you ask yourself, how has the NNPCL fared in this regard compared to who? So it is the way they dance in a ridiculous manner. That is why the management of a private company will so ridicule them with this kind of choice of words in their press statement. Yes, sir. Just look at it. If you can pause, let me read it from your screen. Huh? What is the meaning of all that? We want Nigerians to disregard the malicious statement. What is malicious?
Is misleading, malicious, mischievous rather, deliberately aimed at undermining the milestone achievement recorded today, September 15, 2024, towards addressing the energy insufficiency. And, well, I mean, yes, choice of words, malicious, misleading, and all that. But then let's take a look at the trade, what you call it, the words, trade of words, between the NNPCL and Dangote. It seems like they were saying the same thing, and I mean, it's all buried in all of this back and forth. First and foremost, the NNPCL had put out that the Dangote refined PMC pricing is 898 naira 78 kobo. But then Dangote in its press statement did not go on to tell us, what the NNPCL is buying if it's not 898 naira. They also went on to say that the current stock of crude was procured in dollars, and they're waiting the technical subcommittee on Naira-based crude sales to local refineries, which was appointed by the president. So in front of me, I also do have a press release from Mohammed Manga, who is the Director of Information and Public Relations, on the 13th of September. Before that of NNPCL went out, before that of Dangote went out. And they say there was an agreement which has led to completed unloading of the first batch of PMS from Dangote Refinery, and that from the 1st of October, NNPCL will commence the supply of crude oil to Dangote Refinery to be paid for in Naira. And in return, Dangote Refinery will supply PMS and diesel of equivalent value to the domestic market to be paid for in Naira. Diesel will be sold in Naira by Dangote Refinery to any interested off-taker. PMS will also be sold to NNPC. NNPC will then sell to various marketers for now. So, let me bring you in now, Emmanuel. NNPCL, it seems like they're going to serve as a middle person. I don't know what you make out of that arrangement and press release.
NNPCL has no business in determining the price of petroleum products in Nigeria. Full stop. Section 205 of the PIA is clear. Is very, very clear. NNPCL is just a company hustling, if I may use the word, hustling like Dangote and others. We have by the PIA a regulatory body established by law, and that is what you call the NNDPROA that is in charge. So where is Dangote, the NNPCL deriving these illegal powers that he wants to allocate to himself? You see, these are the kind of things that they do that even give, a kind of, what is the right word now? That encourages Dangote Refinery, management of Dangote Refinery, to insult them the more. Come, you are hustling, I'm hustling in the same business. They will not be the one to tell me how to hustle. And you are supposed to be competing. How? That is not right. It is not. So the refinery has no such power. The
Let's take a
NNPC
look
has
at
no
how
such
the
power.
NNPC even got involved in this and became the sole off-taker. Initially, the NNPCL had put out a statement that it will not be the distributor of petrol products for any company in Nigeria. And then days later, we're seeing that the NNPCL is the sole off-taker for the Dangote refinery. Does it mean that without a single company coming in to be the sole off-taker, Dangote refinery cannot sell petrol products to marketers in Nigeria? Does it necessarily need a middleman?
No, not at all. When you go through that section 205 up to 207, you will see the answer is provided. Okay, the buck stops on the table of the NNDPROA, the Mainstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulating Agency. Its responsibility is to regulate the behavior, the activities of both Dangote, NNPCL, and other hustlers, what they call themselves, modular refinery owners, or whatever they call themselves. It is the NNDPROA. So you don't, what's middleman? You are selling, I'm selling. Why should I go through somebody else? Or maybe even you, who is supposed to be my competitor? You see, what the NNPCL should be focused on, and Nigerians should demand of the management and board of that NNPCL, is that, look, if you are not ready to be competitive by starting with going to rehabilitate our refineries and get them working, then please do the honorable thing, just resign and go. For me, I'm not even interested in asking her to resign. I have said it over and over, and I'll repeat myself. That PIA, I have advised President Tinubu, the same person I advised him to be Minister of Petroleum Resources, and I'm not holding back. I'm still saying that that is the best decision. So he should do the needful. Every day, the board and management of the NNPCL have only shown that they are not prepared at all. So they have had a good time for the past, how many years now they've been on that board. They should just carry their load, and let them just leave. They give others opportunity to manage. But meanwhile, the final solution is the repeal. I repeat, the repeal of that PIA. Throw that document out. It's very offensive. It is the landmine that will destroy the intention of any patriotic Nigerian leader. The way that document was cleverly crafted, drafted by the legal drafters, showed that there was an agenda. And that agenda, and I repeat, is to make sure that no president of this country succeed in fixing the rot in that petroleum sector. And you know what energy security means to the whole world, even in America, that is the highest producer. It is too strategic. Forget all this deceit all over the place, climate change, so go electric cars, go CNG, go all of that. No, it is still what? The fossil fuel. The fossil fuel is here to stay for so many years. Quote me. That is my feed. Let nobody deceive you. When they come and tell you, go think beyond petroleum, think beyond, what they are trying to do is that because they don't have what we have, they want to discourage us from maximizing it because they are sick and tired of being, dependent. If you go to America, any election is all about, you must have the issue of energy security, which is low prices. Voters are interested in it. So how much are we paying for gas, heating oil? If any president is not able to assure them that they are going to bring down the price of heating oil, that president is likely to lose massive vote. So any president of America, be it the UK, they are looking for alternatives. So why do we now come and make ourselves so cheap that what we have, we just play? Even every day I listen to the news, I get so disgusted. Now, I just read something online before we came on this program. The NNPC and Chevron, so they have concluded arrangement to transfer, to convert their asset to PIA terms. Tomorrow you hear that our strategic oil field is sold to individuals. You don't do this kind of a thing for crying out loud. You want to copy America. America is a highly sophisticated and developed country. So if you hear that in America, you have you, my sister there, owning an oil company, running it, they tell you that, you can decide where you sell whoever. It's not true. But even the fact that they give individuals, go to America. The worst thing that's happened to American society is the fact that the government allow private companies, all these multinationals you see in Nigeria, to be the one to produce, decide prices. And this affects, the government of the day. you know, and what
Let's come
happens?
back to
These
Nigeria now
multinationals are
and
so
look at this current situation. Nigerians had hoped before the commencement of refining of petroleum products at the Dangote refinery that this would crash the price of petrol, but that hope seems to have been dashed right now. What are the fundamental issues to refining of petrol products in Nigeria? So right now, it's not the absence of a refinery. There is a refinery in Nigeria, which is the Dangote refinery, but the price is still very expensive, even though the Dangote refinery is yet to come out with their own pricing template. Which they say will be released sometime in October. But from what the NNPCL has given, it seemed like it's not going to be any less than 900 naira or 950 naira. What are the fundamental issues that makes even petroleum product refined within the country very expensive?
Yes, my sister, you know, you have been asking Dangote, you've not come out officially to tell us at what price you want to sell to whoever you want to sell. But was it some few days ago? I watched a very brilliant young brother. His name is Kevin, Kevin Emmanuel or something. I'm trying to get his name. Now, he came, and the way he speaks, I want to believe that he's an insider in the Dangote company. I want to believe that because he comes with fact and he speaks only for Dangote so I can quote him. He said the Dangote refinery, these are the figures he gave out. It was on Channels TV, granted the interview, so that it doesn't look as if I'm just, the Arise TV or so, one of them. Now, according to him, he said Dangote produces 1 liter of petrol at the cost of 45 cents. You know what the cent is? 100 cents equals to $1. So that he's not even talking about naira. He didn't mention naira. He said, take note of it. I'm quoting Emmanuel. I think Kevin. I'll get his name. You know, so he gave that. He also said that Dangote makes intentionally added 10 cents per liter as profit margin. So Dangote refines, according to him, at 45 to 46 cents per liter, and then sells to NNPC or whoever at 55 cents per liter. In fact, he went ahead and making the argument that Dangote is just being patriotic, otherwise he's at liberty to sell his petroleum product to export it to Ghana, where he will make about $1 something per liter. So just take note of it. I'm quoting, I want to get his name. Yes, it's Kevin Emmanuel. It's Mr. Kevin. You know, he comes on air every now and then to speak authoritatively for Dangote Refinery and defending it. So I want to believe that he is actually an insider pro Dangote Refinery. If that being the case, then you do the conversion. 45 cents per liter. I don't know, you know, I'm not interested in all this dollar exchange. I don't deal on dollars. I'm looking for naira to buy food chops no way. So assuming it is 1,600 naira to $1. So 45% of that is a bit less than a half. And that makes, with my small arithmetic, you're looking around 700 and something naira per liter. Okay. If that being the case, and Dangote is selling for 55 cents, it means you're looking at more than half the exchange rate of 1,600, and that would be about 800 plus, but less than 900. So if an NPC is now coming out to say, oh, Dangote is selling at 898, then it means they are correct. It's simple arithmetic now. You are selling 55 cents per liter. And 55 cents is 55% of $1. So 55% of maybe your official exchange rate of today, that is about 1,600. What does that give you? 800 plus that is about almost 900 or more. So what is the malicious and misleading? And they have not come out to refute what Mr. Emmanuel Kevin said on Arise TV, and it's been on for Dangote for as long as I know, coming to defend Dangote Refinery. So let them first of all refute that. It's a simple arithmetic. We are not kids now. So you're not answering the fundamentals. The question, my sister, I work in the petroleum industry. okay, in one of the leading IOCs, and I work in the field, not in the office alone. So I know the system in out. In a country like Nigeria, where we produce crude oil, sweet crude oil, I mean sweet, light or medium, not heavy, not sour, we do not have any business. Put me, and I keep repeating myself, put me selling petrol for more than 15 naira per liter, diesel for more than 15 naira per liter, aviation kerosene for more than 15 naira per liter, cooking kerosene for more than 15 naira per liter, your cooking gas, LPG, for more than 50 naira per kg. Let me put the blame also, I have said it over and over. I blame my colleagues who are labor leaders in NLC and TUC, particularly the ones who are in Nupenga and Pengasa. My younger brother, Comrade First of Sifu, I was on a program on the TV, Channels TV, the first time we met, and that's the year we didn't meet again. I said, you can't be saying this. You are from the same IOC like myself. If you know as much that you ought to know, you will know that you labor leaders have actually misled both the president and this country. That was why when they went and said they had this salary negotiation with President Tinubu, and they agreed on 70,000 naira minimum wage based on petrol price of about 700 naira per liter. I say, wait a minute, hey, I have told them over and over, go and take over the refineries and get them started. These refineries didn't have problem. It didn't have problem. If I had my car, I'm supposed to service my car. Maybe after 2,500 kilometers, I change the oil and clean the spark plug. It doesn't mean that the car cannot move. It shows that the efficiency will reduce. It will cost you more fuel because the lighter the getting oil, your car won't perform well. So it is my choice. So this was the state of the refineries. Before some cabal decided from Abuja to give instruction for these refineries to be shut down because they want to continue to, scam Nigerians in the name of fuel subsidy, which never existed any day. So you workers, because ask my brother, how can TUC, NLC leadership, Festus, Rosifo, and my brother Ajaro come on air every now and then to be accusing the president and those in government? Meanwhile, in the same union, you sit down there comfortably, no bother. You have your colleagues who earn so much, when I mean so much, for doing nothing. The refineries are not working and people are paid. They have a state in Abuja being maintained. Then when they make their money, some earn in millions. Then of course, the unions will collect from us their union dues. I have never heard them one day say, you are talking of palliative. Why are you still collecting union dues from the workers who are already impoverished? Don't people ask them? Did the quarrel I have, with due respect, with most of us in the media? You bring these guys and you don't bring them. Let them come and sit in front of me, and then let's iron this thing once and for all. You can't be toying with this country like this. The labor leaders have failed us. So when they came up with that, their press release,
all right, you're becoming very impassioned about it, and I mean that's the spirit or the true Nigerian.
We have to expose everybody.
You mentioned something about subsidy, and I was going through social media, and a particular colleague, a senior colleague, Chico Jebe, had mentioned that in America, early education is subsidized. He also said some other sectors in the United States of America are okay, food and early education, he says, is subsidized. And, in Nigeria, accommodation is not subsidized. Feeding is not subsidized. Education is not subsidized. The only way of trying to carry everyone along, of ensuring that some people could get on by, was the subsidy that was on fuel, PMS. And yes, you're saying subsidy never existed, but the pricing was affordable at a certain time. And with that speech on the 29th day of May 2023 by the newly sworn in President Tinubu, Ahmed that day actually skyrocketed the price of petrol. I mean, almost 200%. And it's getting, I don't want to use the word worse, it's increasing every day. I mean, you head over to a fuel or petrol station, and what you're expecting a different thing. You just go there and you're expecting that it might just be a different price altogether on the machine. Now, the question is, were we not better off with the idea, since you said it never existed, the idea that petrol is being subsidized? Shouldn't the federal government, since all other sectors, because yes, you remove all of the subsidy, what did the administration do? Not to see it sound like we're delving into politics. You gave the monies back to the governors, in the name of trying to develop the various states, and that has not helped in any way the man who lives, I don't know how to describe it, but I'm sure you're getting the message. And so these monies are given back to the governors, and it doesn't have a any impact on the common man. Shouldn't we just put back the subsidy?
My brother, please remind me your name, my dear. This Wahala of what's your name again? I didn't get you anyway. What I'm trying to say is that the number of times you turn this same question around and cook it like soup or bono, I will give you the same answer. Same answer. Fuel subsidy never existed. It never existed. It was a big scam for so many years. Quote me. I am standing here. By the way, my name is Odafe, not Edafe. There are two different things in Urobo. Odafe, Odafe, that's mine. Now, let me take the issues you raised. The governors getting more money. Yes, they are getting more money because they said, the president decided to put an end to that scam. So money was saved and it's coming to the governors. Yes, it is true that people are not feeling it. I don't know of all the states. So I cannot make a conclusion. Maybe some governors are investing it in infrastructure, while others are, I don't know what they do with this. So it is not left for the state members of the State House of Assemblies invoking their powers under Section 128 of the Nigerian Constitution and oversight power to summon the governors of their state to come and render account of this extra money they are making. And if the members of the State House of Assembly refuses to do that, I think by Section 55 of the Nigerian Constitution, then the ultimate responsibility lies on the same Nigerians who are complaining to invoke their power to recall these members of the House of Assembly. Now, since you are not ready to defend us, come back home. Let us speak my sister in the studio to represent her own constituency. I can see that she will do a very good job. Now, you talked about the speech by Mr. President on May 29th. Let me tell you, that was the best he did. I have, even long before this democracy, been demanding an end to this scam. And he was patriotically courageous to do it. And that was why I voted for him. That's why I campaigned for him. I'm not a member of APC. But when I looked at the candidates then, I saw patriotic corruption. Patriotic courage in him. And when he announced it, I was full of joy. And I give him tons and I stand with him firmly. Even the exchange rate, the multiple exchange rate that was under massive fraud, he ended. Those two major policies will not be reversed. Never. So when people are calling for it, they are just wasting their time. If you don't understand the petroleum industry as us, it doesn't matter whether you are a senior advocate or whatever. Yes, we respect you. We know that you mean well, but humble yourself to come and ask those of us who are in the key sector. And they will explain to you why this shouldn't happen. Now, was it the end of this scam, the pronouncement or declaration at the end of this camp that led to the immediate decision by the so-called NNPCL to announce that callous, inhuman, unpatriotic hike in price of petrol? No, they had no connection at all. At all. I am surprised that even Mr. President is not seeing this as a deliberate attempt by the board and members of the NNPCL to undermine his government. I mean, how can you explain this? A president just became a president, and in months, you have the nation shut down. And then there's another threat of another shutdown in October. And then the president sits down there. Who are his advisors in the petroleum? The mistake Mr. President is making is always thinking that the solution to this problem lies in the Ministry of Finance. No! Or in CBN. No! No! It is in the petroleum sector. Get the right people to fix the petroleum sector, and Ministry of Finance and CBN will have no problem. They should go and relax. The petrodollar is in the petroleum sector. It is not for CBN to come and be giving us one story every day, Minister of Finance to come up. I mean, when they say that the Minister of Finance is the one to chair the committee to decide on the pricing, I just laugh. What does he know in the petroleum sector? Are we talking finance here? We are the ones who decide, and then you just say this is how much. It's not for you to tell, because you don't know what is going on there. So there's too much focus
Let's
on
look
that
at what is
aspect.
going on there. You said that there was no subsidy, and that the subsidy was a scam. But for a long time in Nigeria, we saw that when a new price of petrol was announced, it stayed for quite a while, regardless of the fluctuations in the dollar price. If there was no subsidy and the price of petrol was a reflection of market forces, was a reflection of the price of the dollar, why didn't the price of petrol fluctuate as the price of dollar did? That's one. And secondly, when the president said the subsidy is gone, and in the era of petrol subsidy in Nigeria, we saw a quick increase in the price of petrol. That also stayed for quite a while. Twice there's been an adjustment in the price. It's been consistent for at least a few months. What is happening here exactly? And if the NNPCL did that, not because subsidy was removed, but there's another reason, the president is the Minister of Petrol. And so he has oversight function over NNPCL, whether it's been privatized or not. What should he do?
Thank you very much for those good questions. Let me start with the last, because I advised him. I actually advised former President Buhari, in the moment he was declared president-elect. I went to air, it's there, you can Google it. And I made it clear to him that for you to succeed, do not appoint even myself as Minister of Petroleum, because I will fail woefully, because I know the cabal, I know the system. So even Dangote, as powerful as he is, a more powerful man in terms of dollars, the richest man, came out and holla, hey, I didn't know that the petroleum sector is different, that the cabal in the petroleum sector, it's worse than those in the international illicit drug business. That tells you. So I knew. So I answered, look, the only way you can succeed as President, General Buhari, is to appoint yourself as the substantive Minister of Petroleum Resources. Because you are the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. And that means that those petro terrorists that we have had in this critical sector for many years, many years, that you now have the power, invoke your constitutional power as Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, declare a state of emergency with a directive to the Armed Forces to launch total war. Because people don't understand what this petroleum sector is. If you do, you understand why I'm still on this matter. You can't win any war, whether it's economic war, whether it's a true military war like we are having in most parts of, particularly in the northern part of Nigeria, without having energy security. No, it doesn't work now. Hitler lost the Second World War because of petrol, this issue. Because without petroleum product, diesel, how do you move your tanks? Fuel oil, how do you move your warship? If I got a point during the Civil War that the German forces were bombing the Allied forces, their tankers that supply petroleum and even petroleum product to their military equipment at the war front. You have to do that, because once you incapacitate or you destroy that supply chain, then the war is over. So that was what Hitler did, but the Americans, blessed with more oil, far, far more than Germany, was able to supply its forces and allied forces, and that was how Hitler lost the war, not because German would have, the German government would have lost. No. So when we begin to play with the petroleum sector in this country, we are actually toying with the sovereignty of this country, our national security, and we are ridiculing our men and officers, gallant men and officers, patriotic, for that matter, risking their life every day to keep this country safe. We are joking. Okay? So having said that, I have missed my thought, because when I get into this, you're talking about, you asked me the question, how come that at different times the price of petroleum product remains the same, despite the fact that we hear fluctuation in prices of crude oil at the global market? My sister, again, I tell you, it's a scam. Let me tell you, 1 barrel of crude oil produces not only petrol, I hope you know, more than 20 different byproducts. All of them, in fact, in the petroleum industry and the refining industry, there is no 1 liter of any of this derivative that is a waste. The cosmetic you wear, the plastic, and all. So if you are not using it as a petrol, as diesel, as kerosene, you are using it for other makeup, pharmaceutical. Even the sulfur that we are complaining that, oh, too much sulfur in our petroleum product, like the one that accused Dangote, or Dangote is accusing NPC of importing. When you extract those sulfur, you use it for fertilizer and even some pharmaceutical companies. So when you say that the price of petroleum increases, what you call petroleum is what we call, you can call it crude oil at the international market. So it's expected, that's why they keep telling Nigerians to fool us, though they can fool. I am more intelligent than many of them sitting on that board. Okay, I say without respect, I know it, I can challenge any of them. You can't fool people and allow us to keep quiet. Then ask them, what happens to the other derivatives? What happens? These guys have just been ripping off, making fool of this country, treating us like fools. There is nothing like
Forward
something,
now,
even if the price of crude oil increases.
That the price of petrol from the Dangote refinery would not be as cheap as Nigerians expected. There is the Port Harcourt refinery, as well as others cited in other places in Nigeria. What should be done to at least ease the plight of the common man in Nigeria?
My sister, so you're one of those who are actually, hey, Dangote refinery is the game changer. Everybody, Dangote refinery, you turn to media houses, Dangote refinery is the game changer we're expecting. You are one of them. Hey, yeah. So all the ones that were shouting.
I ask questions on behalf of Nigerians. Many Nigerians actually have this hope, and they still hope that somehow there will be light at the end of the tunnel. So how do we get that light to shine?
You know, the Nigerians, they didn't know. So they expected people like us and you in the mass media by virtue of Section 22 of the Nigerian Constitution, that is the responsibility of the mass media, to inform, to educate, and to entertain. Now, in this case, is to inform them. That is why you have done well by inviting people like me, who are in the industry, to come and enlighten Nigerians. So, as they are listening to me now, they are getting wiser, that it was wrong for them to ever expect. I said it and I've granted interviews. How? Dangote is a private businessman. I bet they should leave him alone. Dangote, day your day, make we day our day. Eh? It is our day, is our 4 refineries. The Kaduna refinery, the Port Harcourt refinery, 2 in 1, and then the Warri refinery that's right behind my house as I'm talking with you. From my window, I see Warri refinery. That is our interest. Dangote, go and get your crude oil anywhere you want to get it. Go. Sell to anywhere you want to sell and make your money. It shouldn't be our business. I hate being dragged into the Dangote. You don't consign me. Day your day, we day our day. Let Nigerians day our day. The problem is that, you know, there was an attempt during Obasanjo's time to sell these refineries to Dangote, Utedola, and his friends. This is, I'm not just saying it. They said it. Obasanjo came on air and he was even saying, oh, that was why he decided that it should be sold. The refineries are scrap. That. But unfortunately, when Yaradua came, Yaradua reversed it. That, in fact, I've responded to him. That Adua, may so rest in peace. God bless him for reversing that decision. God bless him. So since
Emmanuel
then,
Adafe, as we
wait, let
wrap
me
up,
go.
there's been talks that, well, of course, if you follow the news, you know that there are reports that a lot of modular refineries exist, especially in the southeastern part of Nigeria. And some school of thought have asked for these modular refiners to be given some sort of license to operate within certain environment, with certain conditions to be met. I don't know, as an expert, what you make out of that, and if that might be a solution, considering the fact we do not have all of the other refineries up and running at this time. Okay, so it feels as though we've lost connection with Emmanuel. But then, if you've been following reports, you realize that the military are always putting out information as to modular refineries and what they've done with them. They come upon these modular refineries, destroy them. Yes, the methods are a bit
The illegal
bizarre.
refineries, they destroyed illegal refineries, but the modular refineries are there.
Do we have modular
Yes, we have
refineries
modular
working?
refineries in Nigeria working, but there's also a challenge with who the modular refineries can sell to. So I think that the federal government needs to actually look into the petroleum sector again and harmonize certain things and maybe review certain policies that would enable these modular refineries, whatever quantity they produce, to sell to areas that they are cited in. So if you have a modular refinery, say in Delta State, in Edo State, for instance, they can sell to depots around them. And if we have modular refineries in the Southeast, like you said, if they sell to depots around them, that would to an extent reduce the dependence on importation of fuel. All right, we have Emmanuel Igbiniodafe back. Let's have your final thoughts on this. What is the way out of this?
To the question concerning modular refinery. Can you hear me? Okay. Now, I was talking with a friend of mine who happened to have a license to operate this modular refinery. And he told me that, look, that what the modular refinery owners, you can go and find out from them. They don't produce petrol. The PMS we're all looking for. They are more interested in producing what they call naphtha and fuel oil. In fact, that is what they export. And then you have diesel there. That is what is going on. And then you ask yourself, so why
are
do
they
you give them
producing
this
petrol?
license?
If it's a process that distills different products and you can get petrol, PMS from it, you can get diesel and other products, why the concentration on other products rather than PMS?
Yes, because according to him, they make more money. And for you to convert to produce PMS, you need extra money. There's what they call the reforming sector, the catalytic conversion system, that requires some catalysts that you import. And so they don't have that unit, so they just don't bother. In fact, most times you hear them come on air to say they want federal government to give them forex, to be able to import these catalysts to convert those naphtha to PMS. So all they have been doing is just making good money. And he told me that they make so much money. I'm very sure if you ask Dangote himself, if he wants to be sincere with you, ask them. The first set of 6 million barrels of crude oil given to Dangote, we still don't know how much they paid. They've not told us. It's between them and the so-called NPCL. But even ask them, where then they didn't produce PMS, so where did the naphtha and the other byproduct go to? So too many things are hidden. That I say I'm not even interested in Dangote and his NPCL people.
Time already. Can you, in few seconds, just wrap up your thought, please?
My thought is simple, my dear sister. We must, you, my brother there, please continue this good work. Bring real professionals who are patriotic. I'm not praising myself. To come and enlighten Nigerians. Because like this planned protest of October, I keep appealing to my friend Shuri, can we just have a dialogue first? Let's share. But this patriotic anger is not happy. Nigerians are not happy that this person. So, Mr. President, I have said it in an interview. Let me repeat it again. That your what do you call it, Renew Hope agenda is dead on arrival. Is dead on arrival with this PIA.
Arrival.
Meaning, is dead. It will not
Why do you say
work.
it's dead on arrival?
This PIA, yes, because this PIA has made it impossible. I said it's a landmine planted to destroy it. So that
you
it
suggest a review of the PIA Act, of the PIA.
I didn't say review. Did I say review? I say repeal. There's a difference between review and repeal.
All right, thank you so much, Emmanuel Igbini,
and revert back to
Petroleum Experts, for being with us on Early Exchange today. We hope to continue this conversation as developments and other things, other facts around the petroleum sector in Nigeria emerge.
Thank you very much for having me. I hope you're able to support me, and then we'll have 15 naira per liter. Not all this one they're talking about.
Are you going to have your own refinery? Why do you say support?
Or no, this some election or something.
We'll talk about that on another episode of the show.
We'll take over our 4 refineries. Our 4 refineries will produce it at 50 naira per liter.
All right, thank you so much, Emmanuel Odafe. Yeah, that's the show. Quite exciting. Let's keep up alive and see what happens. Well, the
1st of October.
Yes, 1st of October. Let's wait for Dangote to reel out the pricing of petrol products from his refinery, and let's also hope that the federal government will not give up on the other refineries. Port Harcourt, which has been going through some rehabilitation of some sort, maintenance. Let's hope the Port Harcourt refinery, Kaduna refinery, and others will work, and let's see what happens when the government refines petrol a bit cheaper, and if other investors can also have their refinery, let's have some competition. That's the show. An exchange Tuesday edition. I'm Blessing AJ. Market Insight comes up at 11 here on SOUQ News TV. Please ensure that you keep watching. Leave us a comment. We'll be glad to hear from you. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Well, she said it all, and I'll just follow suit. Have yourself a wonderful day, and many thanks to everyone who has ensured that you can receive us crisp, loud, and clear. Until we come your way again, bye for now.
Resourceful nations blessed with vast oil resources that have significantly changed its economy for decades. However, this dependence on oil has come at a cost, especially when it comes to the broader diversification of the economy. One of the most critical sectors that have been neglected in the rush for petroleum wealth is agriculture, a sector that holds immense potential for addressing food security issues and driving sustainable economic growth. As global dynamics shift and oil prices remain volatile, the need for Nigeria to leverage its oil revenues to boost other key sectors, particularly agriculture, has never been made more urgent. While the world is moving towards renewable energy sources, a gradual decline in global oil demand, Nigeria must now focus on reinvesting its oil wealth into sectors that promise long-term stability. This is the basis of our news talk for today. Agriculture, with its potential to generate employment, enhance food security, and promote rural development, is a logical and vital area of focus. Today's news talk is exploring how Nigeria can effectively use its oil revenues to transform the agricultural sector, addressing the issue of food security while laying the groundwork for a more resilient and diversified economy. Let us look back at the oil boom and its impact on the Nigerian economy. Since the discovery of oil in Oloibiri in 1956, Nigeria has become synonymous with oil production. The country's oil and gas sector accounts for around 90% of its export revenue, making it a vital part of the national economy. This dominance, however, has created a dangerous dependency leading to the underdevelopment of other sectors, particularly agriculture. Once the backbone of Nigeria's economy, agriculture has seen its contribution to gross domestic product (GDP) shrink from 56% in the 1960s to less than 25% today. The consequences for this shift are apparent. Despite its rich oil, favorable climate, and vast arable land, Nigeria has struggled with food insecurity, relying heavily on imports to meet the needs of its growing population. The country's reliance on oil revenue has also made it vulnerable to global oil price fluctuations. When oil prices crash, as seen in 2014 and again during the COVID-19 pandemic, Nigeria's economy suffered, leading to reduced government spending, increased unemployment, and economic hardship for millions. This boom and bust cycle highlights the need for a more diversified economy, one that weathers global shocks and provides sustainable growth. Nigeria's agricultural sector is a sleeping giant. With over 84 million hectares of arable land, abundant water resources, and a young and growing population, the country has the potential to become a major player in global food production. Yet, despite these challenges, agriculture still remains largely underdeveloped, plagued by low productivity, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to finance and modern technology. In contrast to the oil sector, agriculture has the potential to create widespread employment opportunities, particularly in rural areas where poverty rates are high. According to National Bureau of Statistics, agriculture employs around 35% of Nigeria's labor force. So with proper investment and support, this number could grow significantly. By investing oil revenue into agriculture, Nigeria can create millions of jobs, reduce poverty, and address the root causes of rural-urban migration. Moreover, agriculture is not just a domestic opportunity, it is a global one. With the world's expected population to reach 9.7 billion by 2050, the demand for food will only increase, offering Nigeria the chance to become a major food importer. This will not only boost foreign exchange earnings, but also reduce the country's reliance on oil exports, creating a more balanced and reliable and resilient economy. One of the biggest challenges facing Nigeria's agricultural sector is characterized by the fragmented value chains, with so many farmers unable to access the processing, marketing, and distribution networks needed to get their products to market. By investing in value chain development, the government can help farmers add value to their products, increase their incomes, and create more jobs in rural areas. This include supporting agro-processing industries, establishing cooperatives, and improving market access through better transport and logistics networks. While government investment is critical, the private sector also has a vital role to play in developing Nigeria's agricultural sector. The government can use oil revenue to create a more favorable business environment for private investors, offering incentives such as tax breaks, subsidies, and public-private partnership. As Nigeria continues to seek ways to diversify its economy and improve food security, there is need for proper infrastructural and research. Through this forward-thinking approach, Nigeria can transition from an oil-dependent economy to an agricultural powerhouse that leads the way in modern farming practices. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Dr. Ajili Tobi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
I was born on the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university, and we came out, we got married. So we're like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, no. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but we kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get the shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Opobo for one ceremony, and I saw the king. And he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the upper Benin won't even shake your hands, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, great King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. When they studied, came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, whoa, no, it was like a big deal to them. For us, Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing and my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you. So if you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? Do you understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy way of forming the name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay, even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I want them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. You understand? Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work so, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Labor Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, we're all Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family, and I decided to go back. And I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation. So I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I wanted to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say, oh, they're having something in school, I'm there. Okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was the normal encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give flask end of year? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking inwards. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they will call me. I did some samples. So when even in Abuja, when they were going to have like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Plus, apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah, this is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching will do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that, within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look around like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her. And I modeled the clothes actually. And whoa, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week. You know, I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel. Please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close this. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there would, when the Alfadi does this thing once every 4 years. Alfadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and SOUQ, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines. I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my 2 boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds sterling and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years, I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And word of mouth goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that now. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working, or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well, they love you, they want to take care of you, but nature calls, they part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die. You understand? So anything can happen. I would advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him, but let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul. You have to be loving, you have to be forgiving, you understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious, when you offend them was, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes and always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who asks is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times I'm the last girl in the house. So maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. So we could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I don't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of. I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, when are we going to do this? I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite. I won't even say it. On the street, one of the big men that live on that street. His birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come in. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to stay, they stay, and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have the levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love, an act of sincerity of purpose, and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth, and they, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, this never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Fashion traced back to ancient times, where clothing served practical purposes and showcased societal hierarchies. In ancient civilizations like Egypt, Greece, and Rome, clothing became a symbol of status. The revival era marked a shift towards fashion as a form of self-expression and the Industrial Revolution, which made stylish clothing accessible to a broader audience. The 20th century witnessed a rapid evolution, democratizing fashion and impacting people of all ages through cultural movements and influencing designers. In today's digital age, the influence of fashion has expanded further, connecting with fashion events, social media influencers, and celebrity showcase as they keep on transforming the industry. making trends more accessible globally. As contemporary fashion shows became viral, its origin can be traced back to the 1860s, when the innovative English fashion designer Charles Frederick Worth revolutionized the presentation of his creations in Paris by employing live models instead of traditional mannequins. This groundbreaking approach soon gained popularity, and by the early 90s, similar events called fashion parades had begun to emerge in cities like London, New York, and today all over the globe. Statistics revealed a significant rise in virtual events as innovative virtual fashion shows gained prominence, especially during times limiting physical gatherings. Although the fashion industry faces challenges such as rapidly shifting consumer preferences, sustainability and ethical concerns, intense competition, supply chain disruptions, and issues related to counterfeiting and intellectual property, all of which require strategic adaptation and innovation to navigate effectively. Opportunities abound, such as leveraging digital platforms for e-commerce expansion, tapping into emerging markets, fostering collaborations with influencers and celebrities for brand exposure, among others. In all, the fashion industry has become a universal language, shaping culture and influencing individuals across age groups. Aureolua James, SOUQ News.
In Nigeria, when you hear technology, innovation, and e-commerce, then you begin to think of the 21st century visionary leaders who have availed us the luxury of connecting with the world without leaving our spaces. Nigeria, alongside some other developing countries, has occupied the tech space, networking and making a brilliant impact around the world, all thanks to people like LSK. I am Grace Komolafe. Join me on the Corporate Maverick as we unveil the journey of a foresighted leader who foresaw the transformation of technology decades ago. The year 2001, known as the third millennium, stands out for some individuals. It was thought like every other regular year to some people, as they express the excitement that comes with experiencing a new millennium. While many carry on with the feeling of entering the 21st century, some visionary individuals saw it as a strategic period to bet their thought-provoking plans and business goals. Among these visionary leaders and innovators is Leo Stan Eke, founder of Xenox Technology, bringing this tech-oriented company to life in 2001. How much do you know about this tech and business-driven giant? Who is Leo Stan Eke? Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke, popularly known as Leo Stan Eke, is one of Nigeria's dynamic and influential figures, an African entrepreneur born into the family of Ihentuge Eke on February 22, 1956, in Imo State, Nigeria. His mom, a dietitian, and dad, a nurse. His roots is traced back to Ubommiri Mbaitoli, where he was raised in the household that valued education and hard work. His parents instilled in him the values of discipline and perseverance from a young age. It was within this nurturing environment that Eke's entrepreneurial spirit began to take shape. Like many visionaries, Dr. Akers' journey to success was paved with academic excellence. He attended Holy Ghost College in Owerri for his secondary education, where he honed his intellect and ambition. Akers' dream of becoming the biggest transport company owner in Nigeria changed as a result of his encounter in India, where he had his university studies. It was a turnaround moment in his life. In India, he pursued a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Punjab University, and the exposure to India's vibrant economy left an indelible mark on him and then tilted towards more realistic business ideas. This led him to get full involvement into ICT.
Sir, I'm a very good testimony of an African who started from nothing, okay, and got somewhere, not there, right? Okay, so in summary, I came in here first of all to the University of Nottingham, or Nottingham University. I was in Cork City University, where I was doing computer science, and I wanted to specialize in user interface as a postgraduate course, okay? And the system, which I'm sure still exists in the UK, is that you have university councillors who observe you in classes and direct you properly. And they thought since I was going back to Africa, there were no computers. And if I got there, I could be frustrated for another 32 years. So they discussed with my parents, and they wanted to know if I could stay in the UK and continue computer science. I said, no, I was going back to Nigeria. I have passion to change the country, and by extension, the continent.
He later went on to earn a Master of Science in Risk Management from the Exeter University of Nottingham, England, further enhancing his acumen in the field. With his tech startups dating back to the 80s, AK can be put in the bracket of visionaries who saw that ICT would define the world in no distant time. His ICT Solutions company commenced operation in 1989, focusing on desktop publishing and computer graphics. Over the last 3 decades, the company extended operations from Lagos to Port Harcourt and Abuja, implementing several ICT projects across the oil and gas, telecoms, manufacturing, and public sectors.
I started small, like any other entrepreneur you read today. Okay, some started in the garage. Okay, most of them didn't inherit wealth. Now, so how could they have started? You start with your own. During our time, you have to start with your own sweat. Okay, until you build such, get to such a level with a system and structure in place, and then people trust you. But because our kids today pass through business schools connected to people, okay, and they now want to go from average above. You understand? Instead of starting, a lot of us started from -1.
Leo Stan Akers' major hits into the business world commenced with the establishment of SOUQ Technology Limited in 2001. With a fervent desire to contribute to Nigeria's technological space, he embarked on a mission to manufacture computers locally. Now a world-class ICT company providing innovative products and solutions. Under his leadership, SOUQ Computers have emerged as a trailblazer in the industry, earning accolades for its quality and innovation. One of his notable achievements was the attainment of the Windows Hardware Quality Lab Testing (WHQL) certification, showing SOUQ's commitment to excellence. In 2013, the company made headlines with the launch of its computer tablet line, ZPad, marking another milestone in its illustrious journey. Dr. Akers' entrepreneurial prowess extends beyond the realm of technology. In 2018, his company SOUQ made waves with the acquisition of Konga.com, a leading e-commerce platform in Nigeria. This landmark deal underscored Akers' strategic vision and his unwavering dedication to driving innovation in diverse sectors. Konga.com was founded by Sim Shagaya in July 2012 as a third-party online marketplace. 99% of its shares were acquired by SOUQ in February 2018. 3 months later, Konga merged with Xenos retail outfit Udala to form the biggest e-commerce company in Africa, retaining the brand name Konga. Leonard Stanley Eke also founded BuyRightAfrica.com Limited in 2008, at a time when credit card and e-payment infrastructures were still strange to many Nigerians. He did this to resolve funding issues for ICT projects and companies. He partnered with international financiers to help Africans acquire technology and compete globally. Some other of his establishments are Technology Distribution Limited, Tax Direct Limited, and iTech Solutions. He is involved in ICT Brokers and ICT Connect.
Okay, but mine had a call. I had a call on the tech sector, and I've been consistent. And if you remember, my first step was to deal with the doubting Thomases, the media people. And it was like an evangelism. If you prove your worth to press people, to media people, because these are the critics of our time, then they follow you. You get to your destination faster. So when I did the whole media houses, transitioning them to digital economy through digital processing, through from typesetting to desktop publishing, computer graphics, okay, and multimedia. Then they started spreading the news. But again, we had to enhance that profile to the corporate world so that people can run offices with data analytics to guide them on advice, projections, okay, and where they're headed to. And then even our election. Okay, so today there would have been crisis in the economy if elections don't have facts and figures. And we did that with the DDC and then did authentication with a card reader.
If you've come this far, kindly like, comment, and share. Throughout Eke's career, he remained committed to empowering others and fostering socio-economic development. His philanthropic endeavors and advocacy for youth empowerment reflect his belief in the transformative power of entrepreneurship. He launched the Computerized Nigeria project in August 2000, thereby encouraging development and the use of computers. He also launched the Can I scheme, providing affordable laptops to young Nigerians with a repayment plan of 24 months window. Eke's foundation furthers his charitable efforts, supporting various causes with different donations across the country.
Now, I see entrepreneurs trying to live big. Are you with me? Yeah. I see entrepreneurs trying to show off. You must have incubation period. Every successful entrepreneurs are seen to be stingy because they know the value of every dollar spent. But they use the same money to sustain the society. Okay, so I just want to advise Nigerians here. I see a lot of you startups now selling debt. It means technically you are leaving the company. And if I'm an investor, I watch your lifestyle. First of all, I see an entrepreneur, Nigerian entrepreneur, he hasn't started, he has an expensive car. Entrepreneurs, startups don't drive the best cars. They hide until they emerge.
He was bestowed with the Icon of Hope Award by former President Olusegun Obasanjo on October 1, 2002. He also got Nigerian Science and Technology Achievers of the Year 2003 and Officer of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria OFR in 2004. Eke is also a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group and holds a life membership Nigeria Institute of International Affairs. He also holds an honorary doctorate in business administration from Imo State University, Owerri, Federal University of Agriculture, Makurdi, Federal University of Technology, Owerri, and the University of Jos. He is a fellow of the Lagos State Polytechnic, Lagos, Federal Polytechnic, Ida, and Federal Polytechnic, Nekede, Imo State.
Leadership
is big crisis in the third world. Big subject to discuss. I don't have a complete answer, but as an entrepreneur, I can create platforms for you to decide who should be your leader. But my interest is that I'm excited with this 21st century, because this is the only century God did not create any person to be poor. In the past, many were called and few were chosen. In 21st century, many are called and many will be chosen. But you have to decide if you want to be one of those to be chosen.
Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke is married to Chioma Eke, the CEO of Technology Distributions Limited, TD Africa, and together they have raised 3 sons and 2 daughters who are doing well in their respective fields of endeavors, just like their parents. As Dr. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke continues to chart new territories and inspire future generations, it speaks to the limitless potential of the African entrepreneurial spirit. With his visionary leadership and unwavering resolve, Dr. Eke embodies the essence of innovation and resilience, creating indelible marks on Nigeria's business in Africa and humanity. Leonard Stanley Nnamdi Eke.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for blended news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Mase Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment.
I'm okay.
My name is Raymond Bola Brown.
Hi, my name is Fred Amata, and you are on to SOUQ News.
If you are watching this channel for the first time, make sure you continue to watch it because this is SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. Actually, I don't know. I really enjoyed the little moment I spent with you, and I think with more of this.
SOUQ News. Here's the SOUQ News who had the courage to transcend a locked off camera and actually have a conversation with a human being. It's a pleasure, SOUQ News. Thank you very much.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
From the early days of humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics reflecting the region's rich textile heritage.
Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. They are also vegetable block wax.
So there are some trends in Ankara. There are some outfit that is like, well, we can't specify now because anybody can wear anything. But you see some colors that are too sharp. You say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish. And you know there are some like this one that is here now. It's an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, you see separate them. The price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces into this global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Africa, often called the continent of untapped potential, is now increasingly recognized as a gold mine for business opportunities. With its vast natural resources, growing youth population, rapid urbanization, and growing middle class, Africa presents a unique and compelling landscape for investors and entrepreneurs. Despite challenges such as political instability, infrastructural deficits, and regulatory hurdles, the opportunities for growth and innovation are immense. In today's News Talk, I will be exploring the factors that make Africa a prime destination for business opportunities, highlighting key sectors, trends, and the potential for sustainable development. I am Bayo Olaoye. Africa has abundant natural resources, including minerals, oil, gas, and fertile agricultural land. The continent holds approximately approximately 30% of the world's mineral resources, including significant gold, diamonds, cobalt, and platinum deposits. Countries like South Africa, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Ghana are substantial players in the global mining industry, offering lucrative opportunities for resource extraction, processing, and export businesses. The oil and gas sector is another critical area of opportunities. Nigeria, Angola, and Algeria are among the largest oil producers in Africa, with substantial untapped reserves that continue to attract foreign investment. As global energy demand grows, Africa's oil and gas sector is poised for expansion, providing opportunities for companies involved in exploration, production, and infrastructural development. Agriculture, often the backbone of the African economy, also presents significant business opportunities. With over 60% of the world's uncultivated arable land, Africa has the potential to become a global agricultural powerhouse. Investments in modern farming techniques, agribusiness, and value-added processing can help unlock this potential, addressing food security issues while creating jobs and boosting exports. Africa is the youngest continent in the world, with a median age of around 19. This youthful population represents a vast growing labor force and a significant consumer market. By 2015, Africa's population is projected to double, reaching over 2.5 billion people, with the majority under the age of 25. This democratic trend offers a unique opportunity for business to tap into a dynamic and rapidly expanding market. The growing youth population drives demand for goods and services in education, technology, and entertainment sectors. With increasing access to education and digital technology, young Africans are becoming more skilled, connected, and entrepreneurial. Startups and small businesses flourish globally, particularly in tech sector where Africa's innovation ecosystem is gaining global recognition. Countries like Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa are home to the thriving tech hubs that produce innovative fintech, e-commerce, and mobile technology solutions. Africa is experiencing one of the fastest rates of urbanization in the world. By 2050, it is expected that over 60% of the continent's population will live in urban areas. This rapid urbanization drives demand for infrastructure, housing, transportation, and services, creating vast business opportunities in construction, real estate, and urban development. As cities grow, so does the need for intelligent infrastructural solutions that address challenges such as traffic congestion, waste management, and energy supply. Investments in renewable energy, smart grids, and sustainable urban planning are crucial to supporting Africa's urbanization while minimizing environmental impact. The construction and real estate sectors in particular stand to benefit from the demand for affordable housing and commercial properties in rapidly expanding cities like Nairobi, Lagos, and Johannesburg. Africa's middle class is expanding, fueled by economic growth.
Success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power. Why? Money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. Person live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. body. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare, and education, fostering stability. Equally, when economic instability rises, significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of
stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
They cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why? The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced. Most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Another Tuesday is upon us here in the city of Lagos. It is the 17th of September, 2024. I'm hoping you are having a fantastic return to work this beautiful Tuesday morning. I certainly am, sure as heck, and we're about to get into the conversation for today. I am David Chiedu, and today we're talking about issues, of course, just as we will do normally on Market Insights, issues that border on the market and how it fares and how, by extension, it affects you and I. And of course, also overarchingly shaping ideas, recommendations, and the what about with regards to policies regarding agriculture, policies regarding the market, policies regarding the numbers, policies regarding sundry commodities that come together to form our economy, as you were. Today on the program, we're talking about post-harvest losses that occur in the agric sector and how to therein deal with these issues. Now, Nigeria loses an average of 526 million tons of food annually, while 30% of food production is lost every year due to lack of cold chains, according to sector experts. In fact, 45% of all fruit and vegetables, 35% of all fish and seafood, as well as 30% of cereals are lost at the post-harvest level due to a lack of proper storage facilities. Now, Nigeria is one of the largest producers of food in Africa, but it also has one of the highest rates of food wastage in the world. Yes, I dare say it, in the world. Now, recent findings by Business Day newspaper has it that the country's annual post-harvest loss is sitting somewhere between 3.5 to 3.7 trillion naira, and it has surpassed its combined 5-year federal budget for agriculture. Very, very shocking, that one. Now, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO that is, Nigeria wastes about 1/3 of its food production yearly, which is enough to feed over 40 million people. Now, some stakeholders even suggest that the country can cut down its post-harvest losses with the adoption of a method, or if you like, a process called effective cold chain. Now, we'll examine this particular recommendation as well as the causes and extent of post-harvest losses in the country, as well as what needs to be done across the board when you're talking about subnational and national levels as well to reduce these losses when they do occur. We're being joined this morning by our guest. He is an agriculture and agribusiness strategy expert, beg your pardon, in the person of Mr. Godfrey Mayor Petgrave. And Mr. Mayor Petgrave, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you so much, David.
Welcome again. So we would get into, some of these recommendations that have been given by experts very shortly, having you give us your thoughts and walking us through them. But first things first, on the fundamental level, let's get an understanding of some of these losses that happen across the board, why they happen, and in the different ways or different forms and shapes that they occur. Let's start with that.
Okay, thank you so much, David. First, we need to appreciate what exactly is this post-harvest losses. Then we can understand appreciate why they happen. So from the farm level, post-harvest losses is anything that reduces the quantity and the quality of your products from the point of the field to where it reaches the consumers. So how do this happen? Since we understand that post-harvest losses is the reduction in either the quantity or the quality, how does it happen and why does it happen? We know that over 70% of food produced are still by smallholder farmers, and at their level, there are key factors that are responsible for the post-harvest losses. And one striking one will be their inadequate storage facilities. Over 30% of agricultural produce on the field go to waste because of poor storage facilities at their farm level. So when the farmers have produced their crops or their dairy products, the inability to properly store them effectively for a long period of time before it gets to the end users, produce get lost at that time. Then we are also battled with the poor transportation facilities. Good for transportation facilities and also access to good roads. So most of the farming activities happen in the rural areas where we usually do not have good roads. So even if these farmers are successful at producing their product or agricultural produce, they find it difficult to get it to the market where it's going to have good values. We also have insufficient processing facilities. And for this, I know the federal government has done a lot with the SAPZ project. It's a project that, though it's not in full blown yet, the federal government is trying to see how working with partners like the ADP and the IFAD, they can have special processing zones at close to the farming areas where produce can be processed into storable products.
Hello, Godfrey. Can you hear me? Are you still there? Godfrey, are you still there? All right. Godfrey was just giving us his thoughts on why some of these post-harvest losses happen and the different forms and ways in which they happen. He has first of all given us an idea or given us a sense of what they are and how they can be some of the other attendant issues that cause them. We'll take a short break, and when we return, Market Insight continues shortly. Stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market rulings, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Welcome back to Market Insight. Apologies for that little glitch in transmission. Yes, we're still talking about post-harvest losses in our agric sector and how to reduce these losses, or perhaps maybe totally eradicate them, as it were, from the value chain. And we're still being joined by Mr. Godfrey Mayer Petgrave. He's an agriculture and agribusiness strategy expert. Godfrey, are you still there?
Hi, David. I'm here. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Right on. Let's keep it moving, if you will, please. Earlier, you were telling us, you were giving us some of your thoughts and shedding some light on why these things happen and in the different forms that they occur. If you could kindly, go on with that thought process.
Oh yeah, thanks, David. So I would say there are key factors that you could look at, perspectives, and one of them, as I said earlier, was inadequate storage facilities. So at the farm level, a smallholder farmer gets his produce, he needs some storage facilities to keep them before, at least keep them wholesome from the time of harvest till the time it gets to maybe the middleman and until it gets to the kitchen or the table, wherever you call it. Now, smallholder farmers don't have access to those kind of facilities, or even though they are inadequate for them to keep their produce until it gets to the final consumer. They still rely on traditional storage methods. These traditional storage methods are prone to pests, are prone to spoilage. But if they had, in the Western world, they have what they call hermetic storage and all that, where airtight facilities that do not allow the presence of the invasion of insects or moisture. We need to look at things from that perspective. And also poor transportation infrastructure. We have the problem of poor transportation infrastructure, and we also have the problem of access roads. So the farming operation happens in the rural areas. In these areas, we really don't have good roads that can carry the produce from the farmer's farm to the markets. For example, I had carried out a survey, I had led a survey in Benue State, and I looked at smallholder farmers and that grow specifically rice and all that. The one major problem they had, in fact, I experienced a problem too, because getting to reach the farmers was tumultuous. They were little or no road network to get to the farmers. So you can imagine farmers having grown their produce for the year and the planting season, they are unable to carry the produce to the market because there are no roads. These are the things that contribute to the high, the increased post-harvest losses. We also have the problem of availability of processing facilities. If a produce is gotten from the farm, in order to add economic and aesthetic value to those produce, you need to process it into a final product. So if we have those processing facilities closer to the farm, then the farmers can turn their produce into products that will fetch them more money. The federal government, the Nigerian government is doing a lot with that. I know of this SAPZ Special Agro Processing Zone projects that the government is supporting. I think they are supporting collaboration with the African Development Bank and International Fund for Agriculture. Now, this is a program that allows the special processing zone to be closer to the farmers so that right from the farm, the farmers can have their produce processed into some products that can attract more value. So these are initiatives that we need to also help reduce the post-harvest losses. So we need more of that kind of initiative. And finally, I'll look at the lack of cold storage infrastructure. Perishable goods, for instance, they need to be transported using cold storage vehicles and all that, and also kept in a cold storage facility. If we look at tomato sector, even though in 2021, Nigeria boasted of the highest producers of tomatoes, they also could not do much with that statistics because 50% of the produce were lost to post-harvest losses. How did this happen? Because tomato is a perishable product and farmers do not handle them properly. The post-harvest handling is poor, and also the transportation to the farm is poor, and they don't also have processing facilities to put it in a form that can reach the market wholesomely. Then they get to lose most of their produce to both pest and human handling. The way they package the tomato, for instance, is substandard. In other climes, you package your tomatoes using proper crates and all, but here we still have smallholder farmers packing tomatoes in baskets. And when you pack them in baskets in the process of it to the market or the final consumer, they press each other and their aesthetics is lost. They lose moisture, they get broken, and then when they break, it's easy access for germs and other pathogenic organisms that can make those tomatoes to go bad. So these are the issues that they face. And in order to mitigate these issues, yes, it's not everything the government has to do. We also have the
Godfrey, can you hear me? Now, you've spoken a lot about a few things. I want to pick out something perhaps that may or may not contribute to harvesting issues or harvest losses, as the case may be. I reckon in some quarters, some stakeholders have also mentioned things like flooding. I don't know if you agree that that is part of the contingent matters, or factors rather, responsible. In this part of the world, we have, that issue, for all intents and purposes. As a matter of fact, the Northeast right now, as we speak, is dealing with huge flooding issues, cutting all the way to the middle belt, which if we're going to put things in perspective, we realize that those are major players as far as, food production is concerned. And then in some other quarters as well, you have drought issues. So there's the fear that, food production from those areas and processes like harvesting and whatnot could be on the line. What do you reckon?
the flood crisis in the northern region, especially in Maiduguri. We need to be careful how we relate this to post-harvest losses anyway, my opinion. But for the farm, at the farm level, we have a cropping cycle. The cropping cycle starts from when you bury your seed into the soil and when you get fruits that you can harvest. And now, how has the flood affected or contributed to post-harvest losses? Most farmers could have been harvesting their produce that they have farmed at the beginning of the planting season, and the flood has now destroyed most of the crops at harvest time. So, because post-harvest losses happens at the time of harvest to the time it gets to the final consumer. So, we can link the recent flood crisis to have contributed to post-harvest losses at the farm level, because farmers that have planted at the beginning can no longer go into the farm to harvest. Even those who have harvested and stored their produce, the flood has already ravaged their storage houses. So you see, these are all contributing factors. And you cannot transport your produce when the roads are flooded, because I see on the news how the flood had destroyed some mini bridges and all that. The roads are broken. You can no longer access the market where your produce should be sold. Drought. Drought is another issue that is critical in the northern region, and it is creeping in. You know, it has, because of global warming, planting cycles have changed. So when you should expect the rains, you don't expect the rains. You cannot plant without the rains. In Africa, generally, we deal on rain-fed. We rely so much on rain-fed agriculture. Unlike countries like Israel that have done fantastic work in irrigation farming and all that. We're not there yet, but we can get there. So that is how drought can also affect or contribute to increased post-harvest losses. So it means that if you cannot plant when you're supposed to plant, and you have reduced amount of rainfall, your yield is impacted. So if you expect to have 4 metric tons of rice, for instance, at the end of the cropping season, we know that rice, the crop relies so much on water for proper vegetative growth and seed production. When you don't have the rains coming as much as it should come, then it's going to affect your yield at the end of the planting season, and you cannot get as much rice grains as you should have had, and it impacts on the amount of money you get at the end of the cycle. So these are the issues that we need to deal with. I don't know if you're still on.
Earlier,
David.
you mentioned some of the challenges in hinterlands, rural areas where they have issues with mobility and whatnot. We're going to get to that very shortly, but let me take you back to some of the recommendations by experts such as yourself, to mitigate these issues we have with post-harvest losses. They have suggested, or they have recommended, that we employ the use, or we adopt, if you like, the use of effective cold chain processes, as you were. Now, can you give us a sense of what this is? Just walk us through the processes, because I reckon it takes some expertise, if you like, and not just any old smallholder farmer can, take on it, as it were. So can you, walk us through the processes generally?
Effective cold chain storage system, transportation system, I beg your pardon. It goes beyond just smallholder farmer operation, because you need the technical expertise and the skills to operate the vehicles, to operate the cold storage facilities and all that. But I would like to look at it from a holistic point of view. Right from the smallholder farmer level to the storage house, where we have the cold chain facilities. Now, why I say this is because you cannot have a cold chain operation if you don't have what to store or what to transport. Do you understand? So let us take tomatoes, for instance. Tomatoes is a perishable food like other vegetables. If we don't have tomatoes harvested at the end of the planting season, we wouldn't even need a cold chain storage. So that's why we need to appreciate encouraging farmers to adopt proper post-harvest handling of tomatoes. So they need to stop packing their tomatoes in baskets, for instance. There are more efficient ways, effective ways of packaging their tomatoes. And when they package it in their crates, they now move it to the cold vehicles that now take it to the cold storage facilities. So we don't just look at cold storage facilities because the smallholder farmer is unable to even afford that kind of technology. So there has to be some kind of public-private partnership with investment into that sector. So we encourage the cold chain operators to come into the system and interface with the smallholder farmers. There has to be that connection and that relationship. And what brings the connection is the produce that should be stored and that should be transported. So it has to be connected. That's the whole value chain has to be in sync for us to even speak about cold chain storage in the first place, David.
All right. Now, I'm still going to stick to this particular, train of thought, as it were. Still talking about the smallholder farmers. Now, in those hinterlands that you and I know, there's hardly electricity in some areas. Not all, by the way, but some areas, they still struggle with electricity. So, first of all, you start to wonder how these high-end processes or facilities are going to work. That's one. And then two, you talked about these people packing or storing their stuff in baskets. So I'm thinking, surely there are alternative means of storing them. So practically speaking, what other cheaper, accessible and practicable means of storing their produce, or what other means are there rather for them to store their produce besides the one which you have vehemently knocked, which are baskets and the likes?
Baskets are made from raffias and all that. And the crates I talk about now are not necessarily the plastic crates that need high technologies to create. We have wooden crates too. We're just telling them you need to adopt the use of proper crates so that when you stack them on each other in the vehicle that transports it, it doesn't press against itself. The fruit don't press against itself. That's the essence of the crates. So when we do that, then we have solved one problem. We have reduced the post-harvest loss significantly. Then we look at the effective cold chain operation. The effective cold chain operation involves the use of that cold storage vehicles and also taking it to cold storage facilities. How can we achieve this? Farmer aggregation, for instance. If we get private sector players into this that have the money to invest in this, then we aggregate farmers, they get their produce, they collect it at the center, they have collection centers, and with proper handling of the produce, then the private sector players of the cold chain operators can have sufficient produce to store. Now, we speak of electricity, the issue of electricity. This is a problem in Nigeria generally. So how can we attend to that problem? It is not something that we strike a wand and the problem disappears. No, it will be impractical to think like that. But that's why we need private sector investment into the agri sector when we speak of storage. Where we can't rely on the government for electricity, yeah, but we can rely on investment for cold chain facilities, for storage facilities that will use a blend of maybe generator set to power to give them electricity supply, or solar. Now, most of the food we have comes from the north. The north boasts of long hours of sunshine. We can harness all these natural gifts from natural gifts to our benefits. So we need to now start looking beyond hydroelectricity and all that and move into solar. And if we have mini grids in those farming areas, this is where the government will come in also, not to solve the problem or to invest, but to create an enabling environment for the private sector engagements. How do they do that? We have issues of banditry and all that. These are insecurity issues that affect even operation from the primary farming level. Then speaking of the investment of the private sector. So that is where the government will come in. The government doesn't necessarily have to invest in it, but they have to make the environment good. Because when I was in Benue State, for instance, most farmers can't go into the farm because of the farmer header crisis. So if the government comes in and solves that problem, then the farmers can go into the farm and they can get their produce to the cold chain operators. And then we've solved the problem of post-harvest losses significantly, David. Significant. I can't hear you, David. Hi, David. I can't hear you.
In Naira to establish about 33 silos, silo complexes, that is, about 25 grain aggregation centers, and about nine different units of Blomberg warehouses, some of which have been, concessioned already. And now that project, which is at varying degrees of completion or deliverables, aims to, keep about 5% of the national output in storage. Many stakeholders have said this is merely a scratch on the surface, as he were. What do you make of this, Godfrey?
Hi, David.
Go on.
I lost you a bit of your comments.
Quite get
you are inaudible.
Did you?
No. You are inaudible.
Hello, totally. Godfrey, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Now, all right. I was talking about some of what the government at the national level specifically has done in recent years. I mentioned that there's been an investment of over 60 billion naira to establish about 33 silo complexes, about 25 grain aggregation centers, and 9 units of warehouses, some of which have been concessioned. And then, of course, these projects are across the board of different, or varying degrees, as he were, of completion and or deliverables. Now, all of it put together aims to keep about 5% of national outputs in storage. Now, some stakeholders and experts, such as yourself, have said that all of these put together are merely, just scratching the surface and, cannot really do much for the problems that we have with regards to post-harvest losses. What are your thoughts? What do you make of this?
Okay, David. Yeah. So we need to look beyond relying on the government to solve the agricultural problem. That will be a feat that we might never achieve. And this is why I say so. If we do not encourage the private sector investments, we might never achieve the heights that we might be looking at. The government can only do as much as the budget and available funds allows it to do. And 5% is a significant number, but we can do more. The way we can do more is to encourage private sector engagement and look at it as a business. We should stop looking at agriculture and its activities from the smallholder farmer perspective. It can't work that way. So there are organizations, there are companies that are ready to come in, build massive warehouse structures that are privately run. It doesn't need to be run by the government, and warehousing operations that these things have worked in other countries. I was in Kenya sometime last year, and I saw how they do the warehouse receipt operation. It's privately run. It's only regulated by the government. The government regulates how the government gives policies that encourage the operation of these activities. And that is how we should start looking at agriculture in Nigeria as a business, not as a handout. When for instance, when we look at improving the agri sector, we want the government to come and give us handouts, give fertilizers, give inputs and all that. We can't work that way. We can't thrive that way. We need to look at it as a business. The smallholder farmer should be empowered to understand that agriculture is a business, that agriculture needs to put in your time and effort and skill, and then you get your result. So going back to our point, the government has invested 60 billion naira in production and storage facilities and all that. This is a tremendous effort by the government. It's a tremendous effort. The step further is to encourage other private sector engagers, operators to come in. And it's going to be like you are collaborating with both the government and the farmers to get bigger storage facilities. You understand, at that level. So then it's a gradual process. It keeps increasing. Now we have 5% storage. Then we can have 10 when you get more private sector into it, and then 20 and all that. Israel, for instance, has about less than 10% of their produce going to post-harvest losses. That's because they put in substantial investment in it. And it's a private sector investment, not the government. So let us stop looking at the government to solve all our problems.
You're still watching Market Insights this morning here on SOUQ News Television, and we have been talking about tackling post-harvest losses in our agri sector across the value chain. In case you're just joining us, you've missed quite a lot, but hey, and there's still a couple more left in the arsenal to bring out. Now, Godfrey, let's, oh, by the way, our guest has been Godfrey Mayor Petgrave. He is an agri expert and he's been giving us his thoughts so far. Let's also, take you back just a little bit. A couple of minutes ago when you talked about access to the market, transportation, or if you like, mobility issues, one of which is occasioned by the dreadful, abysmal roads that we have in, across the country, basically. Now, besides that, there's also, the issue of receiving low prices from sales of their produce by certain middlemen, which for all intents and purposes have been mentioned, one too many times whenever it comes to, movement of goods from production points to the final consumer, as you were. How do we deal with this particular issue? Very quickly, Godfrey.
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up because it's a serious problem. We need to eliminate as much as possible the middlemen from the value chain if we want the primary producers to get the maximum benefit from their effort on the field. This is why I say so. But in order for that to happen, first of all, the farming community needs to be properly organized among themselves. We need to bring in encourage more cooperative participation and all that. Because when their produce are aggregated, then they can actually have more benefits for their produce. But when the middlemen come in, the middlemen do the aggregation themselves, get the produce to the final market, and have much more benefit from the sales than the farmers. They leave the farmers with next to nothing. So if the farming sector is more organized and we cut off the middlemen from it, because the middlemen take the risk of the transportation of this produce to the final receiver and all that. But if the farming, at the farming levels, you organize the farmers to aggregate their commodities and their produce and all that, then it can go straight to the final consumers. And I'll give you a practical example. I was speaking with a uh, a businessman who moves produce to the market. Now, they gather these things from the farmers, buy them for next to nothing, to forge them, and now sell it at an inflated rate at a later time. These things are not ethical to start with. So this is where we actually need government regulatory and policy adjustment and all that to cut these excesses of the middleman.
Interesting. Very interesting. Now, another issue as well that I would also like to point out is, some of these, technologically advanced processes, as it were, would require some expertise. So in your view, as an expert who's dealt with matters like these across the length and breadth of the country, would you say that in your view, the practitioners in the sector have had adequate sensitization by way of perhaps trainings and whatnot to be, equipped sufficiently to handle these matters? How would you assess that generally?
Yeah, they need. So generally speaking, the farmers, learning is always constant. Yeah, you don't end learning. So the farming operation that was key 5 years ago is no longer like that. Today we're talking about precision farming. We're talking about using drones and all that. We're not there yet. We're still at the level where we need to encourage mechanized farming. But in the global community, they're talking about precision farming. There are two different things. So we need to get to one level before we go to the next. You understand? So now the major problem we have with that is Nigeria still has one of the lowest agri extension agent to farmer ratio. It's one of the lowest globally. That needs to be fixed. And I'll still say it again, that we still need to start looking at how we can get private sector.
Godfrey, if I may interrupt you a little bit, just for a second there, if you will. When you speak about agri extension ratio to farmer, if I'm not mistaken, can you break that down further so that we can get a much better understanding? I reckon this is supposed to be a teachable moment for everyone who's watching right now.
All right, David, thank you. Can you hear me? Am I audible? All right. So now let me break that down. In Nigeria, we know what the agri extension agents do. They are they are the agents that take information to the farmers, information about new ways of doing things, good agronomic practices, good agricultural practices. It is their job to disseminate these information, innovation, and all that to farmers. That has been established. Now, in Nigeria, we have one agri extension agent to 5,000 farmers. How is it going to do that? It's one of the lowest ratio. In other countries, you have one agri extension agent to 300 farmers. That's reasonable, not 5,000. So if we don't get more agri extension agents into the field or encourage the digital agriculture, digital penetration and all that, we cannot get information to the farmers at their level. So that is about agri extension agents. Now we have e-extension, but farmers need access to mobile phones or digital smartphones that can receive information online. So that too can solve the problem. We have to do a blend of digital agriculture and e-extension and the physical extension agents for us to at least achieve something in that field.
All right, now as we round up, very, very quickly, if you can give us your thoughts in a little over a minute, let's take a look at what obtains globally right now, talking about the best practices, as you were. What would be some of your, what would be some of the widely accepted recommendations and or current practices that we can draw from some agriculturally rich nations, both in Europe, or in the Americas, or even back here on the continent of Africa? Your thoughts?
Yeah, David. Yeah, good. So there are countries that are notable for advancement in agriculture, and one of them that I wouldn't fail to mention is Israel. You know, Israel has established its very efficient irrigation and storage techniques, and it has reduced their post-harvest losses to less than 10%. So Israel, with their reduced population and all that, they've not let that become a disadvantage to them. Instead, they don't have as much rainfall in the year as we have in Nigeria. So they've been able to make alternative uses of water sources and all that. In terms of irrigation, they're one of the best globally. So water management is something that even Nigeria can adopt, especially in the north where the drought is cropping in, and then storage facilities. So like we said earlier, if we can look into how we can get private sector engagement and cold storage and all that, then that problem is solved. Then if we look at India with their population, I like to mention them because Nigeria's population too is growing at a very high rate. So what has India done differently? They have used cold storage and warehouses. So with cold storage and warehousing situated closer to the farming areas, I think it's something that Nigeria now needs to look into to reduce how long it takes, reduce the handling of the produce. So the more the produce is handled, the more tendency we have of spoilage. So but with warehousing situated closer to the farming areas and good transportation means, we'll reduce the amount of time that produce is handled by how many people it's handled and all that. So that's what has happened in India, and I think it's something that Nigeria too can also adopt. So if we look inwards into Africa, South Africa has done a lot in agro-processing power, and this is also what we can do. The SAPZ project that the federal government is supporting is a laudable one, and I think that they should continue at it and also expand it. We need to scale up that project. The SAPZ project needs to be scaled up to all the farming areas so that farmers can have processing unit and storage unit close to their farming communities. Thanks, David.
Thank you very much, Godfrey Mayor Petgrave, for joining us on the program this morning. Mr. Petgrave is an agric expert and an agribusiness strategy expert as well. He has given us his thoughts on the program with regards to ways, as it were, to tackle post-harvest losses in our agric sector. That's Market Insight this morning. With regards to some of the recommendations that were hinted during the course of our conversations, we talked about, some experts, including him, suggesting the adoption of effective cold chain processes, better packaging by smallholder farmers, ease of transportation, by the authorities making it easier for mobility from point of production to final point of sale. Creating an enabling environment also very, very important, as well as employing technologically advanced initiatives or methods to make sure that these produce are properly stored and at par with global best practices, as well as bringing in the private sector to partner with these, to partner these initiatives with the government, as it were. Now, of course, with the renewed impetus by the federal government to diversify economy through improvement of agricultural productivity, it is important that a lot of these, if not more, need to be put in place to make sure that we, as best as we can, cut out post-harvest losses, because the implications are by far quite damaging. That's Market Insight this morning. But before we go, let's take a look at the currency market today, September 17. At the official market, the Naira is trading to the US dollars at 1,575 naira to the pound sterling, 2,111 naira to the euro, 1,783 naira. Elsewhere in the parallel market, the naira dollar trade is 1,637. And It's also trading to the pound sterling at 2,167 naira, to the euro 1,825 naira. That is what it looks like on, or rather at, the currency market. Many thanks for joining us in the program this morning. Do stay close. Many more engaging and insightful programs coming up, but do join us at the top of the hour for the news updates. I am David Chiedu. Have a good day.
Producer and director.
My name is Kyrie Baker. My name is John Njama.
Hey guys, what's up? What's up? What's up? Check Edgar here and keep watching.
Keep watching. Keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News Television.
Never stop. Never stop.
Watching SOUQ News Television.
Edgar doesn't lie.
Keep watching
SOUQ News Television. Every single time Edgar says so.
You don't have to be like an household name, like a big superstar before you make ends meet through music.
Welcome to Inside Life this week, and usually we have a special guest each time we're talking to you on this show. My name is Hans Mba, and I'm always excited to bring you someone that is special. You know, on the show, we bring you people that are doing things that are changing the game in the from the most minute way to the largest of ways. This week, we got the one, the only, he's none other than Biode Cyrus. I hope I got that name right.
Biode Serious.
Sorry?
Biode Serious.
Biode, not Biode.
Biode.
Biode Serious.
Serious, yeah.
What kind of name is that?
Okay.
Because I think I'm from the school of thought that your name precedes you, right?
Definitely.
So when people say your name, it should be easy to take away. Even advertising, they'll tell you it should be something that's memorable, something that you want to go with.
Oh, true. Yeah.
So tell us, what informed the name?
Okay, the Biode is from, yeah, my government name is Abiodun. So the Biode is from Abiodun, yeah, it's a B-I-O-D. Then serious among, if you like familiar with astrology and astronomy, among the stars, the brightest of the star, the dog star, it's called Sirius. So that's why
So how do you spell that?
S-I-R-I-U-S.
Sirius.
Yes,
okay.
yeah, S-I-R-I-U-S.
So I thought it was like serious.
Okay, like someone serious. No.
Okay.
I thought
there's also serious the radio.
XM, yeah, yes, most definitely.
Yes. Nice. So introduce yourself. Tell us who you are. Just give us a background about you, not the music now. Just who you are and what you do.
Okay. My government name is Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State.
Why do people keep saying government name? I don't know, man. Government don't own my name.
Yeah, I mean, that's the register. That's the name I register with, like, or any official. So I want to do.
Yeah. My name, you're my full name. Come on, man.
Okay, my bad.
I'm just kidding.
It's all good. It's all good. Okay. All right. Abiodun Adebayo. I'm from Ibadan, Oyo State. I've been I'm a fiend for art, poetry. I'm a banker also. So
hope you're not in trouble for being on this show.
Never there. Never there.
Because they're like, okay, now you have to focus. You have to choose us or you choose them.
No. I'm actually on leave at the moment, so that's why I'm doing this.
So you're a banker?
Yes, I am.
What did you study? What did
you study? I studied mass com. I have a diploma in mass communication. I have a degree in English language.
Wow.
Yeah. Yes.
Two of them. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so tell us about what's new with you. What's up? What's going on?
Okay, I have an EP that's going to be out.
New music.
Yes, new music. So it's a body of work. Yes, it's a body of work. So
what is it called?
Memos of a Maverick. Yeah, like diary. It's just a compilation of my story, along the way. Of a Maverick.
Yes. Members of a Maverick.
Yes.
So you're a Maverick?
Well, I believe so.
Okay. Why do you think you are?
It's actually like my group head that actually called me that there was a we got a new group head like 2 years ago. So he had like this one-on-one convo with us, like meeting us.
Yes.
Then he started asking for like our forte, you know, what we are good at, and I told him like I'm a film for writing.
Push, taku, express. Push, reggae, water, don't boss. Push, you're getting too short, my nigga. Push, we are push. If you ain't push, watermelon in cake, push.
Like I'm a book buff. Like when I was in school, I used to write like journals and all that, you know, poetry, you know, which has to do with music. So I said like, oh, that's interesting. They say seemed like a maverick, and you know that name stuck in my head, and I was like, okay. When I'm dropping my first body of work, I'm going to use that. No, I know about Dallas.
You see why you shouldn't have said that? You know why? Because you owe him some money now.
Probably.
Because when you blow up, he's going to come for you.
Yeah, I mean, no problem. Right? It's something I can afford. Yeah.
All right. So, are you selling, or you just streaming and just let streaming platforms just do whatever they want with your money?
I'm actually selling. There's a platform called.
When is it coming? Sorry. When is it coming? First?
Okay, the one you can purchase.
Or is it out now?
No, it's not out yet. Actually, you can just pre-order and pre-save. So for you to procure the EP, you can go to Bandcamp. It's going to be out on the 26th of October. That's the Saturday. It's coming Saturday. But on the streaming platforms, it's actually distributed by Rock Nation. It's going to be out on the 1st of November. Yes.
Do you have a deal with them?
It's just a distribution deal. No, at all. That's yes. So
that sounds like Rock Nation. So who are you working with on Rock Nation?
Rock Nation, it's just the management, it's just the distribution company.
No. Like who reached out to you, or you reached out to them? How did that come about? Because I usually ask these questions because we want one of the reasons for the show is we want artists, we want people to learn. Not just artists, but what did this person do differently from what I have been doing. Okay. Even activists, what are things, what are ways to step, what are ways not to step. Okay. Or many times people are in a rut, or people are in a there's writer's block and all that stuff. Yeah. How do I proceed from there? So when they hear the other person's story, they know how to, proceed. Yes, so that's why.
I get you. Okay, I follow them on social media, Rock Nation as a label and all that. So I learned that they just started a distro. So I wanted to choose United Masters. You know, United Master is headed by Steve Stout.
Affiliates, Steve Stout.
Steve Stout, yes. So yes, then Jay-Z like owns Rock Nation. So I try to like just suppose I read, okay, this is what United Master I have to offer. This is what Rock Nation has to offer. Pardon me. So.
The federal government has introduced a new bill that will mandate all individuals engaged in banking, insurance and stockbroking to present a tax identification number (TIN) before opening or operating any account. Typically, we find that bills are sponsored by lawmakers at the National Assembly after scaling through first to third reading and consideration by the other chamber. It moves up for presidential assent. But this takes a twist, even if it's not unconstitutional, as a new tax bill was presented by the executive to the National Assembly, and it aims to strengthen tax compliance and optimize revenue collection across Nigeria, revealing how important this is to the federal government. Money matter, don't play, or you will learn proper. Wait, hold on, Kiss Daniels. This is not time for your song to be playing in my head. But really, there will be penalties for non-compliance. There are critical aspects of this bill to look into. Let me wear my glasses so we can look properly.
You never show. You declare. Clever.
First, now what will be tax identification number safe, and what will be the benefit of this policy?
Tax identification number, right? Yeah. About this is, I believe it's attached to our NIN, if I'm not mistaken, and most places, before you do anything, they will definitely ask for your tin. And if you don't make it available, I don't think such will definitely go. So
this is a federal government. You understand me? This is a federal government, and they have right to whatever they want to do. But let it do from top, not from the poor masses. If they can start from top, it's okay.
Okay, they not talk their own. Tax identification number TIN, not like ID card for your tax. It help government identify you and track your income. It shock you. When everybody gets TIN, government go fit know who they make money and collect tax from them. Did I hear someone say, now give me my money, but without the claps? Oh yes, people where they hide their money or under-declare their earnings no go fit run again. With TIN, government will catch them. Remember the slogan early in the year, no grief for anybody. Federal government definitely is not begging anymore for citizens to pay tax. This time, them strong face, sake of say revenue don't drop, and them need to fill up the other. With more money, the government can improve infrastructure and provide better services. Oh, come on, stop that. Don't tell me you've got trust issues. But really, it's not rich for Nigerians to get trust issues with government. For many years, we've been assured by governments of different administrations that if we the citizens pay tax, there will be good schools, roads, hospitals, water, etc. What is the reality? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, according to the new tax bill, if a taxable individual fails to register for taxes, they will face a penalty of 50,000 naira for the first month of non-compliance and 25,000 naira for each additional month thereafter. Plenty questions due about this bill. Number one, who is a taxable individual? Wetin be taxable income? Now, how the tax authority go take identify all the urgent 2K plus dash money where our brothers and sisters they give us from abroad, so that they are not added to money deductible as tax? It seems some tax education is needed at this point.
There needs to be a clear distinction between what is taxable and what is not. And this will be a big question that people will now start answering when this issue about TIN comes in. Because you have to explain everything that comes to your account. And it also means that you have the narration of transactions in your account has to be very clear, so that it's quite identify what is taxable and not. And the tax authorities should not just assume and say everybody is in the same category. Because when you now take everything that comes in and you say, as long as it's inflow into your account, it is taxable, it is wrong.
Tax is a contract between government and citizens. The people pay and government provide the needed amenities. If there will be penalties for taxable individuals who do not comply with the requirements, now wetin go happen to any government official wey pinch money Nigerians they pay as tax? If government don't hold face tight for tax matter, shey we the taxpayers not suppose yarn at this time say we're not smiling, even as the bill is being considered at the National Assembly. Federal, state and local government must show themselves more accountable. This is my 2 cents on top the new tax bill. Was yours? Drop a comment.
Got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Creativity is an extensive and powerful form of expression, especially for children, who often pour out their imagination onto paper in spontaneous and inhibited ways, whether intentional or free form. Their art captures raw emotions, thoughts, and experiences that words might struggle to convey. This sense of unfiltered expression was central to the recent Hope Blooms Art of Bravery exhibition at the TCA Gallery in Victoria Island, Lagos. In partnership with the Children Living with Cancer Foundation, the exhibition showcased a collection of artworks that reflected the bravery, resilience, creativity, and inner worlds of children living with cancer, most of which emerged from art therapy workshops at Lagos University Teaching Hospital, LUTH, where children were encouraged as they explore themes of hope, survival, and friendship. The compositions, spontaneous expressions, doodles, sketches, and vibrant experiments all allowed these young artists to let their feelings flow onto the canvas. These creations, which at times might seem awkward in appearance to some individuals, carries profound meaning, as the co-creator of the gallery, Phoebe Jeffrey Broha, commended the children's artistic outputs, acknowledging that these works are far more than playful creations. They represent vital channels of self-expression, helping the children navigate their emotions and finding comfort through their creativity.
The pieces for this particular exhibition were created during the workshops. As I mentioned before, we really wanted to focus on the joy that a lot of the children like to create and express. So this particular piece, for example, I believe was made by 3 children all at once. We very often see that the kids love to collaborate on pieces together. So something that is quite important to us is to track which child made which piece, how old they are, capturing the intent and the story behind the piece as well. And this piece in particular really stuck out to us, so this is the central piece for the exhibition. The Cancer Foundation has been around for 20 years now. The founder is Dr. Netta Nuobi, and they're very multifaceted, so their focus is on childhood cancer research. There's not a lot of research out there specifically about childhood cancer. Their second thing is supporting the families. So parents and siblings go through a number of things when a child has cancer. First of all, there's very intensive treatment such as chemotherapy. Very often they end up losing their jobs during the time that their child is receiving treatment because they don't have access to be able to care for their child and go to work. So that's the second thing. And then the third thing is helping to pay for cancer treatments as well.
The exhibition's theme, Hope Blooms, captured the idea that creativity can flourish even in the face of adversity. Through their artwork, the children not only communicated their hopes and struggles, but also built a sense of community, forming friendships that support them on their journey. The event aimed to raise awareness and funds, with proceeds directed towards initiatives that provide essential care and resources to children battling cancer.
These two particular pieces are part of a 4-part series that the Children's Art Gallery did in the workshop that we did with the Cancer Foundation at Lagos University Teaching Hospital. These in particular are calligraphy prints. Something that we really try to focus on when we're doing the workshops is educating with intent. So instead of just saying, oh, this is how you paint, we're looking at, okay, what do kids need that kind of builds their educational blocks. And we also look at cultural ties as well. So maybe teaching about traditional crafts that aren't typically covered in schooling. So now with the calligraphy prints, the method directly kind of ties into the method of how you would make batik fabrics or adire fabrics, for example. So calligraphy prints are blocks that you take and then you tie various things around them like strings or different 3D elements, and then you actually stamp the paper or the fabric. So that was quite dynamic for the kids. I think they really enjoyed it. Obviously working with something that's very tactile for them. I know I keep saying this, but this is also one of my favorite pieces from the exhibition. It's not often that we see such intense portraiture done. I think a lot of children, well, for this particular exhibition, a lot of them tried to focus on maybe landscape pieces. This piece is titled Inner Reflection, and it's a very conceptual piece. I think it's a representation of kind of how one sees themselves in other people. You know, if you have someone who's supporting you, who's looking at you with a loving perspective, you're going to look at yourself with that same perspective as well. And so you almost see this image that is almost a mirror, but not quite. There's two people that look similar to each other, that are gazing at each other, but they're also independent from each other.
Open to the public in order to engage with the artwork and contribute to the cause, the exhibition served as a touching reminder of the healing power of creativity and how such initiatives can uplift young artists and their families. Supporting events like Hope Blooms not only acknowledge the bravery of these children, but also helps foster a future where their creativity, resilience and strength can continue to flourish. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit, Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cut-off mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL, Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors versus Guarantee Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guarantee Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011, Innocent Motors initiated legal action against Guarantee Trust Bank, alleging that the bank mishandled funds belonging to the automaker. Chief Innocent Chukwuma claimed that GT Bank failed to fulfill its obligations regarding financial transactions. This led to substantial financial losses for the company. Chief Chukwuma sued GT Bank in 2011, claiming the bank owed them a significant sum of money. Now, from 2011 to 2019, the case went through a series of court hearings and appeals. Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guarantee Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guarantee Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Hi, thanks for joining us. My name is DJ Taro, and I'm honored today to speak to the legendary, the iconic Idris Abdul Karim. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much, Jane.
It's so we're having a conversation that's in my head I was supposed to have with you in the last 5 to 6 years, but I'm happy that you're here now.
Good.
I want to have your take on a number of issues, and just indulge me. First, with the success of Afrobeats, in the last 3 to 4 years, that we had our Afrobeat entertainers become world stars as opposed to just Nigerian stars. How does that make you feel, one, as a consumer of Nigerian music, and then two, as a pioneer who was at the beginning of this thing that we are now enjoying?
It's a beautiful thing, I remember back then, not everybody would like to listen to the new generation song, which is called Afrobeat now. We used to call it Afro hip hop back then, But to God be the glory with the help of people like Kenny Ogungbe, D1, Chris Oboti, a couple of other people in the industry who gave their platform for hip-hop to become what it's Afrobeat today. We have the likes of Davido, Burna Boy, Wizkid, and all that. The revolution that actually led to that was basically what happened between me and 50 Cent. Most times Nigerians, through the multinationals and even the governments, don't appreciate their own. You see a multinational try to sell their products with our music, but they don't respect our artists. I can categorically tell you that back then, when 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria, I remember our Nigerian artists were chased from the backstage just because 50 Cent wanted to come to backstage. So what is the essence of you inviting 50 Cent from America to come to Nigeria and perform alongside with our own artists when you're supposed to allow them to, meet and greet and get to understand how the industry works, how American business work and all that. But you rather chase your own artists and treat them like animals.
2004, right? The American rapper 50 Cent was invited to Nigeria to have a concert at 4 city concerts, right?
That's right.
And then they had done the first one.
That's right.
And then the second one, the artists and everybody was supposed to board. And the news that we heard was Idris done the 50 Cent. And it became this huge deal that 50 Cent had to cut the show short and then moved. I've heard the game, Young Buck, a number of other people tell the story from their own perspective.
One of the most craziest experiences that I've had, Nigeria, Lagos, Nigeria. We was on a plane. We was on one plane. We had chartered this one big plane for everybody who's on the whole entire show. One of the guys felt like we were sitting in, 50 was sitting in his seat, right? And the guy had, made a big scene like, yo. And security was like telling them, yo, you sitting in 50 seat, chill, can you get up or whatnot. So the security kind of probably, took it as if, you finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane. I don't know who that dude was.
What happened, man?
We're on the airplane runway about to take off. All of a sudden, I just see one, it's like a movie. I just see a dude standing in the middle of the runway, walking towards the plane while the plane is taking off. Man, guess what the plane did? Stop.
They didn't necessarily know who Idris was, because there was no, like you said, there was no mingling between the artists at the time. But they knew that this was a guy that, number one, was buff. You know that he wasn't a pushover. And then this guy was visibly angry. And they just, they were afraid for their life. But of course, we know that wasn't what it was supposed to be. But I've read 50 Cent's book, right? And 50 says he was offered $4 million to do that show. How much were you paid? The other people on the roster, did they get as much as you? Not to now compare with the $4 million that 50 got.
In 2004, I was in Germany with my crew, and I was invited to perform alongside with 50 Cent. That was a month after Wyclef came through Guinness, and we know it was a marketing strategy between the two multinationals. So I told them that, listen, if you're inviting me to play alongside with 50 Cent, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. If you're giving 50 Cent an executive room in any 7-star hotel, I want my room to be opposite 50 Cent. If you're giving 50 Cent 25 babes, you must give me 25 babes.
Right.
If you're giving 50 Cent 25 carton of Cristal, Dom Perignon, whatever it is that you're giving 50 Cent, I want the same. Because Nigerians are the one buying the shares. Nigerians are the one drinking the beers. And it is our music that you're using to sell your products without royalties. I was the highest paid artist on that show. I got 1.5 million naira per show for the first time.
Right.
Then an artist was going to be paid that much. And it was 6 shows. I told them that whatever it is you're giving 50 Cent, that's what you're going to give me. And they said, okay, no problem. We have a deal. Waited for them to put the write-up together so I can sign. They never did. But they credited my account.
Right.
Just normal Nigerian style, believing that, okay, he will come for the show and all that. So, well, as a street boy, I had an agreement with you. I stand by my agreement. The first show was at the TBS. So I was at the backstage with my crew, E-Money, KC, Ayani Marshall, Tony 1 Week, Daddy Shoki. Everybody was at backstage. And all of a sudden, the security came and said, you all have to leave the backstage. And they created one canopy. There was no AC in the canopy. And they now pushed all Nigerian artists. You needed to see that day, man. Treated Nigerian artists like animals. And I felt like, no, man, this is not going to happen to me. It was 50 Cent security that was leading the Nigerians security. We're like, hey, you, what are you doing at the backstage? You got to get the F out of that. I was like, excuse me. Who are you, man? I don't know who you are. So yeah, 50 Cent is coming backstage. So why should I leave? I'm performing along 50 Cent, so why should I leave? I'm Idris Abdul Karim. What's the problem? And it was like, no, we don't want anybody. I said, you can't do nothing. I'm staying right here. So he went back to the organizer, and the organizer was like, woo. So he said, no, leave him alone. Don't go there. You know, they knew exactly what they were
So
doing.
you're already pressed at that point, like, why are you treating us like this?
That's what's up.
So this was at the Lagos
It happened at the Lagos show, at TBS, you know, right here. A lot of the Nigerian artists had to call these multinationals and I begged them to be on bill for the show. You understand what I'm saying? So I was the highest paid at that moment. You know, so I said, no, man, I ain't leaving. So 50 Cent came, you know, with his crew and all that, you know, and they went on stage and performed and sprayed 100 Naira notes, new 100 Naira notes, you know, in the crowd, and the crowd thought it was dollars. You know, funny enough, some stories that you don't know is that approximately about 5 people died that night. The Nigerian bureaus covered it up. People were raped, phones were stolen, and they covered it up with the press. So basically, you know, got to the airport around 8 o'clock, waited for 50 Cent and his crew for almost 2 hours, 30 minutes. And they finally came. I was seated on the business class and walked up to me and said, yeah, you got to get the fuck out of that seat. That's 50 Cent's seat. And I was like, excuse me, we don't speak fuck in Africa. I don't know what fuck is all about. My name is Idris Abdul Karim. I sold 4.6 million copies in a pirated country. Why don't you come tell me how the American market works? The reason why we're all happy you're here is because we want to learn from you. You know, get to know you and learn how the American market works. And he went back downstairs to speak with the organizer. I was watching the organizers and they were like, you know, they don't know. You know, so he came back and said, yo, we just spoke with the organizer and they said they don't fucking know who you are. Before I know what's up, man, they attacked me.
So the security kind of probably, you know, took it as if, he finna, yo, bro, what's going on? So he grabbed him, roughed him up, and, you know, like, yo, man, hold on, and walked him on up off the plane.
About 12 of them, they attacked me. Then my boys came from the economic class, so Malo, everybody, you know, to come and, you know. And meanwhile, Nigerian artists were there. They were all like,
everybody was close.
While they were coming in, a lot of them were even saying that it's into they do. Waiting being problem said it they do. Meanwhile, they were not on the bill of the show. They were called to beg to be on the show.
Right.
So the slave mentality is still, you know, my guy rescued me, and funny enough, DJ T, if you remember DJ T, was recording everything that happened, how they attacked me.
DJ T has
he has the footage. You know, so he kept it. And immediately that happened, you know, I just went to the door and jammed the door, you know, and the pilot was like, oh, guys, I'm not going anywhere. I don't know what the hell is going on. And I was like, yo, Fiti, I'm performing alongside with you and you disrespect me. I could have been American and do the same to you. I know what would have happened. You know what I mean? And it was like, they never told us there were artists in the plane. You know, they told us there were workers in the plane. It's like, okay.
So the organizers told 50 Cent and his crew that
there was no artists.
Are not artists. So
yes, that there were workers who basically just wanted to follow the...
Right.
It's like, they finally opened the door and they said everybody should get down. So I came down and the Nigerian Bureau's organizers, the chairman, Chief Odumegu, he walked up to me and was like, Idris, we're sorry, it was our fault that we didn't do the necessity and all that. But 50 Cent asked you to come and have a handshake so we can move to... I was like, no, man, I'm not doing that.
Why did you feel strongly like that, even when you wanted to have a handshake?
Because from the beginning, they knew exactly what they were doing. And for me, that was a revolution. That was a fight to rescue my people from slavery. I know it was going to affect my career, but I'm going to be a hero for the rest of my life. And I had to take that risk for Africa. Stop treating us like animals. We have talent, we have content, we are just like the Americans. The reason why Americans are what they are is because their leaders created a beautiful platform for them. From the politicians to the multinationals to everybody in different platforms. So it is our own responsibility to do the same for ourselves.
So it's been 20 years since that time.
the music industry has experienced an explosion like none other.
That's right.
You are older now, right? You are not as active as say you were, you know, in your prime. But do you feel a sense of betrayal looking back now, like people that are benefiting now don't understand what I had to give up? And at the time, were there active people that were trying to blacklist you?
Oh, of course. For me, it was a revolution.
You thought of it like, I'm going to do this for a cause?
Yes.
Or you just wanted to make a statement right now?
No, for a cause. Right. For Nigerian artists to be respected and to be paid very well. And it finally happened. Without that revolution, there wouldn't have been the Burna Boy, the video. They wouldn't have been benefiting whatever it is that they are benefiting now.
Does it offend you? Does it hurt you? Do you feel betrayed when these stars now look at their own personal stories and how they've been successful and go like, nobody paved the way?
Oh, because they are selfish. Because they've never gone through a time before in their life. They never knew what it took Baba Kekeke Ogungbe to give us platform at that time when everybody was saying that no, rap music or Afro music will never be what it is. That no, go back to the studio and record Juju music. Go back to the studio, record Fuji music. Where are you from? Go back and sing your dialect. But this was a beautiful new song. It was Afro hip hop, which is called Afrobeat today.
There's a tendency for people to be fixated on Idris, what Idris is saying, how Idris is sounding, or Idris fought with 50 Cent, or Idris did Nigeria Jaga Jaga. To me, I think it removes sometimes from the quality work that you've done, right? And we're talking about with the remedies with you as a solo artist. Do you look back on your discography and wish it was produced at a different time? Are you happy with what you were able to do for yourself with Eddie, with Kenny Music, and with Lacrim and every other thing that you've done? Do you think you came at the right time, or would you have preferred to have come like now that it's easier to make music and easier to...
I came at the right time. If I didn't come at the right time, I wouldn't have revolutionized the industry. Today, there wouldn't have been what we have today.
That's how you feel?
Oh, yes. The point is that it was 21 years ago that I sang Nigeria Jaga Jaga. And it took Nigerians 21 years to understand the meaning of Jaga Jaga because they have started feeling the heat. Nigerians forget easily. But now, you don't hit everybody. Now, people, before, they dance to the beats. But now they listen to the lyrics like, oh, okay, this is what Idris was saying 21 years ago. Even Obasanjo himself has become the chief campaigner of Jaga Jaga today. He said, my papa and my mama Jaga Jaga, but funny enough, he's my father. So Obasanjo is the real Jaga Jaga. It's the problem of Nigeria. It's the one that put us to where we are today. Thank God I've been vindicated.
You feel like you...
Oh, vindication sweet me. During Goodluck Jonathan, fuel was 180 naira. Buhari came and took it to 350. Tinubu came and skyrocketed it to what? 700 naira. During Goodluck Jonathan, dollar was 189. Buhari came and took it to 320. Tinubu came, skyrocketed to 1,200.
So for you,
how much is spaghetti during Goodluck Jonathan? It was 60 naira. During Buhari, became 130 naira. Now, spaghetti is 800 naira. That's 200%. Impoverishing Nigerians, doing everything possible to make people go crazy and sad. So if you hate the truth, it's because you're eating from the government. They say you don't talk where you eat. Of course, that is the principle.
So for you, are you content to be the... I mean, there's a song that you mentioned that Two-Face at the time did a song that said he wanted to be like Obasanjo. But me, I won't be like Fela and Nicola.
Why do you want to be like Obasanjo, somebody that sent somebody to kill and wiped out the OOD?
I mean, I'm sure that was talking in a certain context.
It doesn't matter. You have to take your time to know exactly what you are talking about, to want to be like somebody.
But you want to be like Fela?
Most definitely.
With all of the criticisms that Fela had?
Most definitely.
It's not a problem for you?
Oh no, most definitely, because I know they lied against him.
Which one of them again? Which lie did they lie?
Not today. That he had AIDS when we know they killed him.
That's how you feel about it?
Please, guy, watch out for the documentary. Idris is coming to expose a lot of things to you guys. Dede Mabiaku will tell you much about Fela Anikulapo Kuti. Bro, it's a saddening situation we find ourselves in this country. Immediately, you are a person that speaks the truth, just know that you are the enemy of the state. They will create lies on your head. But who gives a damn when God loves you for speaking the truth? I'm an ambassador to God. I am satisfied. I am happy. Nowhere you go that they play Nigeria, you won't see everybody stand up and start dancing. People are feeling the heat. Jaga Jaga will stop raining the day Nigeria becomes a great country.
Nobody can accuse Idris Abdulkarim of not saying his mind, right? Whatever, either in song, either through your social media, you say it's how you feel it. Do you feel like that often makes people want to stay away, like, nah, Idris on too much, or you don't care once you get your truth off?
Anybody that hates the truth is the enemy of the state. Funny enough, most of the enemy of the state are part of the state. You can imagine that after DJ T recorded everything that happened, Charlie Boy was the P-Man president at that time. And he came to the airport, and his responsibility was to take that off and fight for the artists. But he went behind and collected money from Nigerian bureaus to blacklist me. Do
you know that for a fact? Or
are you kidding me?
You know that for a fact?
Are you kidding me? Where is the tape? Ask Mr. The DJ T. Ask now, DJ T will tell you that the tape is with Charlie Boy. So he used it to negotiate. Now today we're there for Nigeria, where we don't know what's in the apple. I say it all the time. It's all over the internet. I'm not scared to say my truth.
That's right.
There are a lot of truth that I haven't even said. Because I'm waiting for the right time to say those things. So I'm coming up with documentary very, very soon to expose a lot of things.
It's interesting that you mentioned that there's a documentary in the works. So typically, it appears like for the last 20 to 25 years of Afrobeats, there hasn't been much storytelling, deliberate curation of this period.
That's
you
right.
Can count how many people have done books.
That's right.
I've done 2 books.
That's right.
Right. There's been only 2 documentaries, and you have all of these icons and legends that are growing old by the day. How do you think that we as Nigerians should invest our time and resources into curating the stories for history and then for posterity?
Yes, most times you flash back and get to understand that even in our schools today, history has been taken off the curriculum because it was intentional for a lot of people not to understand their history in order not to stand up and fight for it. How would you do that to your citizens? How would you do that to your own citizens? Just because of the bad things that you have done, you don't want Nigerians to know, so they don't wake up and revolutionize against you tomorrow. Right. So my advice for individuals is never lie to yourself. Stand up, appreciate yourself, unite, forget about religion and tribal sentiment. Unite in any group that you are, in any platform that you represent, in any government that you represent. Stand up and know your right and fight for your right. Invest also in your right. Invest in everything that you all do. Unite together and speak in one voice. If not, forget it.
Them say I fight 50 cents. See them out, them just say I'm anyhow. Them say I run go exile. Mr. President catch you, he go flog you. For your information, they met Mr. President 101 inside a SOUQ. Them say I don't go make them again. Them say I ain't got no game. Tell this music I'm back again. Take a head, D1. Them
say I don't like government because they treat my people anyhow. They say they no give me show, they won't see how rude boy won't survive. Me travel to America and Canada, Asian, Caribbean, South Africa. Met in the Soviet, you were doing it right. Now I'm back home, black and wicked and inside. But my friends will love me, I thank you well, Idris is back again.
Is this something that you are looking at doing yourself? Because you have a very strong voice, you have stronger convictions. Why don't we put it to things that can put you in a position to act on the things that you are convinced of?
Oh, most definitely. I will at the right time.
Right.
If your music has no content, then the lifespan of that music is 3 months. You have to go back to the studio to record another stupid music.
I think
and you go back again after 3 months, after that one don't rain finish, to record. But Jaga Jaga is still raining. Mr. Lecturer, BBC had to send Kiki to go into the campus to find out if it was true that lecturers were actually harassing the girls. But you saw what happened. You saw the fact. Lecturers were caught red-handed.
Right. And this was
harassing girls. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Jaga in itself, I know that it was inspired by certain things, but was it you rebelling against, leadership at the time? Was it you being, like Jesus said, the ghetto reporter, just reporting what's happening on the streets? But was that how you felt about the country of your birth? That has given you everything. Do you feel, or did you feel at the time that it was Jaga Jaga? So let me tell the world that it's Jaga Jaga. Or was there a bigger message that you tried to pass across the world?
I was nominated to raise the Olympic torch alongside with Professor Pat Utomi, Dora Akinyuli, late, may her soul rest in peace. May you continue to rest in peace, Mommy, we love you. Larry Izamuje, Shegun Odegbami, and a few other people,
Now, time now to go on to KK. Live at the airport as he welcomes back Nigeria's contingent from carrying the Olympic torch.
But for the Olympics is right around the corner, and we have some Nigerians that represented Nigeria in Cairo, making things happen for Nigeria.
Because this is the first time Nigerians are participating in Olympic torch relay. And the very first time the torch is touching base on Africa.
Let's check out Idris Abdul Karim, Nigerian music legend. Tell the young people the feeling.
It's good, you know what I'm saying? What I just want to say is whatever you want to do, keep your head up. Don't let no one brings you down. You can actually achieve anything you want to achieve.
And we got to Egypt and we are all together in the same hotel. And late Dora Akinyuli was like, my son, how did you get here? I said, Mr. Lecturer got me here. He said, oh, Mr. Lecturer. I said, oh, wait a minute. The song, Mr. Lecturer. I said, yes. I said, oh, wow, wow. Wow, people are observing things. People are observing situations. This is huge. Please put up more songs like that out there. Don't be scared of anybody. Make sure you speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not.
And this was,
during lunch.
Yeah, speaking this to you.
Yeah. And Professor Patutomi said the same thing to me and encouraged me. Same thing with Shegun Odegbami. We grew up in Kano together, And it was like, oh, I'm very proud of you. So the next day, while the torch, passing started, Professor Patutomi from 20 meter collected the torch and it ran towards me. And I was so emotional that day. He was crying. I knew he started crying from the moment
you got it.
I didn't know what was going through his mind. I couldn't tell. But when he got to me, I saw that he has been crying. And he passed the torch to me and he said, my son, I'm passing my generation to your generation. Bro, are you kidding me?
That's a heavy statement.
It's automatically telling me that I'm giving you an authority to go and speak on behalf of Nigerians. That is your field as a musician. So you can change the country with your music and speak the truth, whether anybody likes it or not. And I was like, wow. I cried. I couldn't help it. So I ran and, dropped my, torch to the next person, which is from another country, And I went back to the hotel that day. I went to take my shower. Then I did my ablution and I did my salat. If I want to talk to my God, I have to do my salat and my prayers and say, yo, God, I want to go into fasting. This is what I want to do. Please show me the way. Tell me what to do. So I started the fasting the next day. And after 7 days, we got back to Lagos. I slept. And the word was Nigeria, Jaga Jaga.
That's how you heard it?
Oh, yes. And I stood up immediately, pick up my phone. Right. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. And I look at everything scatter, scatter. Poor man, they suffer, suffer. Bosa, bosa. Gunshot in the air. And immediately, I called Soso. I called Chris Okoro. And we hit the studio.
Right.
And I recorded Nigeria, Jaga Jaga. You heard Obasanjo say, you see this chair? It's over my dead body. That's how Obasanjo encouraged gangsterism in politics. That is how he encouraged corruption in politics. Today, it has evolved all over politicians.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve the Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done, and then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month to know how the kidney is doing, to check your creatinine, to see what's going on, you know, to get your tacrolimus test done, to see how your kidney is doing, and then wait for 1 year for the medication to be done, then order for another medication without regular checkup. Right. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die, you know. But sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I dedicated, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, where Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
That means, like Fela said, we go here and
oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat Yetunde. I love you so much, you know. May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, you know. I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema. You know, I appreciate my brother Imoni. You know, that's when you know who are your friends. You know, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboyi. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out. People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world.
You burst on the scene at a time that Nigerian music, as we know it, wasn't the way it was. Right. At the time that you came out, all of the international major record companies had come and gone. The Nigerian music industry was without form at this point. But that's the era that you came out in. I've written about you. I've done quite some stuff, and I know how you came from Kano to Lagos. In just a brief words, how now that you're looking back, how do you make that connection? You were doing okay in Kano, living a normal youngster life, but you wanted to do music, and you headed to Lagos. Not that somebody said, "Idris, come and stay with me." Not that you had a friend that you were writing to. How did you make that connection from Kano to Lagos and then eventually to Kenny Ogungbe, even before it became Kenny's music?
God, revolution, revelation. In my dream, God kept telling me, "You're called."
People say that they hear from God,
It's for real.
like that.
It's for real.
Because I don't hear literally like that.
Yes, I get my message from God through my dreams. And when He said it's time, and He tell me what to do. And I go to the studio, I do it. I just explained to you how Jaga Jaga came up.
Right.
Same way Mr. Lecturer came up. I was in Kano in 1995.
Okay.
Looking forward to people like Dr. Fresh. I know you must have heard of Dr. Fresh. Music in the North was big than the South. Yes. Hip hop was alias in the North.
Yeah.
So Dr. Fresh was just the biggest star in Kano at that time. There's no shows in Central Hotel, any part of the North that Dr. Fresh doesn't go and shut down. So I was still in military school then, Hamide, Bukavu Barak. I have a couple of friends that I met in school who were basically into music, but I've never seen them, perform before. So one day, my agricultural teacher was like, "There's an event going on at the Soldiers Club today, so that I should just come around and watch before I go to the house." So I got to the Soldiers Club, and that was the first time I was like, I was blown and I was shocked, like, really? So people rapping, people miming, doing their thing. And I was like, wow. Funny enough, at that time, I was already representing Kano State. In fact, I represented Nigeria as a table tennis player. I played ping pong. I represented Kano as a cadet player, alongside with, Yinkama Jekodumi, Taufik Maya, Funke Oshinaike, Biola Odumoso. Oh, yes. So, but for me, immediately I got to experience music. I just went for music. Wow. I knew it was my call. I knew it was my call. I knew this is it. I was looking for an opportunity, an avenue to express myself and speak for the voice of the voiceless. To speak for the people who can speak for themselves. So after that day, I invited a couple of them to come to the house. My mom lives at Sabongeri. She sells pepper soup. So they'll come and eat. Then I'll ask them questions. How do you do this?
There's been certain health challenges that you've had, that some of the people that you were close to, that you knew, had, How did that make you feel? First, how did you know that you were ill? Was there specific symptoms that you had at the time that you felt like, this is not right? And then that's just in brief.
In 2012, I went for an event. I know how energetic I am when I'm performing. Then I noticed something wasn't right at this side of my tummy. So it was a beautiful performance, killed the crowd that I managed to perform. I went back home, I told my wife, went to the hospital, and said to go and do checkup. When I got to the hospital, the doctor was like, my kidney is very weak. You need to give me some medication, So he gave me a couple of medications. Ending of 2022, started feeling the pain more after performances. January 2023, I told my wife, we need to go to, we need to go and see a doctor, a specialist that I was told about, somewhere around Ikeja GRA. So went there and did all tests, and they said my kidney is failing, that I need to start the dialysis. You know, told me everything and put me through everything. I agreed to start my dialysis. There was few friends of my wife that had the same issue.
Right.
And my wife called them and reached out to them, and I was like, what's up? How did he go about it, you know? Was like, no, that we should leave that hospital and book an appointment with Dr. Bamboe at St. Nicholas Hospital. Immediately, the next day, we got an appointment with Dr. Bamboe, went to see Dr. Bamboe. A man is an angel, man. You know, so went to see Dr. Bamboe, and Dr. Bamboe was like, hi, Idris, how are you? I love your music. I love the fact that you speak the truth. You know, we appreciate people. You're not just
a regular patient.
Regular patient. So I'm interested in your case. So go to the lab and let them get all these tests done for you. Then we'll take it up from there. So went to the lab and they did all the tests, and it was like, okay, so Idris, here is the point. Your kidney has failed.
As it is now.
Now, you're on stage 4. So you need a transplant. With a transplant, you're going to live your life again like a newborn baby. And I was like, so how do I get a transplant? How do I get a kidney? Does the hospital, it was like, no, that if that happens, that would be like we're trafficking organs and all that.
Yeah.
So what we do basically is we take from family members, your children, your brother, your friends. Then right there, my wife was like, can I donate for him? We never talked about it. I didn't know. It was like, can I donate for him? And doctor was like, yes, if you are compatible. And she was like, how do I know that I'm compatible? Said, you have to go through a couple of tests. Said, can I start now? Doctor was like, yes. So she went to the lab. She did about 15 different tests. And to God be the glory, she was compatible with me. And I'll say that I should get ready next month. The surgeon will be coming in from America and India. It wasn't up to a week. We got a call that the surgeons are around. You guys should check in today. You know, this was October last year. So we told our children about it. So they prayed. They were crying, but they prayed, you know. So we got to the hospital. We told them that when Dr. Bamboe told me it was transplant plan, I knew I was going to make it. I knew that people love me out there. I know people that love me genuinely for what I stand for what I speak for. Not for playing music, but for what I stand for. So when my wife now said what she said and we're compatible, I was very happy. So my dialysis wasn't even up to 4 months. We were checked in to the hospital, and my children went home. And the Indian woman came and were like, Abdul, how are you? I'm fine. You know, said, so Abdul, this is where I'm going to be putting your new kidney tomorrow. Just relax. It's a regular thing that I do. Don't worry. You know, I checked all your tests and I found out that your body, spirit, and soul are in good spirit to go, and I'm happy for that. So everything is gonna be fine. You know, just relax yourself, okay? I say, yes, doc, thank you very much. So around 8 o'clock in the morning, I came to take my wife to the, theater. And when it was 9 o'clock, they came back for me and went to the theater. And as soon as they lay me down on the bed, it wasn't up to 1 minute.
You took off.
I was gone.
I know.
And 5 hours later, it was pain
That woke you.
That woke me up. So much pain. And I was like, I want water. I want to drink water. And in India woman was like, Idris, this is 6 p.m. Prepare yourself and relax yourself. You're going to take water by 7 a.m. I was like, God, 7 a.m., long. So I was like, where's my wife? You know, where's my wife? Like, don't worry, your wife is in the next ICU. She's fine and everything is okay with her, you know. So I started praying. And the doctor was like, congratulations. It was perfect. It was okay. Congratulations. I was like, I want to see my wife, you know, because they've done her since. So she was okay. She was just smiling. I was like, what's up? She see me, I cry, I shout, you know. I say, she's fine, don't worry. Like, how am I? I said, I'm very, very fine, you know. And she was like, we thank God. Like, then she should go back and rest. So she went. So I was in the hospital, in the ICU for 8 days, you know. Then the pain started reducing, subsiding. Then they moved us from the ICU to the ward, you know. So came to check us for another 7 days. Gave me my medication, and after 15 days, I was discharged. Go back home, show me my medication. In fact, funny enough, I was surprised. When it was 7 o'clock, they brought water for me, I drank. And when it was 8 o'clock, they brought beans, plantain, and beef.
And you ate it.
And I was telling the doctor that, no, doctor said I should not eat beans. I should not eat. He said, no, you're a new person now. Go ahead, eat. I was like, what?
Oh, wow.
Like, seriously?
Oh, wow. That's an amazing.
It's like, seriously? So yes. I was like, oh, God, I give you the glory. Thank you.
I saw a few comments and one stood out to me. And somebody said, who doesn't know you, by the way? Just said, look at him, a typical Nigerian man. If it was his wife that needed the kidney, he would not have given it.
I would do the same because she is a godsend. From the day that I met her,
right, and
my mom saw her, she's a godsend. I would have done the same. I mean, which woman will give her husband a kidney if the man is not a good man? It's not possible.
That's a good point.
The woman will not go. If you are a bad man, no woman would want to give you a kidney. And everybody that knows me know that I love my wife so much. And I don't joke with family. I love family. Nobody's perfect, actually. But I don't joke with family. I love my wife so much. Right. So if I was in a position, I would have done the same thing.
There are people from your era, some people that you are friendly with.
Yes.
The late great Steve Kadri.
Yeah.
The late OJB.
Yeah.
Had these issues.
Yeah.
Do you feel sometimes like, why am I here? Do you feel like, why didn't they get the same blessing that I got in surviving this?
I thought of it. But, you know, I feel like we need more information. If we had more information back then, a lot of people wouldn't have died, you know, on this kidney issue. Like, for example, some people travel to India to get this transplant done. And then they give them medication that they will use for 1 year without medical checkup every month. That's why you see most people that go to India, they just die.
Right.
Sweetest thing that ever happened to me was that I have someone like Dr. Bamboyi. You know, I did a song, I called his name. I did a song to appreciate my wife, and I called his name. Dr. Bamboyi is such, Nigerians are so gifted.
Right.
Nigerians are so gifted, we just have bad leadership.
And now that you are newly born, that means, like Fela said, we go here we.
Oh no, plenty things. Because 2024, you go hear story. They go hear fire. Now, they go hear. Because I know God intentionally, protect my life and give me this opportunity for me to do a lot of things. I still have a lot of work to do. If not, maybe I would have gone. I know He loves me so much. For me, in my dream, God called me His political activist. That's what He called me, political activist. My political activist.
And you are determined to follow.
Oh, yes. My responsibility is to speak the truth. Only truth will set our country free, whether anybody likes it or not. So I have to appreciate Nigerians all over the world in diaspora for their prayers and support. I appreciate my wife, Sekinat, Yetunde. I love you so much, May Allah continue to bless you. I appreciate my wife and my children. I appreciate Kenny Ogungbe, I appreciate Chief Allen Oyema, I appreciate my brother Imoni. That's when you know who are your friends, that came out to show you love and support you. You know what I mean? And also to appreciate Dr. Bamboe. May you live long. Thank you for doing what you're doing. I mean, since after my surgery, approximately 12 transplants has been carried out.
Wow, by Dr. Bamboe.
People come from Canada to come to Nigeria to come and...
That's amazing.
Do you understand?
That's amazing.
So imagine if we have great leadership and we have great hospitals and equipment, people will come all over the world. I told one of my friends that, listen, man, I'd like to go and perform at Trend 2, which is the regular place where we perform at Central Hotel in Kano. And they were like, oh, that's beautiful. Why not? So that day, Dr. Fresh was performing, and I went there and I was invited to come and perform. So that day, I experienced the first politics. I was invited, I grabbed the microphone, and I asked the DJ to play my instrumental. I immediately started playing the instrumental and I started rapping. They removed the wire and they made it look like it was my fault. I got off the stage. In the next 6 minutes, the music is back and everything. And Dr. Fresh came on stage and performed and everything. Oh, okay. The guy called me, said, that's the politics. I was like, oh, really? I said, oh, okay. So next time, while I was going back there, I took my DJ along with me.
Oh, so you already had a DJ?
Oh, I took my DJ along with me and performed my song and everything was okay. And I killed the crowd. And since that day, I became a competitor to Dr. Fresh.
Right.
Chased him out of Kano. And he went to Abuja. I heard he's in Abuja. I went to Abuja. Chased him out of Abuja. Came to Lagos. I heard he was in Lagos. That's when I took the 911 bus that was bringing tomato and pepper and came
so
to...
you didn't come to Lagos in a luxurious bus?
No, luxurious bus. I want to tata ati tomato.
That's how you got to Lagos to chase your dream?
That's right. Couldn't go to family's house. I had to stay under the bridge. Then head down. It was for like 9 months though.
And I'm thinking about it.
How I survived.
Yes.
I wake up every morning. The hold up is piling up. And I walk through any car that is an under car. I know it's an Hausa car. Hausa road.
Oh, that's true.
That's their favorite car. They don't like any other car than Honda.
Right.
So they wind down, I just start rapping. Na hau mota, to ina malan zamu je kana wanda abu nan muka fara Kano ta kare ko da mai ka zo an fika na je kura da ciromawa na ibawa har nasarawa mun shiga city jama'a titi suka ce sai ka kai sabo a kwana a tashi na gan duniya na iso na gaida gida ne Kano City. So they will just start laughing.
Oh, wow.
They will just start laughing. They're like, hey. What's your name? Idris. Idris. I like you. Yeah, let me give you something. Here's my number. If you need anything, call me. That's how I lived. And those contacts, from that time till today, when I made it, I still keep those contacts.
we could have done this for another 3 hours.
Thank you, Taiwo. I imagine. Thank you, Taiwo.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news, be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis, get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews, hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from Afrif. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst the Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing And it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. I mean, one of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and you know, everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day, from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In this situation, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to the show once again this week on the amazing and lovely Inside Life, the show where we talk to our veterans, we talk to our pioneers in the music game and catch up with them with what's going on in their lives, and also more importantly take stock of how these icons have set the pace ahead of whatever it is that is going on right now. We'll get into that conversation, but before we do, we'll have an extra special guest in the house. When we return, we'll be introducing you to them. Stay here, it's Inside Life, don't go nowhere. Welcome back to Inside Life. My name is Hans Mba, and quickly we'll jump right on to introducing you to our guests in the building. So today, as usual, a special show on Inside Life. We have the one, the only. This is the part where you hear the drum roll. Slight pause. Black Reverends and
AKA Ayanga Boys.
Yes, I am.
Black Reverends, it took us forever to get these men into the studio, and so you can tell how important and how special today is. To my immediate right is the one you know as Wesley.
Yeah.
Yeah. And to the far right,
Shop 2.
You know his name already. His head precedes him. The one, the only SOUQ 2. You've seen him in the movies. We're going to talk about that as we get into the crux of the matter today.
Yeah, that's fine.
Black Reverends, welcome to SOUQ News Television and our show Inside Life.
Thank you so very much. We're glad to be here. We're honored. Our pleasure.
I still feel a bit starstruck when I remember the things you guys have done. I'm from the old school, right? And I remember Ayangba Girls Are Dangerous. It was a national anthem. I'm talking 2000.
Yeah.
Right?
Precisely.
What was behind that song? Tell us the full story, from naming it, from the conception of the beats, from the lyrics, from the dance to the dance steps. Please talk to us about that song as we begin this.
Actually, Ayangba is a street language for girls, wayward girls.
Okay.
But Ayangba actually was 1999.
Oh, so a year before. Usually, you would have cooked and taken all that time to cook up everything and drop it when people get it.
2000 was the video. That's why you see in 2000. So then it was a military area, and I say we have to do it as a satire, because you cannot face. Actually, it's a way of talking to the leaders then, but we cannot talk directly. Then we'll move you straight.
We know how to do.
So the thing we now did is we kind of do like Animal Farm. We satirized it by calling Ikebe gone. Ayangba are the leaders. They are dangerous. They use Ikebe, collect your money by force. The gun. And nothing you could do because they're dangerous. You understand? So it's a satirized song. And ladies are getting a wrong conception about our view. It's not like we are insulting the ladies. If you hear the lines, it says, Eyo, and they be waiting you define. Enter hotel, go meet Ayangba, you get bad mind. A guy that goes to a motel to go and catch phone. If Ayangba finish with you, you go 2 days late. So we're looking at our leaders. Yes. When they get to the post, they tell you all sweet words, but when they get there, they do what they want. If you come and knock the door, they bang the door at you. You understand? You can't do anything. If you go, they tell someone to pick you up.
Now, we're talking about this. One of the reasons why we had to have this conversation. Did you feel that this message was hot at the time, or you felt people got it much later on?
I think it was at that point in time. We've had series of interviews where we said this, but the depth, the meaning of the song wasn't really hitting the people because of the beat. Okay, we have the intention of doing the song to hit at the leaders and the situation then, but we had to model after a popular song, the Busta Rhyme. So a lot of people were carried away with the beat, and then the video, and then the dance step. And so regardless of the message you pass, it was a club banger, party shaker. You go everywhere, and Ayangba was virtually everywhere. But you can see that no matter how much you go to interviews and let people know that this song, don't take it literally the way we have delivered it. It's deeper than what you think. We're trying to call our leaders Ayangba and say they will use Ikebe, which is the gun to collect your money by force. Nothing you could do because they're dangerous, but no, it didn't matter anymore.
It's just the groove.
Just the dance, the groove, the cruise, like they call it these days. So.
And I feel like it's one of the things that's affecting our music right now.
Exactly.
So what you were addressing at that time,
yes, sincerely,
has it changed from what's happening right now? What do you think?
Is it
any different?
Basically, no.
Anyway, change is permanent. You cannot play music. But I know way back, we are conscious musicians. We think deep before delivering any lines.
No,
we
of
want
course.
to make like people.
Back then, that was some of the attributes of the artist back then.
True. Yes.
You write your song from home. You go to the studio with your book,
You give
lyrics
thoughts.
book.
Yes.
It's the song that you sing to your producer that brings the beat out.
Right.
These days is the other way around. The beat is ready, then they call you to come to the studio. You go to the studio, you listen to a beat, and then the beat just moves you, and then you put melody. So by the time you put the melody to that rhythm, to the beat, lyrics don't matter anymore. You've not sat down to critically think, to say, okay, we're going to put this song and address this corruption, and address this and that. No deep thinking. It's just, you go to the beat, you go to the studio, you hear the beat. Hey, can just find your ways go down. Your ways go. Music don't ready. It's
exactly.
It's not how it used to be for us.
Incidentally, I saw a clip. I think it was New York Times. I saw a clip yesterday, and they were talking about. It was a key question. They were like, "What has destroyed the art of writing?"
Exactly.
So I remembered it from what you're saying about how the beat is there ready for you, and you come in and you freestyle. It breaks my heart. You freestyle on the beat. You just go, and you see, when you say freestyle, I know not a lot. Freestyle is also a skill.
It is.
Like you have it or you don't.
Yes.
So when people are like, I'm like, yo, what are you doing? They're like, while practicing freestyle. I say you can't practice freestyle.
Don't practice freestyle.
It will not sound. I know someone that he freestyles. He's talking about everything in the room. He's consistent. He's on beat.
Spontaneously.
When he finishes and you ask him what did he just say, he doesn't know.
Doesn't know.
When you put another beat, he continues.
continues.
So I said, listen, you can't do this. So when artists get, like what you're saying, piggybacking on what you're saying, when artists get in the studio and they begin to freestyle without thinking. Because many times you have to write, counsel, think about it, write, counsel.
Yes.
Could it be why a lot of people think that music has lost its way in Nigeria? Your genuine thoughts.
I'm sure you've seen the video of Buju Banton and what he said about Afrobeat. 100% spot on. And maybe you haven't seen the video. You haven't seen the video? Buju said Afrobeat is fuckery. That was his exact language. That it has no substance and it cannot last. That they say nothing meaningful and it's just about money and drink and women.
But actually, that's not Afrobeat.
You know, there's a difference.
Thank you.
Since we're going there, you know, there's one with the S.
There's Afrobeat.
There's one with the S.
Which is what Fela
came with.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's Afrobeat. Now there's Afrobeats.
With the S.
Okay, with the S.
With an S. So that's a collection of African kind of music. It's called Afrobeat, like Afro rhythm, which is what none of these Afrobeats musicians, as a matter of fact, sing Afrobeat.
No,
of course.
They just
no. Let's get some straight.
Like I said, changes
different
from
kinds of entities.
Yes.
You know, so
completely different.
Let's not a lot of people even know because people act like they don't, but they actually do. Let's go to what happened to you guys what happened in 2007 when I fight. People like say when a woman went on this band. You went into movies, so too you went into movies, and Wesley, you got serious with your record label and your studio. What happened?
Nothing.
You can't say you cannot say.
Nothing really.
You can't say you cannot say.
No, nothing really serious. Just at a point in time, the record. Let's say this was even start from the record label. You know, where you see like they're not really serious about pushing and taking the artists to the studio and investing more and trying to promote them. And when the record label itself don't come relax. You said you look at the whole thing and say, bro, yes, we did a hit song. It was everywhere, but commercially, how has it paid us? We say, man, make I delve into something else. You know, so like rightly said, I went to movies and tried to see maybe, you know, all entertainment, all
But you see, you guys have it. Because as you went into, after Ayangba did what it did, you went into movies, Silver Spoon, yeah?
Silver Spoon. We were both in Silver Spoon.
And you guys, Silver Spoon hits.
Wait, sorry. We went into movie. That's why I can't picture it. We are movie actors before music.
Really?
Yes. Our first movie is called Kata Kata.
Before 99?
1996. Directed by Don Pedro Baseki.
Yeah.
We are DBN with Regina Askia, a lot of stars.
Really?
We what's his name? Mekwen. That's the. I think it's Actors Guild president, vice president now or something. So we've been actors all our life before the music. In fact, movie money gave us liberty to pay studio for Ayangba.
Wow. So how long was this before Ayangba?
96, 4 years, in 3-4 years, we now did Ayangba.
That's amazing. That's great. I'm just finding.
So if he's doing movie, it's what he knows how to do.
Right.
If I'm doing movie, I used to personally do comedy for DBN television. When me, very young, Don Pedro Basque, well, Ukotokri, then Israel. There's one
Israel,
presenter way back, Israel. Yes, I used to produce movies for. I used to produce a movie guest, Night Shift.
Okay. It was big back then.
It was big. Then there's a comedy before the movie. I'm the comedian Molue. Baba Molue, like 90 years old man.
Really?
With Okpotokri, with Baba Columbia.
So what are you guys doing with that skill now? What are you doing with that?
These are things that dwell in our. We definitely were working on something.
Content creating, skits, and even trying to produce our own, set of movies and all.
And we're doing new songs as well.
Yeah, of course.
No, obviously, I know that is happening. You guys,
new
stay working all the time. But let's also want to know how you felt, how it was at that time when you guys were like, what's the word now? Your names were in people's mouths at the time. You had a song that was national anthem everywhere. You had Ayangba blowing up. How did it feel? Did you anticipate it was going to happen, or it was by chance? Because I know at the time there wasn't a lot of payola going on like it is right now, and there wasn't a lot of where you would stream. Of course, streaming was not there. Where you would do streaming farms, you pay to have your song played multiple times. But I could pick some of those songs back then that blew, like organically.
Yes.
So was it planned? Was it something you guys did separately, differently?
All right. Sorry. There is this thing that actually happened.
Okay.
Way back, I think we have the new live beat.
Yes.
Going on. Then we just did Ayangba. We like upcoming artists who want to go. We just want to showcase.
Just perform.
We want people to see us.
Yes.
We went to one of our godfather, Grandmaster Lee, principal of the old school. He took us. He liked the song. They listened. We go and give him. He said, "Wow, I like this song. Okay, I'll take you guys to an anniversary someday." I said, "Okay." We went there. Upcoming artists. There's Majek Fajek. There's Oresuliki. There's
at that time
Femi Kuti. There's
all of them were there.
Everybody were there. They had name. We were there like you were new. We just sat there. We came with my grandmaster. He was on the high table where we were sitting at the audience. The next thing they say they called our name to come and perform. The owner of the program said, "No, I don't want any riffraff. Come and sit down." We went back to sit down. Master Lee took his leave that we are going. The man came to beg him and said, "Okay, let my boys perform."
That's the only way I can stay.
He said, "Okay, just one track. I said, "No problem." We started. The moment he just said, he played, I don't die.
It was just one verse.
Just
at the end of the first verse, got into the chorus that all the superstars were there, they all got up for a standing ovation.
That
was where we got our
record deal. That was the first time I realized it can snap you up over 1,000 pictures. Like everybody flash like
5 minutes.
Everybody like, please interview. I came first. I came to you. Like the question you said,
How
like,
did you get? How did you feel? You know, like
wow, the happiest day of my life.
You know,
Can't forget.
There were plenty of moments, you know, like that. I remember I was just a fresher in the University of Lagos, and then it was when we went on break that we dropped the song, you know. So I was just a one guy, you know. So I just came back for the second semester, and the video was out, and I was just walking around my faculty, just okay. I don't do one video; it's out there. I didn't know what's happening. The next thing was Mayanga! And the whole faculty went, what? You know, the shock, the reception, the way you see everybody in your faculty running after you, say, wow, I saw your video. It was just, it's mind-blowing anyway.
So what happened with you guys? What happened to changing your name to Disrespectful 2Gs? What's that?
We never had that name.
So what happened?
It was just
publicity stunts.
Publicity stunts. That want to use stunts. Why did it already? What is it?
It sounds like what somebody I know called DJ Rough Lemon. It sounds like what he would do.
It's a mischievous.
No,
mischievous guy. He's a mischievous guy. It's things like that he does.
I suspect him.
It's things like that he does.
So tell us about some of the features you have had. How was it? Did they reach out to you, or you went for them? Like the Lil Kesh remix of Ayangba. I was feeling like you would have gone for a more, you know, feature. Then also the song with Sound Sultan. How did it come about? Your features, basically.
We've been.
Because it didn't sound like you guys needed features.
We've been quite. Yes. Well,
Ayangba. Sorry, you come up. Ayangba has this problem, attribute of killing anything that comes around it. The name our name is Black Reverends. If you ask anybody, most people like Ayangba boys.
That's what did I say?
Anything that come around, we did a song with Alariwo, Check Yourself, criticizing the leaders of Ayangba. The name killed it. We did one take Buru with Sounds of Time, classic video. The name Ayangba brings it down.
Shouldn't they be taking it up?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because that's exactly what it
Ayangba has one kind of strong vibes,
and that's something you guys should work on. You should
work
find
on
a way for it to
kill
work
it down.
for you.
We've worked on it.
You know, the name Ayangba in that song, so huge, so strong. We did a collab with Two Face.
Yes, we did with Two Face.
Yeah, we did a collab with Two Face. And while we're in the studio, they tried to cook up a beat.
We did a
song. Two Face said, do you know, there's no song we will sing now. Who will still put Ayangba against again? Oh, my everything Ayangba against. From when to when this one would drop, and Two Face still went.
We write the song.
This is serious.
With
this is serious. Ayangba against again before he now went to the before he now got to the chorus. It's so powerful, it's so strong, and it's been there all the years. And no matter what you do, no matter where we go, people still call you Ayangba boys. Say no. Now at this point, I think Black Rebel should be in the lips of people right now. But no, it's the Ayangba boys.
I am so pained that we have to come to an end of this edition of the show.
Just
promise me. Just promise me you will come back when we call on you for another part.
Surely.
Awesome.
We're friend of the house now.
Thank you so much for coming to SOUQ. Thank you.
SOUQ. SOUQ with the B. 2.
Shop.
Yes, shop.
Where did shop come from, please?
From my surname.
Shrive.
Shrive is my surname.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shop 2.
So do we sign
out? And Wesley.
Are we signing out?
No, we're going to sign out now. But we will come back. That's why I said to you, we're going to come back.
Okay.
Yes. So this is a break. I wouldn't say end to Inside Life for this week. We had a beautiful session with the legends, the icons that paved the way. We're talking 90s, we're talking early 2000s, way before what you're hearing now became what we're hearing now. They are part of the people that crafted this. find the song Ayangba and understand what we're talking about. My name is Hans Mba. It's still SOUQ News Television. The show is Inside Life. We will do a part 2 on this one. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future, because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, a family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960. 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA BUA International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, BUA International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with BUA to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. BUA expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by BUA in 2005. BUA started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, BUA had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. BUA invested $300 million in a 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in Bois Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Bois Foods PLC and Bois Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Bois Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Hello, welcome to Between the Pages. Between the Pages is our book review show where we pick a special book, talk about it, have a conversation about what's in the book. We talk to the guests, which also happens to be the author, and everything surrounding that book. When we return, we'll take a break right now. We'll introduce you to the guest and the title of our book for this week. Stay with us. This week. Stay with us. Powerful headline and thought-provoking too. And also it has a subtitle, Tips and Strategies for Actively Engaging Your Higher Purpose in Retirement. It's something I have a special question for the author about. So with me, my guest today is the author of this special book, Laja Shoniro. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I believe that in the course of our discussion, we'll be able to look through some of the things in the book. Thank you.
We will look through a lot. Also with us today is CEO All Range Reading Academy. And it's so strange that we haven't had a lot of libraries and reading culture going on, which is one of the reasons why this is such a special show. His name is Mr. Ekom Henry Ituama.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here again.
You're welcome. So, straight to the point. I have a few questions for you, Mr. Laja. Or should I just say Laja?
Yeah, Laja is good.
Laja is fine.
Thank you.
Well, you know, when you go to my village, you don't call elders by their first name. But let us pass with that. So first and foremost, you know, they say usually if you want to hide something from the black man, you hide it in between pages, in the book, in between pages of the book. Are you trying to hide something from the black man?
That's a very thought-provoking statement. Actually, the first time I heard it, I was so angry.
Can you tell us why?
Because I took it personal when you talk about anything black, anything that has to do with, you know, this, even though I normally would tell myself I'm not a black man, I'm a brown man, but, you know, anything that has to do with, you know, this. So I felt that that was an aberration, because that some few people don't read does not mean that everybody don't read. And I always say that, you see, when you have a challenge, you will read. And that's true in every case. If you have a recurring malaria, you find yourself looking for, okay, is there a book that I can read? If you know, it's a normal thing. And that's why I believe that books are something that we should not, you know, do away with. And then the fact that when people say hiding something in the book, I'm not hiding anything. In fact, I want more people to know about it. And that's why I put it in the book. Because one of the problems we have in this part of the world is the fact that every generation, and this is a mission or a passion for me, every generation starts from the scratch. And if you look at the other part, the other clan, they are more into documenting, you know, their lives. You see somebody, you know, I watched a video some time ago, and I read about this wolf that is now being cultivated to be guard to sheep. It's amazing. These are, I mean, serial killers of sheep before. But over the years, they domesticated them, and then they now become, you know, and that's because somebody did something, wrote it down, and then the other generation came, built on what was done, and as we speak today, those same wolves, you know, are now guardians for sheep. So I believe that the best way, the trajectory that we should take to develop Nigeria, to develop Africa, is to ensure that everybody writes a book. And I have this saying, if you are 50 and you have not written a book, you are owing humanity. And indeed, I mean it. If you are 50, you have not written a book, you are owing humanity.
I have to agree with you. Owing humanity. I like that one. So I must be planning to write a book soon, from what you're saying.
Yeah, very important.
Okay. Retirement reinvented. Why this book? Why is this so important now?
Retirement reinvented. Okay. Let me just back up a little bit. About 18, 19 years ago, I am a man of many things. I started out as an accountant, and coming from a family of tailors. My mom was a seamstress, so I was making clothes. So I had some clients in Ikoyi, and then I had gone there to see one of my big clients, And on my way, I saw these elderly people, sitting somewhere in Ikoyi, and I was really taken aback. All these old people, what are they doing here? And somebody now said, oh, they came to do their pension, something like that. And I felt, why would they subject them to this kind of, treatment? And, I got a little bit, I'm being a bit of an emotional person. It got to me. So a few days after, I heard on the news that some elderly people died, so that's, made me so emotional. And in fact, in me, and I started really being very agitated. And in the course of being agitated, I had this thing in my spirit that said, don't pity them. I was like, pardon me? I was alone, so I was like, who said that? Okay? Of course, I thought it was one devil that is. And then he said, they got what they deserve. And then went on to say, if you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. At that point, I knew it wasn't the devil that was talking to me. If you don't plan your retirement, you will end up like them. And that was where the journey started for me. And every opportunity I had since then, any opportunity, the first opportunity I had to do training was for MPA, and it was for people that are being, eased out of employment. So I did retirement planning, entrepreneurship, and stuff like that. I gathered all the resources that I could, and that was how the journey started. And so far, up till now, I still do a lot of retirement. So the book is actually more like a compendium of what I've done in the past 18 years. All right. So it's not something that just happened. It's a journey of 18, 19 years.
Wow, what a journey.
Yes.
Well, from a thing you said, it brings me to my next question, because it was pointing towards it.
Okay.
Now, from day-to-day happenings and doing life in Nigeria, many do not have a retirement plan.
Yeah.
Can you speak to that for a while?
Well, I must say that retirement itself is a new phenomenon.
For us.
Yeah, everywhere. No, everywhere in the world. It's actually a new phenomenon. It actually started with the Roman Empire, and the essence of having a retirement stuff, it wasn't even planned. It was like, oh, okay, these people, these soldiers, they are no longer in active service, in order to buy their loyalty. So the Roman Emperor, will give them a stipend just to keep them at bay so that they don't revolt. But at the turn of the, I think, 19th, 20th century, I think it was the German government that took up, this issue of retirement. And then at the turn of the 20th century, Europe, UK, America took it up and then blew it, and it became something that everybody's talking about. And when you come to Africa, the African context, there's nothing like retirement, because we work until we can't walk again. Exactly. So it is a new thing. We must understand that in African culture, and then even if you go the religious, if you look at the Bible, you look at the Quran, you look at all the Eastern religion, you find that there is no retirement. That's interesting.
no retirement.
Exactly.
Let's hold that thought. You don't want to work till you go.
Of course.
So
yeah.
it's still between pages. Let's take a break right now. When we return, we'll continue this conversation. Stay with us.
Went into Reading Academy to help to cultivate the quest and the desire for reading. Precisely, we went into this academy to encourage young people, adults, primary school, secondary school, to set up a reading unit in their school. You know, it's part of our corporate social responsibility. As a book dealer, as a library consultant, we deal on books. So we felt there was need when we saw the climate and the culture around where students were becoming apathetic to reading. So we started going to schools, primary schools. We encouraged teachers, principals, heads of schools, proprietors to set up book clubs. We donated books to them, little books, novels, literature, social sciences, basic engineering, basic sciences, to help them to cultivate that reading culture as early as possible, because we believe when you catch them young, the trend goes on. So we go to the extent of doing debates. We fund debates, poetry writing, novel writing, short stories, folk tales, and we encourage them to also read about their culture and history. You know, when we were in school, we did history. I did history of West Africa. We read about the Ghana Empire, the Kanembono Empire. We read about the Mali Empire. We read about the Zulus, South African history. The Mau Mau in Kenya. You know, we read about the slave trade. We read about Badagry. We read about the Great Trek. We read about the long juju of Arochukwu. And these are issues that help us to understand ourselves. And then when we now came to meet with African writers like Chinua Achebe, like Wole Soyinka, you know, there are so many of them, Cyprian Ekwensi, Ngugu wa Thiong'o, and then we collected their stories. We found out that there was a midline where we met at a point and we began to say, wow, so this is where we are. This is where we are coming. Achebe wrote about his works. He said, we have to know where the rain began to beat us. We begin to trace ourselves from there. You have to know yourselves. So reading is much of a journey. It takes you out of your world. It takes you to the other worlds. You know what is happening there. You know, reading will let you know about slave trade in the US, the slave plantations. You get to know that the origins of some music, the jazz music probably started in the slave plantations. You know, the bebop jazz and all that, those hallucinatory songs they were singing there.
That also became hip-hop.
Of course.
So let me take you to, I heard you talk about reading and all the culture. I also remember as a child, growing up, even as a teenager, we had libraries.
Yeah.
You know, but I was waiting to hear you talk about libraries. Have you thought about, instead of selling these ideas of a book club to the schools, have you thought about how it was back in the day, where you situate a library, like a national, international level library? So these books you're giving to schools will be there. People will come, like the reading culture from back in the day will be people will walk in, join, people walk in and out of there, people will walk shifts, you know, read, it will be open all the time. I feel like that would be more of a thing that the
that humanity can benefit from, because right now there are no libraries, apart from 1, 2 scattered, sparsely available. What do you say to setting up libraries as against online book clubs from schools to schools?
Well, I would want to say that there are libraries. There are libraries actually, but you see, these are institutions under the purview of the government. Almost every local government will have libraries, but it's not well funded, it's not well equipped, it's not well patronized. If you go to the libraries, some of the local government, you find out that it's been taken over by rats, the books, its leakages and all that, the environments dilapidated, the fields, the culture. You see a library in a big expanse of land, just a small building there, you see a house like a hut inside, you see there the staff, the workers' morale is so low.
Are you saying every local government has a library?
I want to say that.
This is new information.
I want to say that.
And I think one of the problems could be not letting people know and have that information.
There is a program that was launched by the National Library, I think 2 years ago, where they try to resuscitate those libraries. But you see, the funding has to come, but there has to be a continuous enlightenment and awareness in what we're trying to do, because one thing is for you to set up a library and get these materials, the one thing for you to encourage patronage. And patronage is key. When people begin to like the idea of reading, whether online or offline, we find out that they will begin to jointly manage these libraries.
Talking about liking of books, let me come to you, Baja. It's a book that is likable, even from the headline, right? But I also talked about what the subtitle, that I read earlier, tips and strategies for actively engaging your higher purpose in retirement. It hints at religion. Are you a man of the color?
Really, I must say, thank you, sir. I must say that one of the things that gives life meaning is understanding your purpose, understanding why you are here. I normally will say that every of our purpose in life is just one. And that one is basically make the world better than how you met it. And that is basically what every one of us, whether you are in music, whether you are in art, whether you are in technology, in whatever sphere you find yourself, basically is to make the world a better place than you met it. So, in doing that, many of us, because I haven't grown in this part of the world, I know many of us, if you ask 10 people, the courses they study in the university and what they would have loved to study, you'll find a lot of disparity. And in that, it means that there are gaps already. Okay? Now, the moment you are done with university or higher institution, the next thing is you are entering into work life. So there is no time for you to even play around with some of those things that you have loved to do. I mean, some of us loved to write when we were young. Okay? Well, I mean, every child of God, as in, if you're a Christian, you're a man of the color. That's the way I see it. Yeah.
Okay, there goes my answer.
Okay.
Lastly, I want you to wrap with this question. There's your written rule that people retire into churches. People retire into church work. And for many, it's a misnomer. What do you speak to this?
For me, I don't think it's the right thing to do, because we all have very important role to play, in the development of our country and Africa as a whole. Now, when you look at somebody who has done 35 years, take for instance, in the corporate world, 35 years, and then after 35 years, he's been retired. That means 35 years of experience is just going to life down somewhere, fallow, door, unused. We remember not too long ago, some generals, you know, some very high profile military officers were retired. Now, these are people that Nigeria has invested so much into. And you are saying they should just go home and go and do nothing. And now, some of them will now go and maybe begin to serve in a church or in a mosque and all of that. I think, personally, I think it's a misuse of potentials, a misuse, you know, of capability, a misuse, you know, of capacity.
I agree with you.
Yes.
So lastly, what do you want the takeaway to be from Retirement Reinvented?
Retirement Reinvented. Thank you, sir. Don't mind me. I am a teacher, and you know, so okay.
In a few words.
All right.
For want of time.
Okay. Retirement Reinvented is a book that everyone, whether you are in your 50s, you're in your 60s, you are retired, you need to go through this book. And it's a compendium. 18 years of study, 18 years of writing, and then we have it here. And I want you to be part of it. I want you to see it. A lot of people have come telling me, even yesterday I got a message from a 70-something-year-old woman who just finished reading the book and said, this is a fantastic job and all of that. And the book, our consultants will tell us where to get the book because he's the one that is, you know, in charge. Yes.
Talk to us briefly in a few seconds about where we can get the book.
Yeah, this book can be bought at our bookshop at Ojuelegba, all range professional bookstores, 24/5 Western Avenue, Ojuelegba bus stop. I wanted to drop a nugget about the book.
Please.
And having gone through this book, I found out that it has helped in moving us away from the traditional thinking about retirement. It brings us to a page, another chapter where retirement is being seen now as a new chapter of life, as a reinvigorating chapter, as a chapter where you can open up a new space to display those talents and those capacities that probably you were not opportune to do when you were in active service. So it's not just a time to rest and relax and all that. You can actually do much more on retirement after reading this book.
Thank you so much, Mr. Itwama, CEO of All Range Reading Academy. And also thank you, Ladja Shoniro, author, Retirement Reinvented. So viewers, will come to the end of our show, Between the Pages. Same time next week, keep a date with us as we will review yet another very excellent book. Bye for now.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Dr. Agility Obi. My name is Etemere Glover. Naomi, well done, and shout out to SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News. I want to encourage everyone to keep watching SOUQ News.
Shout out to SOUQ News, and yes, tune into them.
Keep watching SOUQ News. They are one in town.
Hey, we're watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. Catch them on YouTube and all social media channels.
Hey, my name is Frank Edowo, and I'm imploring you. No, forget that. I am forcing you, coercing you to always stay tuned to SOUQ News for your news requirements.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing. Out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him, and I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there, outside Nigeria, to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997, because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Poya chukuna gaza. Poya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Poya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patron par excellence because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years, they could no longer do it. Then for 1 year, MTN did it, they could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us. And some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambode. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi and Relay Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashonu. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But this is unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee and all the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, you are not there. In a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK, In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me what did we win in the last 8, 9 years. Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible. But it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this witch doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trousse. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3-4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to both the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football? If we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training. Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future, and of course becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That is why we're asking that we should put more money, we should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a leveler, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key, not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Forum Series, in partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprise, conveyed the inaugural Micro, Small and Medium Enterprise Finance Award to recognize and celebrate organizations that have made impacts in the sector. The event, which held on the 27th day of September 2024 at the Civic Center, Ozumba Mbadiwe, Victoria Island, Lagos, also received sponsorship from Heirs Holdings, MasterCard and 15 other established partners to make the event colorful. The award ceremony was essential to the continued growth and sustainability of the MSME sector in the country. The CEO of Economic Forum Media Limited, Jude Undu, and CEO Nairametrics Financial Advocate Limited, Ugodre Obichukwu, described MSMEs as the backbone of Nigeria's economy, highlighting their importance to the nation's GDP.
This award, we strongly believe that the opportunity to create a platform to promote MSME ecosystem is just at the right time. This award is curated conceptualized and conveyed by the Economic Forum Series in a strategic partnership with Nairametrics and Digicom Enterprises. The award is a hybrid event where other participants are joining us online across the social media digital platforms. We will begin with some goodwill messages from our special guests.
SMEs are the backbone of Nigeria's economy, and at Nairametrics, we have encouraged them for almost a decade now. We focus mostly on MSMEs. MSMEs as well will contribute 50% of our GDP and employ over 80% of our workforce. With over 41 million SMEs in Nigeria, we represent the spirit of innovation, resilience, and determination that propels Nigeria forward.
The representative of the Katsina State Governor delivered the goodwill message and outlined initiatives aimed at empowering MSMEs.
Programs like this award is an inspiration for all of us to continue expanding our opportunities for the businesses to grow, adopt, compete in both national and the global level. I want to commend all the nominees and award recipients for their remarkable contribution to the development of our economy. You represent the spirit of enterprise that depends on challenges of significance, but you are wearing determination and creativity to ensure that the future of the SMEs are brighter in Nigeria.
This is an award, MSME Awards and Recognition Night. It's been organized by Nairametrics. Nairametrics is the leading financial literacy medium in Nigeria, working together with Economic Forum, with the support from the Office of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They've come up with this idea to recognize organizations and individuals who have done so much in the MSME ecosystem in Nigeria. The MSMEs, according to research, contribute significantly to the gross domestic product of Nigeria. Every society that grows, if you go to other jurisdictions, all countries where you see development, they are driven largely by the medium, small, and enterprises, MSMEs. And in Nigeria, it is not an exception. You've seen how individuals, small businesses who have grown to become medium are pulling their own weight in their own little way. You go on Instagram, you see all manner of businesses that people are attending to, most of them employing like 5 staffs, sucking in the unemployment level in Nigeria.
The Vice President, Customer Solutions Center and West Africa at MasterCard, Kari Tuka, during the fireside chat outlined the impacts made by MasterCard in driving equitable access to financial challenges. She explained that MasterCard is out to make the MSME's transactions seamless.
NAD, mobilizing access to digital economy. It's a global initiative that pulls NGOs, government agencies, a lot of global assets together to solve for pain points that SMEs have in the local market. We have jointly committed to including 100 million SMEs into the digital economy by the year 2030.
Please can we put an announcement for that, ladies and gentlemen? Did you hear that?
That focus will continue to work together, and we will start to identify relevant partnerships in Nigeria that can also further foster that agenda. My dream is SME, all SMEs are financially included, digitally included, are enabled with the right tools, capability, access to credit. I remember that the gentleman who spoke on behalf of the FIRS mentioned tax, right? Part of the reason why a lot of the SMEs don't want to be digitized is because they don't want the cost of tax burden. So we need to find a way to ensure that we are collectively helping the SME run their business in the most efficient and profitable manner. And that is the commitment that MasterCard is making in the way that we continue to develop solutions and innovate for the SMEs in Nigeria and across Africa.
The event also featured award presentation where the Senior Special Assistant to the Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Temitola Adekule Johnson, received the Honorary Award for Excellence in Government Policy and Intervention Program for MSMEs. Meanwhile, the Executive Governor of Katsina State, Malam Diko Umaru Rada, received the Best MSMEs Governor of the Year. Zenith Bank won the award for Best MSMEs Trade Finance, while MasterCard won the award for the Best MSME in Financial Inclusion FinTech Card, and eTransact claimed the award for Best in Payment Security, Data Protection and Fraud Prevention. Some of the recipients who spoke to our correspondents expressed gratitude to the organizers for the recognition. SOUQ News Television caught up with the SSA to the President on MSMEs and job creation.
It's fulfilling when you get recognized, not by the norm, not by those that when you get recognized outside your space, it means that whatever it is, whatever efforts you're putting in is yielding results. I mean, there's always room for more, so we'll continue to strive, to excel, to continue to do more for the MSME space. I feel great, and I thank the organizers of this award. Any entity or any private sector or anywhere that wants to do something like they want to encourage them to continue to encourage both MSME actors, should it be the business owners or those regulators. It is actually good to continue to encourage and support them in what they are doing. So urge more people to do things like this.
Other dignitaries that graced the occasion include Senior Special Assistant to the President's Office of the Vice President on MSMEs and Job Creation, Temitola Adekule Johnson, Representative of the Executive Chairman of Federal Inland Revenue Service FIRS, Collins Osage Omokaro, Special Advisor on Communication and Advocacy to the Executive Chairman of FIRS, Group Head, Brand Management and Corporate Communications of Polaris Bank, Rashid Bolarinwa, among others. There were also representatives from banks, fintech companies, AXA Mansard job creation organizations, as well as industry players. By spotlighting the contributions of key players in MSME, the awards encourage more innovation, greater investment, and better collaboration within the MSME ecosystem.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
We are not playing because Ebin Power, Ebin Power.
Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still vote now on a protest. Not to be killing somebody. Why?
A country is not merely defined by its borders or its natural resources. It is a collective entity shaped by its people, their well-being, and the strength of its economic foundation. The comfort of the citizens is a key indicator of a nation's prosperity, deeply tied to their purchasing power, the ability of individuals to buy goods and services with their income. When the economy thrives, purchasing power grows, allowing people to access the essentials of life such as food, healthcare and education, fostering stability and development. Equally, when economic instability rises, purchasing power shrinks, leading to hardship and discontent. In recent years, Nigeria has faced significant economic challenges that have deeply affected the well-being of its citizens. Inflation, currency devaluation, and scarcity of foreign exchange have created a hostile environment for both businesses and households. Inflation has soared to over 26% in 2023, largely driven by policies like the removal of fuel subsidies and the decision to float the naira. This has resulted in a sharp rise in the cost of living, affecting basic commodities and eroding the purchasing power of millions of Nigerians. The removal of the fuel subsidy alone has caused fuel prices to triple, which in turn has led to widespread price hikes across various sectors, compounding the hardships faced by households and businesses. The naira has dramatically devalued, losing over 55% of its value against the US dollar, making it one of the worst performing currencies globally. By September 2023, the naira was trading at over 1,000 naira to $1, up from around 445 naira at the beginning of the year. The policy decision to float the naira was aimed at unifying exchange rates, but it has created significant instability in the market, driving up the cost of imports and escalating forex scarcity. The combination of rising inflation and a weakened naira has severely impacted the cost of living in Nigeria. Prices of basic food items have skyrocketed as Nigeria is heavily reliant on imports for essential commodities like rice, wheat, and cooking gas.
We are not playing because
the cost of food has surged by more than 30% in some cases, making it increasingly difficult for households to meet basic needs. Many businesses have also been hit hard, particularly those reliant on imported raw materials, leading to higher production costs and reduced profit margins. The removal of fuel subsidies further increased transportation costs, which directly impact food distribution and pricing. Many Nigerians now struggle with significantly higher living costs, with inflation affecting not just food, but also healthcare, education, and housing. Following research and sampling of opinions, a large number of respondents noted that the removal of the fuel subsidy has caused widespread economic hardship. Households are now paying much higher prices for fuel, which has a ripple effect on other sectors. Transport costs have soared, which in turn has pushed up the prices of goods across the board. Companies reliant on fuel, particularly those in manufacturing, logistics, and transportations, have reported substantial losses. Some industries are reducing operations or laying off workers due to unsustained costs. According to estimates, businesses and households have collectively lost billions in purchasing power since the removal of the subsidy. The informal sector, which represents a large portion of Nigeria's economy, has been especially hard hit, with many small businesses struggling to survive in an environment of escalating costs and dwindling consumer demand. The removal of the subsidy, coupled with the devaluation of the naira, has caused a significant contraction in the economic activity. According to analysts, Nigeria's GDP growth has slowed down as the cost of doing business have risen sharply and consumer spending has dropped. Many companies have been forced to scale back operations, and the risk of stagflation, a combination of stagnating growth and rising inflation, looms large as foreign investors become increasingly cautious due to currency risks and unstable policies. Foreign direct investment (FDI) in Nigeria have also seen a decline. Public reactions to these economic challenges have been overwhelmingly negative, as they seize every opportunity to express their frustration with the government's handling of the economic situation, particularly the rapid implementation of the subsidy removal without adequate social safety nets. Many feel that the government's policies have disproportionately affected the poor, with little relief in sight. Protests and strikes have been organized by labor unions and other concerned Nigerians, calling for government intervention to ease the burden on citizens.
This Nigeria, hungry the wire people.
President Tinubu, look help us Nigeria, help us our brother.
Mr. President is not fair. Attend to us.
We cannot go to school. Why? Because money. Everything is cost. Everything is cost. But still live up now on a protest. Must be killing somebody. Why?
The whole thing that is causing hardship in Nigeria should be reduced, most especially the fuel price. The common man in society cannot feed themselves 3 square meals.
The root cause of these challenges include Nigeria's over-reliance on oil exports, which makes the economy vulnerable to fluctuations in global oil prices. Policy shifts like the fuel subsidy removal were aimed at long-term economic reform, but the immediate effects have been painful. Forest scarcity is driven by declining oil revenues and the inability to attract significant foreign investment. This is the current reality, and Nigerians are looking forward to better days when the nation will fully recover and citizens will smile freely again. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ News Television.
Hello and welcome to SOUQ Pulse. This is SOUQ News, and here we are all about positivities. So whatever has got into you today, whatever you've consumed today, whatever you've been fed with today, no matter the news, no matter the content, we tell you come to SOUQ News and Detox. And for us on SOUQ Pulse, we talk. And when we start talking, we tell you same thing. Do not keep quiet. So it doesn't matter the side you stand on. It doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter the policy. It doesn't matter the business. It doesn't matter the money. It doesn't matter who is losing, who is winning. We talk. And when we talk, we seek solutions. We bet businesses. Then if possible, we'll make profit and share if you're that nice. But hey, this is SOUQ Pulse. We talk. My name is Chooks, John Rogers Chooks. And today we will be looking at ourselves. And I'll tell you the same thing, turn a mirror. And when we are done today, I believe you can't lie to yourself. Except if something is wrong somewhere. But you know you can't lie to yourself. Now, this is one of those days where that you are just stuck with me, my thoughts. Issues that we all need to really face and tell some basic truth. Because we are all involved. I tried not using the word guilty. We'll go on a very short break. I'll get to tell you what we are talking about. Your minds are racing. Well, just hold on. I'll tell you what we're talking about. I will dive right into it. Don't go anywhere. This is SOUQ Pulse. Welcome back. Now, today on SOUQ Pulse, we are looking at something that has gone beyond a crime, something that is more of a character, something that we've imbibed, something that is hampering creativity, something that is stopping productivity, something that people see as normal. We say Africa should join the race. We say every single one of us should bring something to the market. Then why are we shooting ourselves in the feet? Piracy. That's where we are going to. But to be specific, piracy of creative content. For the man that has a very good, beautiful iPhone, Samsung, be it any of the mobile devices, no matter the platform. For every content you view, download, you stream, for every site you visit, have you ever considered the opportunity cost? Have you considered if you're getting this free content at someone else's peril? Have we considered a whole lot of things? Now we are asking ourselves, piracy of creative content, who is responsible for, first, the piracy? What are we losing? That's what we'll be getting to. Now, don't need to bother yourself. Like I say, let's talk. Let's not be quiet about this. It is not normal. Even if it's things or way of life, as of now, things you consider that there's nothing wrong with it in the first place. After all, it's my data. The content is yours. Okay, let's dive right into it. Now, beyond my thoughts, beyond the issues we're talking about, we all need to now get that mirror and look at ourselves as we talk. Me, you, them, and the criminal. Now, I ask you, who are you seeing in the mirror? Don't label the criminal yet. Now, content piracy involves the unauthorized acquisition. Both those using, those sharing, those selling this particular content. Now, content piracy poses a serious threat, be it in Africa. Just take away Africa and put your country. Your economy is suffering. You might not understand how, but it's seriously undermining the livelihoods of thousands of creative minds, artists, filmmakers, musicians, those behind the scene that you don't even get to see the credits, because once the movie or musical is done, you don't even look at those lines that are scrolling. Writers. Piracy of creative content. Who exactly is responsible? Now, piracy of creative content is something that concerns every developing economy. It now depends on those piloting the economy. Do they see it as a problem? Or they have one very short fix that they look up to for money. And once that money is coming from that place, they forget that they can get money from some other places. Have you considered the threatening of lives, of jobs, thousands of artists? It doesn't matter who. Have you ever considered that people spend their lives, spend their earnings to put into a creative work, be it filmmakers, be it musicians, be it every single one of them. And yes, most times writers are out of it. And when it hits the entire production chain, it takes money, it takes opportunity away from those who rely on their work for survival. Let me give you some typical example. Some years back, the former president Olusegun Obasanjo launched his book. If everyone will remember, My Watch. I still remember clearly like it was yesterday because I was on my way to the studio when that launch was happening. They were in the venue launching the book, and on my way heading to the studio for a production, same day, same time, the book was on the street and was being hawked. To make the thing sad and funny, even if I'm smiling, we had to call one of the hawk guys that were hawking and picked a copy. And it looked more original than the one that I guessed was even in the hall where the book was being launched. Now we ask ourselves, who is responsible for these copies? These are things that people will say, after all, it's poverty. It's people have to survive. Survive off someone else's sweat? Let that sink in. Have we really asked ourselves these questions? The guys that hawk are, most times, they happen to be the last on the ladder. Someone somewhere is publishing. Someone somewhere is accumulating. Some people somewhere are printing. Have we really asked ourselves of everyone that took part in the original work, what they are losing for that one copy of book you buy in traffic that most times are not the original copies? Have you asked yourself who exactly is getting that money? Have you asked yourself, okay, the people that originally got into this business, because it is a business, to what extent are we taking food, that is what it is, off their tables? Then those that are depending on them, do they ever matter? Do they come into any form of consideration? One serious consequences of piracy on the creative industry is a complete erosion of cultural diversity and authenticity. Why? Piracy undermines the ability of any creator. It doesn't matter what ladder you are on or what budget you have or how big you are. It's 100% undermines that ability of that particular person to earn fair income from their work. And what does it do? It in turn affects their motivation and capacity to produce original and diverse content. If I tried once, it doesn't matter where I got the funding from. Let's say I get funding from a bank and invest 50 million into a particular creative work. And at the end of the day, I can't get the money to pay back the people that gave me the money. Will I try again? Even if I try again, I will give you something that is substandard. I won't put in much time into it. I won't put in the research to get the best things done. Because I can always come up with something and, hey, if you decide to create some substandard side of it, I'll still make profit and cover what I put down. But if I can't cover what I put down, why should I try again? Now, do you see who the pirates are? Do you see who the pirates are? Now, in the initial days, pirated movies were either consumed through CDs, those that were born, those that lived through 90s, early 2000, 2010, you will know this very well. CDs, DVDs, forget Blu-ray. It didn't take off. But with the widespread access to the web, there has been a stark rise in the consumption of pirated content through the internet. Now, this menace has significantly impacted many creators' economy, be it music, be it gaming, be it sports. Everyone is affected. You have a smartphone, I guess. Now, research has also highlighted that streaming now accounts for almost 80% of pirated content. I'm just wondering, what sites are you on as we speak? Where are you watching us from? Is it our official channels? 80% of pirated content via streaming services. Now, the entertainment industry is suffering. And now the demand and market share for pirated content was amplified by COVID-19. Every country, large numbers said, stay home and be quarantined. Film piracy rose by nearly 62% during the pandemic, as many people that were globally confined in their homes, a whole lot needed entertainment, a whole lot needed news, a whole lot needed content to watch. Now, the question is, of this population that were consuming this creative content, how many of them consumed it via the legal channels? How many of the content creators got paid for their works that were consumed? It sounds like something that is strange or something that comes out of a movie. But now let's also look at the increasing digitalization. What exactly is it causing when it comes to piracy? Can you identify these pirates now? Look at that same mirror. Just look at that mirror. If we say we need to move forward, we need to start calling ourselves out. No excuses. If we say we need to get productive, then we have to block channels where the leakage has poured out over time. If we say we need to move forward, then those particular cultures that hold us down, we have to put it to shame. If it takes looking at yourself in the mirror and calling yourself out, let's start there. What if I tell you that a mere download of streaming content on illegal websites or portals have multiplied and have multi-pronged impact? Every single smartphone gives you access to places where you and I know you shouldn't be. Yes, you say you're an adult, beautiful. But the content you consume from those particular places, have you ever considered or thought it that this content is someone else's? They spent money in producing it. It takes away the generated revenue and jobs from the creator community. These are people who work on the creative content and digital platform, and they have invested in creating and making such content available. But now you get to see these particular sites. They are there for the offering. All what it takes is a click and you are in. Then when you are done, you're happy. Neighbors are happy. But someone else is not happy because he is not meeting up the demands on him based on what he spent. Illegal downloads and streams install malware. This is a side most people don't also understand. And also cookies. And most times, these particular things mine personal information of viewers and even access their system for illegal purposes. So for those particular sites you're going to, they give you the movie on one hand. They steal from you on the other hand. But now you have already stolen from a content creator and you enjoyed the movie. Beautiful. But at the end of the day, are you safe? Now, another third major thing is that the revenue generated from such illegal activities can also end up funding other illegal activities. Let's say organized crime. But most times we look and ask, who exactly is the criminal? Is it the person that is organizing this site? Is it the person that is bringing this site up? Is it the person that is aggregating this content and keeping it somewhere for other people to watch? Who exactly is the pirate? We're going to take this particular short break. And I will advise you, that particular mirror we talked about earlier on, please pull it out. Let all of us take a good look at it. Once we see the pirate, we'll come back. Mind you, this is SOUQ Pulse, and we are not going anywhere. We'll be back after this break.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor say, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policy is affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse, and we are asking ourselves directly this question. Who are the pirates? We're looking at creative content and asking ourselves, who is responsible for the piracy of someone else's sweat? It's best to break these particular lines down. Before we went on the break, we were looking at streaming platforms, illegal streaming platforms. And for those that have been downloading content off illegal streaming platforms, now let's ask ourselves, who are those operating these illegal streaming platforms? They are there. You know them? Yeah, forget about that grin on your face or that smile or that frown. You know them. Who are those operating these platforms? Then the second one, who is watching? Yeah, you know. For those that go to these particular platforms to watch matches, yeah, I had to pause a bit. Because when that guilty stink hits, we are all guilty. You think it's no crime? It's a big crime. For those that, let's leave those that hack for now. That's a serious matter for another day. Who is on the side of the content owner? All of us. Who is really on the side of the content owner? Right from those that operate these services, those that are watching. How many of us are on the side of the content owner? How many of us even think about the content owner? Matters that get us thinking, why we ask you to still look at that mirror and tell thyself, which side do you stand? Let's make some direct analogy now. Let's give you some direct explanation. Now, a tribe called Judah, 2023, yes, to be precise, 2023 Nigerian movie produced by Funke Akindele. And officially, it's the highest grossing movie in Nigeria with a box office take of 1.404 billion. Now, let that sink a bit. Highest grossing movie in Nigeria, 1.404 billion. A tribe called Judah, produced by Funke Akindele. Now, if I tell you that that is the highest grossing movie in the most populous black nation of the earth, converting that to dollars, yes, she's done good. Yes, the movie is good, but at that cost, one of the best low budget independent made horror movies in the state grossed more than 100 times that. So imagine the millions of people that have seen this particular project outside official channels. So imagine the revenue that is lost. And the revenue that is continuously lost, because as we speak, people are still viewing this. It doesn't stop. So now you answer me, please. Who do you see in the mirror? There is definitely a pirate on the other side staring back at you. Who do you see there? If 100 other producers can do this good, imagine what it will add to our GDP. Imagine the economy this we create. Imagine the tables this we turn. Imagine the mouths this we feed. Someone will say, after all, is my data. I've said that before. Someone will say, after all, is my phone. Yes. What if we use these phones of ours to do good? It doesn't cost much to stream. It doesn't cost much to pay for someone else's property. It doesn't cost much to stand and say, let's do things the right way. Now, a lot of this distribution happened in Nigeria. Now, let's ask ourselves this particular question. For the multi-million people that viewed Nigerian movies, let's take, for example, this particular tribe of Judah outside this place, the Caribbeans or the African nations, the West, Asia, how much of them really paid for this? How many watched this officially? So let's take Funke Akindele out of the picture. How much do you think Nigeria is losing? How much do you think Africa is losing? Now, according to a study by the International Chamber of Commerce, piracy cost global economy 638 billion. Now, that was in 2015. But now, 2022, that's just 2 years ago, over $2.3 trillion. Not naira, so don't even think about it. 2.3 trillion just 2 years ago. That is what we are losing to piracy. Now, mind you, when we say we are losing this, which means some other people are making it, then we ask ourselves directly, with this staggering amount of finance at someone else's disposal, what can they do with that? The Director General of Nigerian Copyright Commission disclosed in 2019 that Nigeria is losing about 918 trillion. That's about 3 billion. Now, remember, this is way before the dollar decided to go crazy annually to digital piracy. This is little, there is very little need for emphasis that the impact of digital piracy is alarming. That is something that every single one of us, it used to be at the click of button. Now you don't even need the click of button. You can prompt your phone to pull out content from sites that we shouldn't even be in the first place. Content that we are not paying for, sites that we don't even pay for. But because you're using the data, somebody somewhere is making money off you. But the real person that owns that content is not smiling to the bank. We need to stand up as a people and count. We need to stand up as a people and take responsibility. We need to stand up as a people. Most times we say our politicians, we say our leaders, but we as a people, the smallest way of doing things that we consider normal could actually be a life of crime. Piracy of creative content. Who exactly is responsible? From the guy hawking creative content on the street to the guy mass producing someone else's creative work, be it books, be it in CDs, be it in any form of digital platform, to the guy copying from cinemas, to the guy supplying whoever does the digital part of it. Who exactly is responsible? Now, to those that are streaming and to those that are watching, who is responsible? These are things we must take serious. These are things that we can't shy away from. These are truths we need to keep telling ourselves, because the creative industry have enough potential to match whatever we are getting from oil for now. Let's brace up. Let's take responsibility. Let's stand for the other. We can't change the narrative except we as a people change. We can't get counted except those that are outside see that, yes, we are taking ourselves responsible. We are taking ourselves serious. If someone else's prime minister, if someone else's country representative, if an ambassador, 3 of them can move away from their country and come to another country just to stream a movie, they are taking it serious. Now, this is where also our political leadership should count. Aside creating agencies, we should come and fund this industry and also hold people responsible when we do the funding, not funding for political reasons. For everyone that has been part of this particular program for today, I know that mirror is still there. It doesn't matter how much your heart pricks you. It doesn't matter how much of content you have as we speak. People have hard drives and you've downloaded all sorts. Your phones are not working that fast because you've downloaded all sorts. It's not too late to repent. Piracy of creative content. Who exactly is responsible? My name is SOUQ John Rogers SOUQ. We'll do this again tomorrow. Have yourself a very beautiful evening. Bye.
An initiative supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation premiered a teen-themed TV series, Journey to Bloom. According to Dr. Kpeju Adenusi, sexual and reproductive health consultant on the project, the production is a blend of key elements essential for raising a balanced adult.
Journey to Bloom is actually a TV drama that one has been looking forward to seeing. I was privileged to go through the scripts as it relates to sexual and reproductive health, which is an aspect of health that we're trying to introduce through the SOUQ projects in Nigeria. And as you can see the TV drama today, we just had about 2 episodes. So it's more like giving you a tip, a new face, a tip of the iceberg, but there's still something deeper coming in the different episodes. So it's looking at financial inclusion. How do you get teenagers, because SOUQ Girls looks at teenagers between the ages of 13 to 18, working with both in-school and out-of-school girls. And as you can see, you could see the SOUQ project itself, the background songs, you could see the girls themselves. So how do you, started with financial inclusion in Nigeria, how can they be money smart? Which you saw in the first episode. You saw Tife, having it out with her mom to say, look, I've been saving. How do you go into my savings without letting me know? So there's that sense of responsibility to save for the future. But also there's still an aspect that is coming on. So I'm not going to say it all, but it has to do with relationship. How do you take decisions about yourself as you grow, the issue of puberty, and then the issue of managing relationships to make informed decisions based on the information that is available to you. To know that your no is no, your yes is yes. You heard a statement said, we no go gree and no go gree. So that means you already know who you are, what you want, your self-esteem, confidence in yourself, and the trust in your decisions, knowing that your choices are made based on the information that you have. So you will see how the information on sexual and reproductive health can actually make as a girl, to make decisions that will affect your life, and indeed, not just the journey to bloom, but the journey of your life.
Adenike Udutola, Country Director, SOUQ Girl Nigeria, shared the focal points that inspired the production and the aspirations for the project.
So we have two critical focus issues focus issue areas for SOUQ, right? Sexual reproductive health and financial inclusion. There's the gender empowerment conversation in there, but it really just is hinged on those 2 strong, pillars. And you see that come through in the messaging around Journey to Bloom. It's a behavioral change drama series, so of course, what it means if we're going to see the messaging in there. We tried not to sound preachy, right? We tried to be as natural and as relatable as possible, and we hope that when the girls watch, that's how they feel as well. One of the channels that we realized is really critical, really key for us to be able to reach them was TV. They love drama, they love movies, they love great content. So that literally led us to creating this TV series for them, and titled Journey to Bloom.
One of the producers also had this to say.
Journey to Bloom highlights the story of 2 teenage girls, two teenage girls as they navigate life, so as a teenager you see different changes, start noticing different changes. So it's a coming of age drama. So these young girls, as we put them in this school where they start experiencing they experience sexual reproductive health to financial inclusion.
It's an amazing movie and you should definitely see it. Oh, watch out for amazing performances, watch out for new talents, and of course watch out for a reverting storyline and education, of course, because it's an educative one.
The TV series titled Journey to Bloom plans to address common issues faced by teen girls such as peer pressure, financial struggles, and a journey to self-discovery. The series aims to be both educational and entertaining, providing relatable scenarios and practical solutions to real-life challenges. SOUQ is a community of teen girls who are all about being true to themselves and what they believe in. The community helps girls connect, find a community, and discover themselves through social media. SOUQ is a movement funded and supported by the Belinda Gates Foundation in conjunction with international media agencies from around the continent. Juvi Ofiene, SOUQ News. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
It was a gathering of old students of King's College, Lagos, and the present final year students of the same school. The meeting was organized by the old boys to give back to their alma mater, as the program, which had the theme Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Work in a Digital Age, commenced. Participants were told that AI is the way to go for efficiency, result, and effectiveness. The speaker, Shola Shonuga, explained to the boys why they need to know how to navigate around AI and how to channel their skills properly.
Now, when you have these things that can use computing power to be able to analyze solutions that customers have and present those solutions, they're disruptive, okay, but they're beneficial to customers.
Some of the King's College old boys on the ground had this to say.
Distinguished gentlemen have been in this institution for more than 40 years since they came and passed through this institution. And they've come back to where they left, to the institution that gave them the upbringing and the training that they have. And they've come to give back to that institution and to also see how they can add to uplift it for the next generation. So coming here is to commemorate that and to just thank God for the time they spent here and to inspire the young ones who are coming, those who are already in the school, I believe, and those who will also become, kingsmen, as they call them, in the years to come.
Well, I think the impact on the world basically is that, the world has become a global place, a global village. That's one. And two, talking to these kids today about AI will ignite their interest in the whole process. And we are moving forward the school and their future for tomorrow.
You cannot joke with mentorship. And what we have tried to do is to speak to the students, especially with the realities of the present time. Artificial intelligence, for example, was the topic of the mentoring class that we did today. And it's something that every child needs now going forward.
And we believe that we coming back as a set to talk to them will try and at least ginger them and encourage them to become whatever it is that they've set themselves to do in life, and to ensure that they know that there is hope and there is a future ahead that lies ahead of them.
Explaining further on the importance of the mentorship program, the president of KCOBA had this to say.
There is a mystique about King's College. And this mystique is passed from generation to generation. One of the reasons why our presence is so strong at activities like this is to impress upon the boys that they too can get to where we are and exceed where we are. We have a school song, and some of the words of the school song says, one part of the school song says, others went before you and attained the light, where they were to cheer you, victors in the fight.
The mentorship program ended with a vote of thanks. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to watch, always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Buggaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Greetings world, here's another episode of Inside Life. My name is the Jide Taiwo. I have the pleasure of sitting here today with the amazing, if I do say so myself, Dylan. Hi Dylan. I'm well. Good to have you on here.
Thank you.
How's Lagos treating you? You were telling me just a few minutes ago that this is your second time in Lagos. What's Lagos like for you?
Lagos is very different from where I live in London. But it's completely different. It's a complete opposite, but it's amazing. The weather is warm. It's bustling. People can be very friendly, but funny as well.
How do you mean funny? How do you mean funny?
Just crazy situations and things that are said that you would never hear in London. It's very exciting. It's an exciting place to be. And being half Nigerian, I just love being here and love seeing my people, and I come here with my family and I just have a great time.
Right. Let's talk about that for a minute. You come from a long line, at least your Nigerian side, a long line of creatives, creative entrepreneurs, entertainers and all that. What's that done for you? How aware of you of that legacy?
Well, I guess it's in my blood because it's just something that comes natural to me. Being creative, I love music, I love dancing, I love any performance. So it's very obvious that it's something that is natural to me. My parents aren't creative at all, but I have other family members who are. So growing up, it was just me being creative, but they appreciated my love for music and performance as well.
Talk to me about the music. Now the rage is Afrobeat, and I'm happy to know that we've taken over the London scene, right? You don't do Afrobeats, do you?
No, I haven't gone into Afrobeats yet.
Oh,
but
okay.
I do want
I like that
to.
word yet.
Yes, yeah.
It's coming, isn't it?
Yes. Of course, I want to do Afrobeats at some point when it is right for me, which will be soon. But it's more about finding the right people to work with, I think, because it's a genre that I didn't write or I don't write, and I haven't grown up writing, so I need to work with someone who knows how to bring me into that space so it sounds good. We don't want it to sound
contrived.
Yeah. We want it to sound good. So but Afrobeat is everywhere. Everywhere you go in London, they're playing Afrobeat now. Yes. Every restaurant, club. So
is there a faint sense of pride in there somewhere?
For me personally, yeah, definitely. To see that every culture now is loving Afrobeat from all over the world, I think that's something that's really special.
Gotcha. But let's talk about something that you do, right? R&B, with a little bit of alternative.
Alternative R&B.
What does that mean? No, so when I think R&B, you know, I think of, say, Marvin Gaye, and then down the line, Whitney, the rest of them. But it's alternative R&B.
Yeah.
What's that?
I think that's like a new genre that's come in over the last few years because it's kind of a fusion of different genres in R&B. So it's not just traditional R&B now. You've got R&B with a little bit of a pop, maybe a little bit of a jazz, soul that's introduced into it now. That's why it's alternative, because it's different to the usual R&B that we're used to.
Right.
So that's me, because I listen to every genre of music. So I put that into my sound. So it's not just traditional R&B. It's got a mixture of a lot of different sounds.
Right. Could we chart like the cores of your music? So I know you started singing and performing early, right? So you were out 6, 7 or thereabouts?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, and then you just used to sing around the house. At what point did it occur to you that, oh, I could be this, you know? Did you always wanted to be a singer and entertainer, or did you want to work with the police or something? What was your childhood dream?
Yeah, no, I always loved singing and performing, but I was also very studious, and obviously having a Nigerian family, they encouraged me to be studious. So I loved reading. I did like maths as well, but I was going to study law. So I did politics, and I was going to go into that legal side. Yeah. And I still love that kind of thing. I love being in the corporate world as well. I have that side of me, but the creative side is really what comes natural to me. So what did I want to be? I think maybe a lawyer, but I also like a lot of human rights work. Right. So charity work as well. I just like helping people and giving to people as well. So I think that's probably what I would have done.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, you know, you became an entertainer. What was the transition point for you from being, you know, Dylan singing around the house and then Dylan performing in front of people?
I think growing up, I wasn't really around too many people who were also entertainers. So for me, it kind of seemed very far away, that it was something you couldn't really do. It's too difficult. How do you start? Then I started to meet some people who were also entertainers, and they were doing it successfully. And I saw, oh, this is how you do it. These are the steps that you take to become a professional entertainer. I said, okay, I can do that. And then I started to see people like my stuff. People really resonated with it. So I just thought, okay, this is something I should take on seriously.
Right. So what comes more naturally to you, singing or writing?
I would say both. I love singing other people's songs. I have my favorite singers, but then I write just in my day-to-day. I have little lyrics that come up just every day.
Right.
I have to write them down. So they're two things that are very natural to me.
Right. So what's the journey for you in releasing music? So a little bit of context. So the Nigerian music and entertainment scene has had this kind of resurgence in the last 6 or 7 years. It used to be a bit difficult to make music and put it out, right? It's not the same for you in the UK. So the pipeline is more established in the UK. So you make music, sign to a record label, put the music out. What's that journey been for you? Are you signed to a major? Are you working indie? Are you collaborating? What's that space like for you?
So I'm independent at the moment.
Is that good or bad though?
I think it's good because you get the creative freedom that you want. Nobody is really telling you, you have to do this, you have to sing
You're not worried about all of the, the sign-on bonuses, all of whatnot that major labels provide for artists. Is that a fair trade-off for you? That your creative freedom is more important to you than whatever a label could offer you in the beginning?
Yeah, I think the creative freedom is very important, and also in this day and age, because the music industry, it's much harder to make money. When you get that advance, you have to make it back, and it's much harder now to make it back.
Right.
So it's like now it's sort of the trade-off. It's like you're also losing that creative freedom, and you have to pay back this large loan, essentially. So being independent, you can fund it yourself, and you know that you're not in debt to anyone necessarily, and you have that creative freedom. So I think it's a bit more freeing, and more people are doing it. More artists are becoming independent because it's now easier to do that. You don't necessarily need the big labels anymore.
Right. So are you looking at making music and releasing it in the traditional form? So you have an album out, you have an EP out, you have all of this out, or are you used to be this guy Brian Leslie? Right, I had a funny way of, and it's one of the people that talk about independent music a lot. So he had this way of dropping music to his core fans. It has a niche of fans. Or do you want to do what we're more used to in having, a buzz? You have a moment, you drop your music, do tours. You're on tour. Are you on tour currently?
So at the moment, I have a show, my first show of the year, on May 7th.
Yay!
So it's my own evening.
Right.
So it's a whole night of just my music.
That's in London, no?
Yeah, in London.
Whereabouts?
So it's in Great Portland Street at a venue called The Lucky Pig.
Right. So that's your first show of the year.
Yeah.
You've taken your time, haven't you?
I released a song in January alongside a music video, and then I'm gonna have another release next month as well.
A coincidence, you made a name for yourself. The allure of what you have speaks for itself. How I feel.
Yeah.
So I'm just planning the next few months of releases and shows. There's going to be a lot more shows.
What's the overwhelming inspiration of yours? I know you've been compared, we're talking Offset, and someone compared you to a Shadi Adu, right? Is that an inspiration of yours? As a tone, and she has this mystique about her, which I think you do have yourself.
Yeah, she's a massive inspiration, and I think she's timeless as well. We can listen to her back in like the 80s and 90s. You can listen to her now; it still feels fresh. And yeah, she has that mystique. She's not overdoing it with vocals. It's just very kind of like relaxed and confident in her vocals, which is what I love. It's just kind of like she's saying what she wants to say. She's not trying to prove anything. So that's why I love her. And her style, everything is just timeless with her.
Right.
So I just love her.
Right. A few thoughts on on pop culture, if you may. In recent time, we've had the folks in hip hop battling back and forth. You've had people using their music for, special causes and things of that nature. What do you think is the place of pop culture music in larger society? And I'll tell you why. There's a section of Nigerian audiences that feel like music should be for enjoyment, so to speak. And to quote Fela Kuti, say African music cannot be for enjoyment; it has to be for struggle. But even when you're struggling, there are down times times that you need to just relax a little bit. To you, what's the role of music and pop culture in society?
Well, music is one of the most powerful mediums of entertainment, I think. So it is going to obviously have an effect on pop culture. And I think what the youth is listening to as well, what young people, what we're listening to, drives a lot of it as well, drives pop culture. And it can be positive and negative, like the type of music that is out and that is popular. It can have a positive effect on society, it can have a negative effect. So I think it's really powerful. It's really, really powerful.
Do you like Nigerian food?
Yes.
What's your favorite?
I have too many things that I like.
Oh, okay. So top five. Yo, let's
top five, right?
Right.
Jollof rice, obviously.
Oh, for sure.
Shaki.
Oh no.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
I just love it. It's amazing. Assorted meat. What else? Egusi.
Ooh.
Plantain.
Oh wow. Yeah, Nigerian through and through. What's your top 5 British food?
I don't have top 5 British food. No.
You like everything.
No, I don't like anything.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say that.
It's good stuff. They have
Yeah,
good things.
some.
Like, Sunday roast.
Okay.
Are nice. Fish and chips.
Oh, fish and chips. Well, it's staple. Bangers and mash. Not quite.
Not too much.
Right.
It reminds me of being in school. So
What part of it? What part of it? Yeah. Did you go to boarding school?
No, I was in. I've lived in London my whole life. They give you those British meals in school. They give you all of those staples.
Right.
There's a lot of nice desserts as well.
Right. But nothing compared to pepper soup, shaki.
It's the flavoring.
Yes, yes.
The food
Assorted
is
meat.
the same in the UK.
Yeah.
Just with the food, it's not the same.
Yeah.
So that's why I like.
I mean, your eyes just lit up when you're talking about the flavors.
Yeah. Because I haven't had it yet. Because I've just got to Lagos.
Oh wow!
I'm just waiting.
How much time do you have?
A couple of days.
Oh, okay.
A couple of days. So I'm waiting to have.
We'll go through
a full
Yes.
spread of the jollof rice.
We're here for you. We're here for you. Oh, by the way, as we finish, as we wrap up, you seem to be really chill. No? What's the loudest your voice can go?
My voice can get really loud.
Oh, okay.
I'm chilled with the normal conversation, but if you ask any of my friends, I'm the one like running, screaming around like the room.
Should we try?
But also, it's early morning.
No, it's almost midday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of just more chilled.
Okay, so can we take it a notch? Can you speak this high? Can your voice go this high?
So you want it to go louder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Say Dylan.
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 Dylan. You can go higher, can't you?
I can go. Of course, I'm a singer. I can.
Yeah, you have all of those things.
Yeah, I can.
Oh, okay.
Loud.
Yeah. Do you want to give us a little something?
A little something.
From yours.
A little song.
A little song, if you don't mind. Line 2, 3. We don't mind. This is you.
One of my favorite songs that I released is called "Trouble in Paradise." So I'll do a little snippet of that.
I like the sound of that.
Didn't you want the best for us? Didn't you want some happiness? I know you were so shameless, but I didn't expect it. And all of my friends wanna be us. They wanna know what is our secret, but they don't know what we've been through, what I had to see you do.
Thank you, Dylan. Now I'm going to be playing that all day then. Now we're going to be playing that. Thank you, Dylan, for spending this part of your morning with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
It's a delight to converse with you, and I'm sure this will be the final conversation we have, right? So yes, say hi to your Lagos fans and tell them we'll be back.
Hello.
You're back in another month, no?
Yes, I am. In a couple weeks, yeah.
Okay, we'll wait.
I'll be back next month, yeah.
So say hi to Lagos folks.
Hi, Lagos.
This is Dylan.
I'm Dylan and Laura.
Yes, ma'am. Thanks for having us. We'll see you in a bit. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you, guys. Round of applause for Dylan.
If you can't put your check
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to Tom Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he doesn't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger, because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe or the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of standard trust bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans. That's targets, we have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second tier intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent is a strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Vengo de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda.
Gabon. Uganda.
Senegal. Egypt. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support.
We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 Most Influential People of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planking.
Tony is not just a champion in the banking hall. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side is not so. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of Yes Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So moving, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Stay ahead of the curve with the latest in news, development issues, global updates, market trends, and intriguing conversations from across the world. At SOUQ News Television, we'll bring you stories that matter right to your screen. Breaking news. Be the first to know with our real-time update on local and update events. In-depth analysis. Get the full picture with expert insights and comprehensive coverage. Exclusive interviews. Hear directly from the people making the headlines. Tune in daily for a blend of news and stories that keep you connected to the pulse of the globe. Click, like, and follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV for updates, live streams, and more.
My name is Dr. Rafiu Oladipo.
My name is Baba Jalal Repega.
I'm Reverend Juliet Benite.
I'm Godio Didi.
My name is Professor Oladokun Sulaiman Olarawaju.
SOUQ News is on the ground, loading.
Very enlightening, very educative, and entertaining.
Thank you to SOUQ News.
So I'm happy that SOUQ TV has come into existence.
I'm happy to be here in the SOUQ News.
I want to encourage you to subscribe to the channel and keep watching news that makes sense.
As Browning said, one's extension of one's reach should not exceed one's grasp, or what is heaven for. And I think SOUQ News is doing that.
Africa needs a voice of truth, and SOUQ News has become one of them. And get ready, get ready, get ready.
And keep watching.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News. It's a place to be.
Keep watching SOUQ News.